Oh boy. Good evening. How's everybody doing tonight? All right. I want to give this man a round of applause because he went from ashy to classy. What's going on, everybody? You want to talk about crypto? You want to talk about crypto? You want to talk about Bitcoin and Ethereum, Solana, Shiba Inu, Bonk, Dogecoin, Fiat, Fetch AI? You want to talk some smart contracts, some blockchain, some AI coins, some GameFi? You want to talk about Polkadot, Avalanche, the Book of Memes, Ape with hat, Dog with hat, meme coins, Solana, Cat Girl, all this stuff going on and stuff. Want to talk about Microsoft strategy, Bitcoin miners with Riot and all them. Anyway, what going on with you? Welcome to BucosLocker. Coming to you again. Subscribe to the channel, like the channel, share all the videos. Don't forget to hit the notification bell icon to notify you on all new videos that's posted on this channel. Powers and C-Bands in the building. Happy Saturday. Hopefully everybody enjoying their weekend. Hopefully everybody's safe with their families, their kids, or whoever you care for. I'm going to open up the locker room tonight. I haven't done this in a while, so this is going to be a little fun here. I got a little time, so I got 4 weeks of class left. I'm on my capstone, so I'm almost done. I can have my Mondays and my Wednesdays and my Thursdays back. I was gonna do the video earlier, but I had to do a little other stuff. I had to get my crypto bags right. For those of you that's not in crypto, that's on you. That's on you. For those of you that do, if you're not in crypto, that's on you. I'm always trying to get to the bag. That's why I don't make a lot of videos in off season. I'm always looking for a way to make more money. But for those of you that are in crypto, what is your bag looking like right now? If you are in crypto, what is your bag looking like right now? There is some gems out there. Meme coin, AI, game tokens, airdrops. There's a lot of money out there, man. I got that coin, Steven. I got that coin. I've had that coin for a minute. I got a nice little bag in there. I ain't gonna tell you the number, but I got a nice little bag in that my lady meme coin. I got a nice little bag in there. There's a few other meme coins. If you are doing crypto, please understand it is a highly volatile asset. You can lose 20% right away. You can gain 20%. You can go times 3, times 4, times 8, times 12, 16, so forth and so forth. But be careful. Only put in the amount of money that you are willing to lose. What is your risk tolerance? What is your risk tolerance? And as I transition into the Bucks, I like to tie in crypto with the Bucks. This is a good conversation right here. Crypto and Tampa Bay Bucks. The Bucks are not a highly volatile asset. It's a low risk, low reward type situation, right? Now the Bucks have made some. Yes, this is NFT. The Bucks have made some high risk, high reward moves, and those of you that know, all the way back in 2020, 4 years ago, the Bucks made a splash in free agency. They took a high risk, but it was a high reward. And the results came out perfect, right? You know, and ever since that season, the Bucs have been pretty much on the downslide, right? Losing money in a way. Let's put that in the crypto terms. They losing. There was some FUD there. There's some FLOMO at the same time. For those of you that don't know what it means, look it up. FUD and FLOMO. And here we are 4 years later. The Bucs haven't really fully recovered from the Super Bowl 2020 season. Now, yes, we won a division. Yes, we did, right? We won the division 2021, 2022, and 2023, 3 in a row. But if you go back to 2021, that was 13-4. And then it was an 8-9, and then a 9-8. So we went down. And then this past season, we were a +1. So when you look at the last 3 seasons, it's funny. In 2021, 13-4. The last 2 seasons, 17-17. 17 wins in 2 seasons. Versus the 2021 season, they had 13 in 1 season. So 1 season, there's a 4 win in the win column, 4-game difference. Let that sink in. You got to combine 2022 and 2023 to get 17 wins. Exactly, Stephen. We had our moments. We had our bull run. The Bucs had their bull run in 2020, 11-5, and in 2021. And I told y'all this. I like to repeat this because some of you don't understand this. The Bucs won 24 games in 2 seasons. That was the bull run. Ever since 2020 and 2021, after those 2 seasons, the Bucs have been in a bear market. It's been a bear market, right? They've made some moves. They were able to sustain, but it wasn't a total like bottom out situation. Like the Bucs didn't go 4-13. Like people thought we was gonna go 5-12, 4-13. We picking in the top 5. No, that's not the case. So we was able to sustain some profit. But the problem with that is we still lost. We still took some losses in these last 2 years. And the results show that. 17-17. Right? There were no profits these last 2 years. When you look at the last 2 years, there were no profits taken. The money that they put in these last 2 years, quote unquote, is exactly what they got out. No plus 1, no +2s, no +3. Now they did gain a +1 in the win column, but that's like putting in $1,000 in the crypto market, and then when the bull run over with, you only make out with another $1,000. You only make out with $2,000. Or better yet, we'll make it even more simplified. That's like putting in $1, and then a year later, you look at your account, you only got $2. You know what I'm saying? So the Bucs, literally, these last 2 years, they haven't been making no money, is my point. There needs to be a change. The approach of what the Bucs have been doing needs to change a little bit, because if they don't change, more of the same result you're going to get. It's just like crypto. Crypto will have you up all night long looking for special meme coins and looking for low market cap projects. You know? And the Bucs, going into the topic of conversation, post free agency. And what did I tell y'all the Bucs are going to do in free agency? They're going to sign everybody that they already know. And at the end, the Bucs have done exactly what I thought they were going to do. Sign their guys and get the free agency scraps. I call this, man. I do this The Bucs signed a couple guys. I wouldn't get too hype about it. Cornerback and a guard. I think they signed 2 linemen and a cornerback. All 3 of those guys are backups. They were backups where they came from. What did I tell y'all? The 2 linemen that they did sign is pretty much like Matt Fryer. I'm talking about improving the team. Oh, yes. And they did bring back Jordan Whitehead. Shout out to Jordan Whitehead. Welcome back to Tampa. But that's nothing new. That's nothing new. We know who Jordan Whitehead is. We've seen him play for a few years in Tampa. He was drafted by the Bucs. So we already know that. So now, did it improve the safety position? Yes, it did. He's better than Ryan Neal. He's better than Ryan Neal. Now, you got to add some context to this now. He's smaller. So we got 2 small safeties. But Jordan Whitehead complements Winfield Jr. quite a bit because he can play at the line of scrimmage a lot more than Winfield Jr. I would say he's more tougher. But that did improve the safety position. It did give Winfield Jr. a running mate back there. But we kind of know what Jordan Whitehead is. And Jordan Whitehead, his best game last year was against it was a game that I think he had 3 picks. He had 3 picks in that one game. And after that game, I don't think Jordan Whitehead had another pick. Or maybe he finished the season with 4 picks. Let me look it up. Because I remember that was the game that he had got 3 picks that game. But I'm going to look this up. I want to see what Jordan Whitehead did after that game. So, yeah, okay, I was right. So he ended with 4 picks. He had 3 in one game. And that was early in the season. Early in the season against the Bills. Okay, against Josh Allen. Against the Bills, it was like week 3 or 4. It was early. So after that 3 interception game, he had one interception. 1. And the Jets defense was pretty good. The offense was terrible, but the Jets defense was pretty good. And they didn't finish. They didn't have a great year, but because the offense sucked. But you didn't really hear anything else about Jordan Whitehead after that one game. I mean, he made some plays here and there, but the impact that he had that one game was the biggest impact that he had all season. Because did anybody hear Jordan Whitehead name after that? This is I'm not knocking Jordan Whitehead and all that. I'm just giving y'all context here. Did anybody hear anything about Jordan Whitehead after that game? Okay, week 1. Okay, there you go. Week 1. One game, he had 3 interceptions. 75% of his interceptions came in one game. So, as far as Jordan Whitehead impact for the Bucs, yes, it's an upgrade. But we already know what we're getting with Jordan Whitehead. He's not a high interception guy. He makes really good plays as far as making hits. But he also is injury prone too because of the style that he plays. So he's going to get nicked up. He will get nicked up because of the way he plays. He's not a bad player. He's a good player. But he's not like a high caliber safety. He never was. Right? And I'm just curious though. The only way safeties get released as far as like really good safeties from teams is if it's a cap issue. Like with Justin Simmons, it was a cap issue. Right? Great top-level safeties don't leave the team unless it's a cap issue. Now, in Jordan Whitehead's case, I don't understand why the Jets didn't bring him back. And does anybody got an idea on why the Jets didn't bring him back? Does anybody know why Jordan Whitehead was not brought back with the Jets? The Jets can use him. I'm just curious. Cap issues, right? Okay, there we go. So he comes back to the Bucs, so that's an improvement. But here's the thing: the problem is, it's not. It was look, the Bucs overall they did plug a hole at safety, but the overall perspective on post free agency, it was basically your guys and your guys only. Now the teams that are better than the Bucs, there's several of them. Go look at what they did. One of two things happened. They didn't do anything because they were already better. And the second thing is the teams that are better than the Bucs, a few of them made some adjustments, made some improvements, upgraded a couple areas, maybe got younger, cleaned, made some changes. You always got to be willing to make a change. Every offseason, you should approach that as, what can we do better? What can we upgrade? Going into the season with the same mentality, the same approach, it's a recipe for mediocre and not really good. If you look around the NFL, if you just look at the Bucs and you look at the teams that the Bucs are chasing, or the teams that are in the same bubble with the Bucs, what did they do? Because that's your measuring stick. Your measuring stick for the Bucs in free agency, it is not the Cardinals, the Panthers. It's not the Titans. It's the teams that the Bucs are pretty much floating around, the 9 and 8, 8 and 9, 7 and 10 teams. The teams that have got 11 or more wins, you don't put the Bucs in that category. They don't belong in that category. I can care less about how you feel, but they don't belong in that category. They belong in the category of the 8 and 9, 9 and 8, 7 and 10 teams, because those teams are pretty much, they are similar, right? They're similar. So if you look at the teams of what they did as far as the middle of the pack, where's the separation? I asked this question during free agency, and I asked this question before. What can the Bucs do to improve the team? By bringing back everybody, cool. And then you brought Jordan Whitehead back. That's cool. But how much better did the Bucs get pass rush wise? How much better did the Bucs get O-line wise? How better did the running back group get? Not better. They literally are the same team, minus Devin White and Carlton Davis. And both of those guys were injured last year, so them two not playing wasn't much of a big of a difference. And Shaq Barrett. But look at those guys y'all named. Those wasn't major contributors. They were hurt. They didn't play well. They were pretty much useless. I'm not saying useless, but non-existent. Think about the names, y'all. Think about the names. Y'all call these names out. They're not major losses. Shaq Barrett, Ryan Neal, Devin White, and Carlton Davis. They're not major losses. Those guys missed multiple games. There were some games that all four of those guys played and you didn't even know they played. All four of them. We had guys that played just as well as those four and that were cheaper. They didn't make a difference. I think the Bucs still would have finished 9-8 without those four. So to use them as a reference point of starters, sure. But didn't Devin White get benched? Wasn't Carlton Davis hurt a lot? Devin White was hurt and he got benched. Shaq Barrett didn't do anything. He had 5 or 7 sacks. He was non-existent in some games. And Ryan Neal got benched for Kavon Merriweather. So I mean, what are we doing here? The Bucs are still a 9-8 type team as of right now. 8-9, 9-8 type team. There wasn't no improvement as far as the team getting better. The team, which is there's a good thing to this too. The team remained the same, but now you have to get better, if that makes sense. Now it's time for the Bucs to get better, and pretty much they're going to have to do it through the draft. Because if the Bucs have another season of 8-9, 9-8, you're not going anywhere. You're literally spinning the wheel. You're doing just enough to keep hope alive, but you're not doing enough to say we're somebody. So, and I told y'all this last year, these next 2 drafts, 2023 and 2024, these are pivot points for the Bucs franchise. They must get better. They didn't do that this free agency. There was no significant move that the Bucs made to say the Bucs are better. Because if you say, well, the Bucs re-signed everybody. Yeah, 9-8. Yeah, we saw that already. But the teams that are above the Bucs or around the Bucs, it seemed like they're all doing things to get better. Now, before you try to, I said this last video, don't try to downplay free agency. Some of these moves are going to work out for the teams that are on the same level with the Bucs, and then the teams that are already better than the Bucs. Some of those moves are going to work out. We're not going to get Justin Simmons. He's sitting out there. We got Jordan Whitehead, right? So for us to sign anybody good, the probability is 0 to none. So now we have to look forward to the draft, and we will have more draft videos. I will have more draft videos. We'll have more draft conversations, because now, being that this is a very important draft, we got to really look at this, the trenches. We really got to look at that. And that's where the Bucs' biggest struggle. The Bucs are bottom 10 O-line, in my opinion. They're a bottom 10, bottom 5 pass rushing team. I'm not talking about blitzing. I'm talking about pass rushers. Even though we got some good rookies, right? We got some good rookies. Yaya Diaby and we got Kalachi Clancy. Great. We got Tristan Wirfs on the left tackle. Question mark at left guard, center, right guard still and he's still trying to get his feet together, get his strength right. And our right tackle, he showed improvement, but nobody's talking about Luke Goedeke being a really good player or a top level tackle. Nobody's running around saying, Luke Goedeke, go look at the football conversations about tackles. Nobody's talking about Luke Goedeke. The only person that people talk about on the Bucs O-line that's worth a damn is Tristan Wirfs, regardless of how you think Luke Goedeke played. Well, Luke Goedeke played better and this and that. Cool. Nobody cares. They only care about Tristan Wirfs, and that needs to change. When they talk about O-linemen and they get to the Bucs, it's only Tristan Wirfs. That's it. Regardless of how you feel about Luke Goedeke played. Well, PFF Great was really good. Who cares? Nobody gives a crap. He's not even in the conversation. And unfortunately, outside of Tristan Wirfs, you can pretty much say the rest are Jags. Even with Cody Monch, because nobody knew about him. And then on the defense, on the D-line side, the two names that everybody know about Vita, right? Then the two rookies played very well. Now they should build on that. I think they will build on that. And they had their moments where they struggled. They had their moments. But we still need more talent on both sides of the ball in the area. And I said this, they're bottom 10 in both situations. They're bottom 10. Bottom 10 D-line, bottom 10 O-line, in my opinion. Take it how you want it. With a bottom 5 run game. That's not a recipe for a lot of wins, folks. When you're a bottom 5, bottom 10 team in the trenches on both sides of the ball, a bottom 10 team in the trenches, and a bottom 5 team in rushing, that's not good. That means the quarterback got to play above his level to make the team competitive. The offense got to play above their level on what they really are to be competitive. And we saw that this past season. Y'all seen some of those games where the first half was like, what is this? What are they doing offensively in the first half? And then when the Bucs were down, we saw them make a run. They did it a few times and still lost some of those games, but you get what I'm saying? So as far as post-free agency, my thoughts, the Bucs did a great job of getting their guys back, but how much better did the team get? Because we still got question marks on the O-line, despite who the Bucs signed. Still got questions at running back, despite the fact they re-signed Chase Edmonds for whatever reason. The Bucs O-line and D-line still in question. Cornerback still in question, regardless of who they signed. The only signing outside of the Bucs, quote unquote, per se, you could say was outside, was Jordan Whitehead, but he already played for the Bucs. And we already know how he plays. Jordan Whitehead came back on a 2-year deal, pretty much as a 1-year deal. You know how, and then they land the O lineman from the Giants, a Giants O lineman. Ben Bretzen from Michigan, the backup. Well, he played, I think he started a few games, but he ain't and that's like a Matt Freer situation. It's pretty much the replay of 2021. They're running it back. For whatever reason or reasons, Jason Light likes to run it back. Bryce Hall was a backup. Not an impact player. He's a special teams guy. John Wolford, what are we doing with that? He's a backup. Then we signed an Eagles O-lineman that nobody never heard of. And I've seen some Bucs fans try to convince themselves that that both of the O-linemen at the Bucs signed and Bryce Hall were going to be somebody. Well, they weren't nobody before they got here. And they sure wasn't like halfway somebody. Like, even I understand they was like, you saw flashes and they were like playing well, but they just didn't get enough time. But all three of those guys are relevant, and none of you knew about them before they got here. So don't give me this spin the narrative of these three going to be impact players. They're backups at best. Those are fillers. All three of them. But put some respect on my name. I ain't going to say no more. Nobody knew who they was. So don't give me this crap about Bryce Hall being the other cornerback. You didn't know who he was. Oh, but the Bucs signed him. Now you got all this stuff to say. I didn't hear none of y'all talk about Bryce Hall before. I didn't hear none of y'all talk about both of those O-linemen before they got to the Bucs. So don't give me this. Well, they're going to be impact players. They're going to do something. Neither one of those going into this season are impact players. Now I can be proven wrong, of course, but going into the season, prior to the season coming up, nobody knew about them, and neither one of them are high-end or mid-level players. They're backups. Those are fillers. And God forbid, both O-linemen that we sign start. What? Coming from the Giants O-line? Ooh. Now the Eagles O-line, yeah, but he was a backup to the backup. Ew. Yeah. Oh, my brother. Ew. Ew, my brother. Ew. Ew. Ew, my brother. Ew. You feel me? So, what's next for the Bucs? The draft. The trenches. I know I spent some, I spent a little time talking about the quarterback situation. We need somebody for the future. And we need another receiver. I did talk about that. I even talk about the Bucs needing to get another running back, which they should. But in the first two rounds, and when it's all said and done, when you sit back and just watch the situation in free agency play out, they got to address both sides of the ball in the trenches. Yeah, I said get a cornerback. It's a possibility. Look, I know people like to say the best player on the board. Now, if there are certain players sitting there on the board at 26 for whatever reason, if he is in your top, if he graded out in your top 15 and he's at 26, you probably want to take him. Because that's what your board said. So, like, for example, if Bryant Thomas Jr. or Malik Neighbors or Romeo Aduze sitting there at 26 or Brock Bowers sitting there at 26, what do you do? What do you do? If one of those high-end receivers fall to 26, Xavier Legette, I don't think he's the first round pick, but I'm just saying, I'm just throwing some serious situations out there. You know what I'm saying? If Brock Bowers falls because of team needs and he's there at 26, or Quinton Mitchell sitting there at 26, or Cooper Dean John, the Missouri Iowa cornerback, if he's sitting there at 26, or Kool-Aid McKinstry, or Teron Arnold sitting there at 26, or Jared Verse. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If some players are sitting there at 20, Ladd McConkey. If Ladd McConkey sitting there at 26 and knowing that the Bucs probably don't need another receiver, what do you do? If one of those top cornerbacks fall to 26, what do you do? Do you go draft a Cooper Dean John? Or Teron Arnold or Kool-Aid McKinstry? Or if Brian Thomas fall to 26? Xavier Worthy? I'm just putting some things out there, folks. Because we don't know what's going to happen in the draft because it's a wild, wild west. And there will be some trades. Did you see what Minnesota did? Minnesota got another first-round pick, and they signed Sam Darnold. So what does that tell you? They want a quarterback. They got 2 first-round picks. They're going to trade up to get a quarterback. The Giants are looking at a quarterback. If Michael Penix's sitting there at 26, what do you do? So these are scenarios that you got to think about when I say what's next. Scenarios need to come out, and we're going to discuss all these positions of need that the Bucs need to look at. And key, the trenches. That's what I'm kicking the draft talk off with, the trenches. And we're probably going to spend a few days talking about that. Because I am so sick and tired of the Bucs O-line not being able to run block for the last 3 years. It's annoying. I'm so sick and tired of our pass rush on a 3rd and 8 or a 3rd and 13 not be able to get to the quarterback when they don't blitz. First down on the 3rd and 13. How many times are we going to see that? We saw it last year. I'm just saying, I'm so sick of it. I know y'all sick of that too. So with that being said, let me turn it over to y'all. Now we pretty much at the halfway point. Let me fire up the locker room here. I promised y'all I was gonna do a locker room conversation. Not to digress, any thoughts on free agency so far? Shout out to Chop Beats 215 with a $5 super chat. For those of you probably wondering why he never says $4.99. No, I just rounded off. Make it easy. Well, I gave you my thoughts on free agency. The Bucs did a good job. They did a pretty good job getting their guys back. Or they did a great job getting their guys back. As far as outside of that, they didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Jordan Whitehead, but he already played for the Bucs. I'm just saying. So let me put the link in the chat. So I want to hear from you, from my Powers and C bands on what you guys believe about free agency. What's your thoughts about free agency, and what's next? And please try to stay on topic. It's been a while since y'all been in here, so I don't know if y'all understand, but try to stay on topic. Link is in the chat. The link is open for anybody, any fan base, any team that you're repping. You're more than welcome to come in and discuss football, free agency, and what's next. Right? So it's pretty much a free conversation, but the topic is, free agency and what's next. You do with that with what you will. Now you can do with that with what you will. You know why I don't sweat? Vegetables. What's going on with you, man?
What's going on, Isaiah?
Popping in. Here we go. Everybody want to talk now.
Man, I'm in the chat arguing with this nut G's about Jason Light and his draft picks, and he talking about Carson Davis a top 10 pick. I mean, really, dude? He tell you he a top 10 cornerback because he a lockdown corner. Who he locked down?
He's no longer here, so I don't really have anything to. I don't know. I mean, I've seen him play. I mean, I don't have anything to say. I mean,
yeah, he is second string at best to me. Dean too, but Dean be looking for the ball. I don't know what he be looking at.
So yeah, post free agency, man. Pretty much free agency is over with. Now, what you're going to see moving forward is a couple trades, teams making, jockeying for position in the draft, trying to get ammunition to move up. Like the Vikings already did it. So with the Bucs, what's everybody's thoughts on post free agency. I mean, it was hype the first 2 or 3 days, then it fell off. You know,
What was
I don't think we did anything special. I think we the same 8 and 9 team. Um, who to say if Mike Evans gonna stay healthy next year like he did this year? He has injuries. It's a proven fact. Um, I don't know. We might even get worse.
running it back. Y'all know that, right? We're running it back.
I personally think it wasn't surprising. I mean, we kind of knew what their objective was to get those three main guys, Baker, Mike, and Whitfield Jr. Back for this season. Um, I mean, I kind of figured with the cap situation, how they maneuvered things, and was able to sign Baker and Mike. I knew that was going to hamper your cap space, so I don't really expect any more signings except just Jag players. Um,
He's got 4 of them already, or 3 of them.
yeah, that's all I expect.
Nah, you got 4.
I mean, but I think it's just pressure is on now to hit on those first 4 picks. What you got, first, second, and 2 threes.
Yeah, I know that's great. That is great.
So you gotta. I mean, but to take it a step further, you were saying earlier having a player that may fall to them at 26. Um, I thought of a scenario. What happens if, like you said, Brock Byers, say the receivers there. Let's just say, I don't know, the dude from FSU Coleman and that dude from Texas is there, and that edge rusher from Penn State is there. Like that'll be an interesting scenario. What they would do right there at 26. I
So
think.
what would you do?
That
I mean, personally, I want to address the edge rusher, but like you said, you brought up a good point. If you have a player rated higher, go with him. I kind of feel like you may, if it's a receiver that falls to 26, you might have to take a strong look because your receiver room is going to be pretty much deteriorating after this year because everybody's pretty much on their last year or next year. So I don't. It wouldn't be bad to get some speed in the receiver room, but it's a bigger. I think it's a bigger need to address the edge rusher position though, and then go with interior offensive lineman in the second round.
Oh, so you're going that route.
Was it what
So,
go with receiver?
so you're gonna
No,
go if
no,
you're gonna
I would prefer to
address
go
the edge.
edge if the guys there edge that you think could make a difference. Go with edge, but I mean I think you would have to take a look if a receiver failed to 26. I think you take a strong look and consider it just cause if he falls, but I can't really see a receiver really dropping that far.
So I'm probably about 7 of them drafted in the first round, probably.
I mean, but I can see old boy from Georgia, the tight end. I can see a scenario where he does fall.
Yes, I can too.
I can see that because he's like I watched him. He cannot block. That's I think the tape shows that he just more of a
He's a
like
wide.
you want to flex him out wide as a tight end and let him run. I
Yeah,
mean, he
he's a
got
flex.
playmaking ability, but he just kind of it kind of puts you in the mind of Jimmy Graham. And to me, Jimmy Graham was soft. He couldn't really take no licks once that got out there. I mean, he made plays, but he couldn't take a lick big as he was.
So if there's a situation where Chop Robinson's sitting there and Graham Barton and Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers Johnson, Jared Verse, 5 guys on each side of the ball sitting there at 26. What do you do?
If Verse is there, I'm taking
I
him.
take Verse.
But
I say go trenches.
I may have to move up to get him just to ensure he's a guy that I would trade up for to go get if he's falling down the draft.
What if so the Bucks at 26, and what if as the draft progressed and then we had pick 19, nobody still picked them up?
I trade up. I give a number 3 for him.
Okay.
I'll do that. I'm very firm on building in the trenches. The first 2 rounds. Round 3, if you have 3, I think you said we have 3
We got two third
third,
round.
2 third round picks. I feel like that you could use on a wide receiver. I think this wide receiver class is deep, right?
It's super deep.
Yeah. So I think you could use that on a wide receiver, and then you just address possibly another defensive tackle on the second one.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think it's like 96, I believe, pick 96.
Yeah, because I look at it like Logan Hall to me does not seem like he's going to get better. We know Vita plays off. You still have a second year guy coming in with Kalijah. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Logan Hall is who he is.
William Golson clone.
He's not good.
That's what we followed the last 2
You
years.
know, get younger. Get younger.
We need to fix the
I
O
mean, just
line, man.
continue the youth
It's
movement.
bad, man.
But what do y'all? Well, let me ask y'all this:
It's
have y'all ever thought about the linebacker position?
Oh yeah, because
I'm glad we moved off White. I'll say that.
I mean, not just White, but how do y'all feel about the line? I mean, yeah, you bought Levante back, but he's what, 34?
Yeah, he's old, man.
I mean,
I'm all right for this next year, but we do got to grab somebody.
Nah, I don't know, man. Are you trustworthy of that? A 34-year-old man still being a core of a linebacker position? I don't like.
Him. You're still expecting him to put up at least 125 solo tackles.
Yeah, like
several
that's
tackles are lost and not having him.
I think
that
he got
age
one
come
more
quick,
year.
man.
I think he got one more year.
I hope you're right, but is that something to gamble though? I mean,
I'll say
But
this.
we haven't seen his play drop off.
No, we haven't.
Right. No, we haven't.
And I hope we don't. I really.
It's not about the play though; it's about the impact.
Yeah.
I mean, if old boy falls to the second round, when we pick, what's his name, Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Oh, you're talking about the boy? I know you're talking about. Yeah.
If he's sitting there in the second round, could that be a possibility? I mean, I don't want to change the subject to just draft talk, but I mean, the first two picks to me, I know I said the scenario where you could explore the receiver, but you have to address the interior offensive line and edge. Like you gotta go. That's got to be the number one thought, unless somebody just falls you can't pass on.
I just think it. Go ahead.
What kind of throws me off a little bit as I was watching from far way up in the stratosphere, looking down at free agency, and not really saying much. And I was watching these other teams that are in the same realm or better than the Bucs. I'm not worried about the bottom tier teams. I'm not worried about them. I'm talking about the teams that's in that same bubble or better. And I'm watching all of them. I'm like, they either better than the Bucs, clearly, without the free agency, or they're right in the same bubble and they're making moves to get better. Even the teams that are above the Bucs are making moves.
Look at the Chargers. Would you consider them better than the Bucs?
Well, the Chargers are losing everything. I mean,
they still got the same team. I mean,
but they have draft picks and they're gonna make up for those receivers.
I mean, who was Mike Williams though? Keenan Allen wasn't really that. I mean, he was good, but he wasn't that dude.
The impact was not.
No.
So Keenan Allen is like a little girl to me.
Yeah, he not.
You hear about that tweet he did?
He's not the one.
I don't. Outside of what we did, I don't see where we got better at.
No, I mean,
I just think a team with Baker Mayfield at quarterback has a clear ceiling.
Well, it's not hard to see that.
Yeah, I see that too. They think he the second coming of Christ around these parts.
And I like Baker. I like what he did this season, but I don't know.
No, he did what he
did what he was supposed to.
Here's the caveat. The caveat is it was a contract season. That's the context behind it.
Correct.
Exactly.
And he decided to have his best season, his contract year.
You don't find that paid too. They didn't waste no time.
You don't find that. Now we've seen this with multiple players.
Do you still
multiple players? They get the bag, and it's like,
exactly. Geno Smith.
And he regressed back to he didn't like fall off the cliff, but he pretty much rounded out to what he is.
Yeah.
I think that's the same. I think that's Baker's same trajectory. Like as far as his standards, is a great year. 4,044 yards, first time over 4,000 yards, which is I don't even know why people are so giddy about that in the passing league. But anyway, and it was a down year at quarterback. So and I think it was 66 quarterbacks that started the game last year. So let that sink in for a second. And always add context. So, you look at Baker's numbers, he has some elite numbers, like the touchdown to interception ratio was really, 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 really good, right? But I saw this in Cleveland. He had a year like that in Cleveland, but it was like 3,700 yards. but the other numbers were average at best. His touchdown to interception ratio that year in Cleveland in 2020 was great, but everything else was average at best. His QBR was 54.3. That's 16th in a like.
Yeah.
Right.
If we're gonna keep it a buck, Baker really only had like 3-4 like perfect games last year.
Yeah, that
Like if
they
we're keeping
always,
it spade.
I was on the Panthers Uncensored video the other day, and
Mm-hmm.
the host was sitting up there trying. He said this, no joke. He was like, what happened with Baker last year is not an anomaly, and you can only see him getting better from here. And I was like, well, at what point in the season are you talking about? And he didn't really answer my question. And I'm just like, bro, listen. You can think he's great. I have no problem with people that like him, but stop acting
Yeah, I don't
like
got nothing against Baker.
this dude changed the franchise and we're going somewhere. Don't do that.
Barely broke 4,000 yards. Let that sink in. Barely broke 4,000 yards in a passing league. You play, and it took 17 games, not 16, 17. So that's less than 250 yards a game. You got 4,000 yards. And you had a few games he barely broke 100 yards.
See what it is.
And he was bringing up stuff he did in college. I'm like, we're talking
What does
about
that
last year.
mean? Yeah, what does that mean?
I
Who cares about
always
college?
careful to caution. Like when you raise the bar for Baker, you're asking for disappointment. You're asking for it.
Yep.
You literally asking for it because at nowhere near in the point of his career that he showed that the bar when it's raised he can respond. Like there was no pressure last year on Baker. There was no expectations. There were nothing. It was a 1-year deal, $4 million. No, come on, man. No pressure there. But now
and this is what
there's expectations. There's expectations, and when you look at free agency, you got to help him. You have to help him. You have to give him a top 10 O-line, a top 10 rank. You have to. You need to. The Browns did it. The Browns had 4 linemen that were ranked at their position in the top 10.
And the Bucs are not going to draft no old lineman early. I guarantee you, not with a defensive coach.
And this is why I say these next 3 years for him is very important considering what the teams in our division are doing. And it will be a telltale. I don't care about when they're saying about Kirk Cousins this, Kirk Cousins that. It's going to be Baker against Kirk. Somebody got to be better.
Who's better?
You already got a young guy in
that good though.
I don't think he's that good, but I'm just saying to get to the division.
You don't think he's that good, but as far as the division, who's better?
I mean,
I think it's close. I don't think Baker's that. I'm not high on Kirk.
Who's better?
I'm gonna be honest.
Right now, everybody's equal because everybody learning a new offense. They may have familiarity with it, but they got to start over from scratch and learn it.
Here's the thing. Right. Remember, I always like to group these quarterbacks together. There's 3 of them in the division. They're all similar.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. 3 of them in the same division that I talked about over the years before they got to the NFC South.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of them, I used to bubble them together. Still do.
And they all in a bad division.
Because I don't like their makeup overall. I don't like I don't like how they like to play the game as far as just like they'll make their plays and they'll give you some wild moments, but what separates that and look, quarterbacks are bred to be alpha guys and all this stuff like that, but the play, when I look at alpha quarterbacks and highly productive quarterbacks, look, Kirk Cousins had highly productive years, but in the biggest stage of the biggest stages, he falls apart. Same with Derek Carr. He's had some good years, but he didn't change the franchise. The Raiders wasn't good. He had like one really good year, 1 or 2. But you know what I'm saying?
He got hurt the year they actually had a winning record.
Right. And then Baker Mayfield, he had that year in 2020, but he didn't change the Browns franchise.
He only had 2 good years in Cleveland. His rookie year when he came in, and then he regressed in 2020, he played good, and then he regressed in 21. And he's so badly they traded him in 2022. But people still ignore that. And I don't get how 5 games in LA makes him able to pick the quarterback's coach from LA to say, I like this system. Like, you only had 5 games in it, so how do you really know that system like that?
He wasn't even the OC over there. That's the thing. And then this
Yeah,
The
it's
guy, the
not.
OC we hired, he to me, I cannot put a lot into this guy because he flip floppy. Like he was with the Rams, then he left for college. He went back to the Rams, then he went back to college. I'm like, who's to say after this year he don't leave? And now they're gonna be like, well, see, Baker Mayfield, he keeps having all these OCs. I'm like, well, that's the Bucks' fault. He picked the guy.
Now here's the thing about Liam Cohen, right? So if you're a hot and up and coming coordinator, pass game coordinator, quarterbacks, blah blah blah, if you're one of those guys, people are going to recognize that and they're going to snatch you up, right? So with Liam Cohen's situation, being under Sean McVay, and people like to pick from the trio, McVay, Shanahan, you know what I'm saying? I find it very interesting that his name was never brought up at all.
Right.
Well, he was like,
Never.
he was like the 7th or 8th interview, 6th or 7th.
And the fact that for him to be an OC, he had to go to college to be an OC. And if you watch Kentucky football, I'm an SEC guy. So if you watch Kentucky football, a lot of bubble screens and tunnel screens.
Yep.
Yep. I agree with you there.
That was him calling plays.
We're seeing a lot of godless screens, aren't we?
Spam.
What do we do? I don't understand what the point of running back, like running the table back on a, like you said, average at best team. Like I don't understand that. If anything, most people think we overachieved last year, but you just bring and you don't make any move. I just don't get that. Like I just think that's just.
That's
And I want
management.
Bucks fans to understand this. We're not knocking the team. We're just looking at the bigger picture here. Like, what did they do to get better? And remember, I told y'all this works in phases, right? So phase 1, what after the results after phase 1, are we better?
The point is when they had to get Mike Evans back, and they had to put money in Baker because Mike didn't want to play with no rookie quarterback. So
That's true.
I think he just was saying the right thing right there. I don't believe he really meant that. He just wanted to make sure he got paid. He'll play with any quarterback. He just wanted his money.
But the other thing is, we brought guys back that are getting older. Levante David, like I said, getting older. Mike next year going to be another year. Like these aren't 25, 24-year-old guys.
That's the concern. That's
what I'm saying. Like that's what he's been saying the whole time. Like, I mean, I get you bought Levante back. You paying him just to ensure he'll retire as a Buck. I guess like, hey, this is a thank you. We'll up your pay a little bit. But like I said, it's just Mike. How old Mike? He'll be what 32 when the season starts.
Yeah, bro. Like that's old.
I mean, the crazy thing to me still is that you got him at such a discount rate. That's what's really still mind-boggling. Like I know he could have got a lot more money on the open market if Houston would have called him, but
you think so? I think he actually got paid a good amount. I don't know, man.
I think he got paid a good amount. I don't.
Yeah, 2 years, $52 million for a receiver.
You telling me he's going to call and say, "Hey, we give you 3 years, 75"?
I don't know, man.
Because Houston is loaded with cap. That's why I was just like,
but that's like CeeDee Lamb money.
Yeah, there was also
if Mike Evans
not better than CeeDee Lamb.
If Mike Evans would hit the market, he would have saw a big contract, bigger than the Bucks.
Y'all think so?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say you got a discount, and then I was just like, okay. When you were seeing the reports, Baker was trying to push for Daniel Jones. I was like, Baker, don't be stupid. You know you ain't getting that. Daniel Jones has really messed up the quarterback market for everybody.
Oh yeah, that's a
him and Deshaun.
That those are two of the worst contracts.
Did y'all know?
Deshaun.
Here's a food for thought here when it comes to Deshaun Watson. You know, like I said, I watch everybody, right? Deshaun Watson, the last 2 years, in 2022 and 2023, each year he's played 6 games.
It was 5-1 and 6, and both of them wasn't it? I know he was 5-1 this year before he went out.
He's played 12 games in the last 2 years. 12.
Yeah, the Browns.
And didn't look good, and didn't look great playing those games either.
He didn't look good at all, really. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? And they got all guaranteed money tied into that. This is going to be like, I think this is one more. This is going to be something like similar if it doesn't play out in the Cleveland. It's going to be something similar like the Russell Wilson situation. They're going to eat a ton of dead cap to get rid of him if he doesn't play well.
what's this? The third year of that contract this year?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Mm.
He probably
This is
is.
it. This is it. They need to see results. They need to see return on investment this year. And if they don't see it, it's going to be that Russell Wilson situation. They're going to be like, no thanks. We're going to eat the
I got
cat.
news for you. I don't think they're gonna see no more results. I think he done, man.
Didn't look good.
How old is he?
28.
27, 28?
I just don't think he's good. Like I
The
just
injury, he had a terrible injury. Like like terrible shoulder. Like Andrew Luck
Was it
style
a
type
throwing
injury.
shoulder?
Yeah, and it was like it like when he came back this past season, you could see it. Like he didn't look the same.
But that's my thing with these quarterbacks. Like we talk about, like Baker may not be yeah, we know he's not no game changing quarterback. But I mean, realistically, how many of those are really in the league though? Like we see like a guy like Brock Purdy and San Fran take him to the Super. Obviously, that's a completely different team than what we have. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know, maybe the whole game changing quarterback.
It's only
thing is,
five.
like,
Anybody
that's what
else,
I'm saying.
it's
Like
only five. Anybody outside of that, it doesn't matter.
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, but look at the teams. Like we talking about top 5 quarterbacks. Look at that team and look how it's ran. I
Well,
mean,
because
that's
it's
fair,
they say it's a quarterback driven league, right? That's
Yeah.
what they're gonna say. So,
but I'm saying though, also you got to
league.
take into consideration, like, I mean, San Francisco. I mean, okay, that's Shanahan. They run that organization inside and out. Baltimore, that's a well-ran organization. You know, they're gonna be in it year in and year out. Patrick Mahomes, long as him and Andy Reid are together, they're gonna still be right there. You can't not cross them out.
The Texans are up and coming.
The Texans are up. The Texans are super up. Oh my goodness.
That's what's scary.
Yeah,
they
are
young
up.
too, and they young.
They are up. Yeah, those boys dangerous.
That's why I wanted the Bucks to be in that position, like the Texans. Like, okay, we can do good, but we young. Like that's
That boy
what I was
CJ the
hoping.
truth, man.
And then you got Buffalo. As long as Josh Allen running the show over there, they're gonna always be in competition.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's 5. So outside of that,
That's what I'm saying.
Don't give me this. Oh, what about no? Outside of those 5, it doesn't matter.
That's the only 5.
You better have an elite roster outside of those 5.
I mean, we Miami. Would you say
Burrow?
Miami,
I mean, I say Burrow. No, Miami. No, I'm not. I can't give you
offensive
Miami.
wide, or I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, I forgot about Burrow. Burrow was part of the group. My bad.
Yeah,
Burrow was part of the
He
group.
can't stay healthy.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
problem.
but come on. I
He's a
know who
part of the
Burrow
group.
is.
So
Yeah.
outside of that group right there, like Brock Purdy, he has an elite roster. It's not like come on, man. Like
A
it's
super
an
elite roster.
But that's what I want the Bucks to do for Baker Mayfield, because he can look like that with an elite roster, but we don't have that. That's the problem.
I don't think Brock Purdy bad though. I think he actually pretty.
He's
decent.
not bad, but I'm just saying
we're not
the
saying
elite.
that.
But he has an elite roster, and it's
does.
like it's like a lot of quarterbacks can succeed in that system. That's better than him.
Yeah, that's true.
Now you think about this. If you put one of those big 6 on that team, they win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, y'all remember when I don't know if y'all. I think last year when Lamar was in those trade talks, they was trying to send him to San Fran. I was like, bro, that's would have been cheap.
You know what's so sad about that situation? The fact that he was out there and teams came out and said, no, thank you.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
They
They
want
need
to
an MVP of the league.
If it would have been just the one, I think you would have had a lot of teams bite at that. But it was 2 1s. But I mean, I thought Houston would have bit the bullet. They had the cap and they had 2 1s right there. Like you would have thought that, but it didn't happen.
But Lamar, I think people start trying to push the thing with Lamar about him being like this playoff dropper and all that, and teams aren't really because of that. I think it's dumb, but
it's like he's
I think that's
26, right? So
that's
it's
what I'm
not
saying.
like it's over, you know. Like, come on,
Yeah,
he's going to
people want everybody to be Patrick Mahomes. Like that's not realistic. Bro.
Yeah,
Exactly. They gotta make their own lane. They can't. It's not gonna work like that. But
right.
No.
I want to ask y'all something because I said this on a different video, but does Todd Bowles believe that Zion McCollum can be CB1? And I say CB1 for the simple fact we all know Jamel Dean cannot stay healthy.
No.
So we know he's not gonna play for majority of the season. So do you think Todd Bowles is trusting Zion McCollum, Brees Hall, and I can't remember his name, but our slot CB as the starters? Basically.
Right now, yeah. I mean, as of right now, with the moves they've made thus far to this point, you have to say yes. I mean, the little bit of, I mean, the time that McCullough played, I mean, he was gonna have growing pains, but I thought at times he did play okay. Even though he got picked on the Detroit game, but I mean, I don't know if that's just he has, you get better as you get more playing time. But I mean, at this point, you got 2 years in, it's time to really step up. But if you can get somebody better on the market, then go with that. I mean, I'll say that if you think somebody in the draft is better than him.
I don't know, man. We need to fix that O-line. If they don't draft no O-line, I'm gonna be pissed.
If Buddy, but this the other thing. If Buddy from what's that interior guard from Oregon and the other dude from Duke, if they sitting there at 26, you got to pull the plug and get one.
You have to, bro. Like, I keep passing on these old linemen.
The Bucks got four of the top 100 picks.
Four.
I'm saying, like, y'all want one of those to be a speed receiver? Y'all want a speed receiver? I heard y'all talking about that
This is what I want.
Right,
In my multiverse, I want all four to be starters. How about that?
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
Let's keep it simple.
Let me ask y'all this though. Let me ask y'all this.
Or high end, like ready to start, like maybe 2 starters right away, and then the other 2 are like chopped at the bit because they're that good.
I mean, what happened today? What happened today? The way normally the draft worked, the way what happened today with the Justin Fields situation, right? That actually opens the door up for things to actually slide our way, just like it did last year. Except we went another direction when we thought we had a person falling in our lap, and Jason Light went another direction. But with Justin Fields going where he went, we know Caleb going number 1. I believe another quarterback is going to go after that. The old lineman will slide. Once Marvin Harrison come off the board, you already know it's going to be a rush on them. It's always a position that's going to be a rush on. So people will slide. And I actually feel this is my problem. I feel like there may be some quarterbacks actually slide late too, though, where we may be in a dilemma with that pick, if I'm being honest.
Would y'all be mad with the first 4 picks the Bucks just went all defense?
They'll never do that.
They wouldn't do that.
They would never do that.
If they did that,
they would never. That's not in his DNA. They'll never do that.
But I have a question. Do you look for the Bucks to trade Kyle Trask during the draft?
He's not worth nothing.
Yeah, what is he worth? What are we getting for Kyle Trask?
If I'm gonna just be honest.
7th rounder.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, and the reason why I'm like he's not worth nothing. And when you sit back and think about the teams that kind of need a quarterback, he's not going nowhere to start. It ain't even too many teams now that need a quarterback at this point. Besides, like the Vikings, the Vikings maybe, So he can't. They're not giving nothing. I would have liked to gotten rid of a 6th rounder and got Justin Fields and have him sit there and not re-sign no Wolford.
Because Wolford has rapport with William Cohen.
I get that, but if all you wanted was a 6th round draft pick for Fields,
exactly,
you could have did that.
That's a shame they did that, man.
I mean, but if you think about it, why would anybody trade any? Like, what did Trey Lance go for last year to Dallas? A 5th round pick. So why would you? Is that what now?
Was he a 5th round?
Trey Lance, when Dallas got him from San Francisco last year, he went for a 4th. So
yeah.
That's why I wouldn't expect nobody to Justin Fields to go for no 2 or no 3. I'm like, that's a starting point as a 5th round pick. So I'm amazed that he got it. They got a 6 out of for that. So I'm not surprised by that. But I did read that Pittsburgh was interested in him even before they signed Russell. I had read some reports they wanted to clear up cap room and try to trade for him. I know y'all talking about D-line, I only brought that up just because I do want to see us take some type of quarterback. I'm not even gonna lie to you. They don't take the Kentucky quarterback.
Yeah, I do. That contract you signed with Baker is exactly why it's signed that way. 2 years potentially, you can get up out of it out the 3rd.
Can't you get up out the one? I mean, you could take the cap hit; it won't be bad in the second year if he regresses. Because what that cap hit would be, what 10 million, 20 million spread over 2 years.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because he
So
getting 33 of it.
So they can pretty much get rid of him after one if he regresses the way it's set up.
So that
But do
makes
y'all
me
really
feel.
think he's gonna play that bad though?
I'm just saying.
I mean, history has said he will, but I hope I'm wrong.
I just
Right.
don't. But if we do like we need to with the draft, right? I mean, Baker Mayfield's still Baker Mayfield. We get the O line, we get the edge. If he fixes all of that, right? Our weak link is still quarterback. Now I don't have an issue with Baker Mayfield, right? Put everything around him, but he's not the guy that can. I need you to go win it. And there are some games that even with the right O line, the right edge, the right corners, the right run game, Baker still got to win it. So that's my issue.
I mean, can you take the bottom fifth rushing game? Can you take that at least inside the top, at least to the top 22?
Repeat that.
Like we're bottom five rushing team. Let's 31. Can you? Is it a way you can take that to at least 23?
Well, here's the thing. With a bottom run game, and I've been talking with Sal off and on last couple of weeks. We almost rushed for 1,000, right? He's a non-glorified 1,000-yard rusher, Rashad White, with a bad run blocking. So you fix the O-line, I like to think there will be a jump. He did that, 1,200, almost 1,300 all-purpose yards with what I call a makeshift O-line. Speaking of O-line, let me get off all that. We got to do something with O-line anyway because you got rid of Steeney, you got rid of Hainsey. You got the issue with Cody Malk. It might be about 2 or 3 old linemen. I mean, we bought some depth pieces in, but those are nothing to sneeze at. None of them dudes are starters. That's nothing but rotational pieces. Yeah, that's nothing but rotational pieces. You're telling me with those signings, you are looking at old linemen in the draft and edge. Because here's my big issue. I'm cool with you getting rid of. You traded, you got rid of Shaq Barrett. Cool. But you got rid of your starting, your basically your sack leader, or if you want to call him that, and your number one corner. You don't have that right now. And my issue with that is what Atlanta is doing. So I don't know how this draft going to go. You got holes on the O-line. You don't have an edge. And right now, I get it with Zion. You don't have a number one corner. So I don't need a receiver. Damn the receivers.
Yep, that's why I said first and second round, I have to be O-line and D-line. And then in the third, if you want to get your wide receiver and get you another defensive piece in there or offensive piece, that's the time to do it.
I wouldn't even do that. Sign one of these vets that's going to hit the market later on to a 1-year prove-it deal that's got some okay hands. Or like you say, grab somebody later on. But you need starters bad. You lost your depth. You lost your depth on the O-line. No edge. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The corner. I thought we were gonna try to make a push for Hunter out of Vikings. You didn't do it. I get it, man. Re-signing the players. I'm all for that. That was cool. But your number one corner and your edge, man. I got an issue with that. Then Devin White. So you gotta do something.
They better not draft no receiver in the first round. That's all I'm gonna say.
Man, look.
It's the Bucs.
Have you met Argia?
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Do I need to bring up OJ Howard?
It's like we supposed to, the GPS say go right, we go left.
Here's why I feel like we safe with that. Palmer actually showed up good. You still got Hakeem Jarrett. You got Chris Godwin. You paid Mike Evans.
Chris Godwin's on a contract.
Exactly. Why would you draft a receiver with that first pick to basically be a third option or fourth option behind guys we know are starting? Makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. He's got to go O-line. He's got to go D-line. And the way this draft might go, I feel like he's going to have some stuff drop in his lap.
Will he see that, though?
You ain't got no choice. Because here's my thing, and I told somebody this before.
We had a running back in our hands, too, and he didn't see it.
Yeah, but at the time, he didn't bump his head as much and think he was going to blow that many drafts. All right?
Yeah,
right now,
2 at the time.
Yeah, I know, but time is fast forwarded. Ain't no telling what them Glazers and actually said, bro. You don't have house money. That Super Bowl was 2020. All right, this 2024 now. 8, 9, 9, and 8. One game against a beat up Eagles team. You ain't got cushion like that. Get your trenches together. That's why we in the situation now, and you don't have the O line to shift in and shift out, or the D line to shift in and shift out. And you're complaining about, the stats and how the sheets look and why we can't run and the extension of the run. Fix it, bro. Get your trenches together.
I just want to have 4 rushers that can get to the quarterback. That's all. I just want to see 4 line up and go get it. That's all. I mean, I don't think that's much to ask for.
It isn't if you turn the salary cap. If you turn the salary cap off on Madden, it ain't. But in all honesty, you can make it happen because I'm cracking the joke. There are teams that do that. There are teams that draft very good and they don't have to send the blitz. Like, I feel like, how good is your defense if you have to do that 60-70% of the game, which is what Todd Bowles is known for? Boy, you blitz more than anybody.
He live and die by the blitz, though.
Yeah, and then don't get home. Pressure. Listen, bro, I don't mind a pressure. That's great, but that stat to me is like air yards. I don't care about that. That don't show up on the. I don't care about that. Get to the quarterback and get him on the ground. That almost could have, should have. There's no such thing as halfway pregnant. So, like, nah, bro.
I mean, realistically, though, is there any moves we can make that could get us over the top for this year? Like, I'm not talking about 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. Is there any realistic moves in the draft that could get us over the top for this year?
Outliers. Winning games we're not supposed to win.
At our position, though.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I mean,
anything can happen.
Tremendously fall at the draft position with, like Bucko said, if somehow Jared Verse slides all the way down, that could be a game changer. I mean, I doubt it. I can't really see him sliding past. I can't see him not sliding out of the top 15. I just can't see that happening.
And you need them receivers.
On a lot of teams' radar.
You need them receivers. You need for Marvin Harrison to lead that board. And
he gone. He gone.
But I'm saying once that happens,
New England might even skip over a quarterback.
Yeah,
that'll be a dumb move.
Yeah, but once I think the receivers
top 5. There ain't no question.
Is the loaded? They're the loaded ones. So I think once he leaves, that's where everybody. Malik Neighbors next. All of them.
When Neighbors leave, that's when you're gonna really see it. Like, I mean, we know Harrison Jr. gonna be the first receiver off the board. It's just a matter when Neighbors comes off the board. That's when it's going to be interesting to watch.
Do you think the O-line, is it the one from Duke that's projected? Because I'm seeing some Brock Bowers. I'm like, Brock Bowers is not going in no top 5. I don't know what these mock drafts.
Hell no.
But because they're saying
they mad at the. You didn't see that shit. I mean, excuse me. You didn't see that at the combine when they saw how small he really was.
Well, they talking about his blocking though. His blocking ability.
How long have I been saying that? Every time y'all brought up George, I said he couldn't block.
Yeah. But they got mock drafts, man. With that boy going, he going pretty high, man.
I can't see that.
Yeah, Harrison Jr. off the board quick.
But if we get the landslide of receivers, that's great because we then start having those trenches, them players fall. So I like where we at. At first, I was like, man, just trade up out of it because you're gonna reach for something you had no business at that pick. But the way things might shake out, I just feel like we'll be okay. But it won't be a receiver. If it's a receiver, man.
Do you think the Bucs should just stay put? Don't try to trade up or trade back. Just stay in your spot and make all the picks. Listen.
Yeah, I don't see the. I don't see the. I don't see
I don't see the
the.
Bucks trading up. I don't see the Bucks trading up.
Yeah, I don't. At first, I was saying do that, but that would have came with the loss of a like a one of our best players. You know, a Winfield or Evans or something with the pick this year, and you moving up too high. And at that point, might as well do it for a quarterback. If that's the case, might as well do it for a quarterback and take your lumps and beatings and build the team around them for the next couple of years. But no, I don't see us moving up. And then we got an extra third, since we don't have a fifth round. That is, we don't have a fifth round, right? So we got an extra third. So he should be able to make it shake, man.
What if Michael Penix sitting there at 26?
That was what I was getting at earlier. I feel like we're gonna be in that dilemma.
Bro, why
You think he
everybody
gonna
keep
last
asking
that
that?
long?
Because y'all don't realize when those receivers lead at board, listen, there's people they basically saying Drake May is boo boo. Like Mel,
He
what's his
is.
Mel, the
He
Mel.
is trash. He is not good.
Yeah, hey, look, man, he said he want to touch that boy with a 50-foot pole, man.
He's been right on all the quarterbacks he's talked about.
So, when that happens, guess what happens? People slide. If Penix is there,
I just don't want him. If he slide, cool. But if he there at 26, man,
take him.
Man,
Take him.
I
Take
highly
Penix.
doubt he's going to be there for that long. But if
Man,
he is,
look.
go for it.
Take him. Because what you're letting me know is you're preparing yourself for later on, and you're admitting to us you messed up with Kyle Trask.
Yep.
All that he showed us something. That competition was really close. No, it wasn't. The moment you brought Baker here, we knew he was starting.
as Bo said, he wanted to take him when he was with New York when Baker came out.
Jason Light said he's if Baker would have left, got door number 2 in the building.
Wait, say it again. I didn't hear that part. Say it again.
Jason Light said if Baker would have been left, whatever, we had door number 2. We had to go nowhere to get door number 2.
Yeah, okay.
They back with that door shit again.
Okay, I want to.
Hey,
Todd Bowles to me is not a good evaluator of quarterbacks because when he had the chance to draft somebody, he picked Sam Darnold over Baker Mayfield and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
Well, Baker went number 1, so I don't think nobody expected Baker to go number 1 though. They thought Sam Darnold was going to be the pick, and it was Baker.
Those both were bad. They both were bad quarterbacks, man.
Look, when it comes to quarterbacks, I have a different type of grading curve, right? That's why I always say the key phrase of the makeup, right? So I'll give you the most recent quarterback I was right on, Kenny Pickett. He was never a first-round pick.
I don't even see how he went in the first round. Nobody thought he was a first-round pick.
Why would a quarterback with undersized hands be going that high? The boy he got toddler hands. You can't even grip the football.
Not even that. The fact that he spent 5 years in college and his only good year was his 5th year. What?
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't that COVID too? Wasn't that a COVID year?
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Wait a you that's recipe for a disaster of drafting a quarterback in the first round when he only had 1 good year, and the year that he had was his last year as a 5th-year senior. Like, you don't do that.
So let me ask you this then. How do you feel about Anthony Richardson then? And we're Gator fans.
What do you mean like this?
As far as it ain't like he just injured all throughout college.
They banking on him as far as his talent. Talent-wise, he's way better than Kenny Pickett.
Oh yeah. I'm not even grading him there. Oh,
he got hella potential.
It didn't take him 5 years to get good.
He has a big potential ceiling, but the question is, can he tap into it and can they unlock it?
That's why he went that high.
Okay.
Kenny Pickett was only good for 1 year.
Yeah.
And he didn't have a high upside. That's why I was like, when I saw the pick with Pittsburgh, and this is why I like teams like Pittsburgh, organizations, like they admitted after 2 years he's good. And this is what I don't like about Jason Light. One of the things I don't like about Jason Light, he don't like to admit it's a bad pick. Move on.
Nope.
Move on from the freaking pick, man. It's not going to work out.
Nope.
2 years is enough.
Like what we did with Devin White, you were supposed to already had been somewhat signed him or done something and traded him. You knew you was gonna get rid of him.
Got nothing for him. Same with
Got
OJ.
nothing.
Got nothing for him.
Didn't somebody offer a 3 or 4 for him during the trade deadline?
I'm
Same
sure
thing with
they
OJ
did.
Howard. Same thing with the OJ Howard situation.
Yep.
What happened? Nothing.
Nothing. That like Devin White and the OJ, that's bad business, bro. No other teams do that. No other teams do that. You could have. Come on, bro. You could have showed his skill set, let him have a great season, and dumped him right on after that, bro. Like we got nothing for these guys. Nothing. But
And
a nice
two positions that are not cornerstone positions. Think about that for a second. Think about that. A linebacker going in the top 7 and a tight end at pick 17?
17.
And neither one of them was
bro.
like, what the hell?
Yeah, bro.
That's 2 starters that still could be on the team right now.
And they
Right.
O-line and D-line.
Then, like Bucko said, you're wasting time. You wasting time. You re-sign Whitehead. Why let him go the first time? Because the money he got paid when he initially left, you could have paid him that.
They didn't have that money when he left.
No, he could have found the money, bro. You could have found the money. But also that comes with also doing bad contracts elsewhere. We gave his money to Russell Gage. We had the money.
Just goofball stuff that he be doing that people be trying to cap for and overlook and try to act like it's not never happened. It happens with Jason Light, and I don't like it.
Yeah, bro. I'm with it. And he's getting all the praises for off season right now. And I'm like, y'all, wow.
Bro, Buck's Twitter was blowing up. Oh, he's the man. I'm just like,
I said, bro, we're 8-9, 9-8, and this is the same team. Like, I'm telling Peter Report, please bring me on so I can air y'all out, bro. Stop this. He needs his flowers. They said they literally, Buccos, are campaigning for this dude being top 5 GM of all time.
You ain't lying. And I'm like, what has he done?
They be on some weird stuff.
That is Pewter Report, and that's massive because they sit in there and ask questions. They are campaigning for this man to be top 5 GM of all time. I said, whoa, bro.
And as soon as you say he missed on 2 drafts, they about cry. I said, no, that's not true. I told
he missed on more than 2.
They be on some other stuff, man. I swear.
I said, listen.
First of all, them type of guys or that type of group of people, they have media credentials, so they have to keep those credentials some type of way.
Right.
They can't talk like me. They can't do it.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
When you say Jason Light, the first thing popping in my head is 2016. Like that, you just can't remove that from me. That's all I see.
You ask outsiders, they're gonna say, ain't he the dude that drafted the kicker in the first round? And I'm like,
they said that 2014 was a great draft. I'm like, the only thing out of 2014 came out that was good was Mike Evans.
This is why
you wasn't pick Mike because the pick was gonna be Sammy Watkins.
This is what I be thinking about. This is why and I'm a caveat. I'm gonna transition to another area real quick with Carl Davis. But I'm gonna say this piece right here. When it comes to Bucks media, whether it's on the high end or the mid level or the low level, whatever the case may be, certain platforms, they have a narrative, and they stick with it. I can respect them on that. They stick with the narrative.
They do.
They push that narrative, and they don't like this. They'll tell pieces of the story to make it sound good and what they like and what to get everybody to basically agree. And channels like this or platforms like this across other teams that pretty much just keep it 100, they tend to they don't talk like that. They can't because they have to keep the audience. They have some of these channels that like to push a narrative. They do goofy stuff, like they do all these antics and just nonsense. Like, what are you talking about? Tell the whole damn story. Stop trying to act like that never happened. And when you bring it up, it's, well, you're a hater. No, I'm not. I'm rooting for the same team that you're rooting for. So don't give me that crap. This is why
I take the good with the bad.
The day that I don't think it'll ever come. But I'm telling you right now, they better not cross paths with me. They better not cross paths with me. I'll tell you that right now. They ain't gonna like it because I'm gonna rebunk all that shit. Excuse my language. I'm gonna rebunk all that because I'm gonna make them tell the whole story. you're not going to cover up the bad either. You're not going to cover that because of what you feel. No, tell the truth, the reality. We're a 17-17 team in the last 2 seasons, top 5. Are you serious? And I don't want to discredit what they've done for the for us, like the Bucks fan base. They doing a great job, but some of that stuff I just don't rock with. That's why why you don't think I never go in their lives, or I don't never comment on their stuff, because I don't like what they push.
I don't either.
And
then it's like, if you say something, they're like, well, how are you? You're not a true Bucks fan if you can't. I'm like, okay, if we're gonna play that game, when Kyle Trask was drafted, that guy didn't, claim to be here. The Bucks picked him, but y'all don't like him either. You don't root for him, but he's on the team. I didn't understand that, but I just let them have their moment, But I think, like I said, this what's happening right now with our in our division, with these different coaches and quarterbacks for these next 3 years, we will see if Baker lives up to his contract, and if they can give true constructive criticism and not excuses.
Let me ask y'all this though: what y'all think about the Carlton Davis comments about the fan base is okay? Let's talk about that.
He said the fan base is okay. You catching me up to speed? I've been at work today. He said that today?
No, he said that I think a couple of days ago.
He said the fan base is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is true.
Yeah.
He's saying that more than likely because we probably jumped in his comment sections on his social medias and blasted him for like not making plays when he should have made them. It's been a love-hate thing with him.
You could say the same thing for Devin White, but I look at it like when we had Dirk Cutter here, we literally had fans selling their lower bowl tickets to other people out of town. So the fan base to me has always been like that until a certain quarterback came, and then when things started changing, it's just like they get on certain players, and they've been doing that to me. So I can agree with him with that.
Yeah. Well, you gotta put a product on the field. You want my money? I'm not just gonna go to no game just to see a bunch of Jags. Who want to see a bunch of Jags?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like some of the product you put on the field, this is why the team won't travel well. Like Buccos always bring up, if y'all embarrass us on home turf. Like I mean, even when we had Brady, bro, we had a red out game. Most people in attendance supposed to take the division over that night. Even Snoop Dogg had on the Bucks jersey, and you couldn't get it done.
Right.
You couldn't get it done. Come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I think that was what, a 10-0 game or something. Come on, bro.
Was that against the Saints?
Against the Saints. Yeah, it was a red out game. Everything was red in the stadium. More fans than them, and we know the Saints is loyal to their fan base. And you mean to tell me that's but we've been doing that.
It's the product. Plain and simple.
I agree with Carlton Davis on that. I know he's in a weird position because I know a lot of people also be on his head, I'm sure, but I agree with him though. We don't travel.
Same could be for Dean too.
Yeah, Dean too. I'm sure they eating him up in his comment section and so forth. Like, bro, you guys are like, you're dropping interceptions that's like floating to you.
Right.
And then
Detroit. Detroit. Oh my God, bro.
Yeah. Then you get hurt. You get hurt. So
I don't bother with where the ball at, Dean. That boy, where the ball at? That boy looking for the ball everywhere.
He looking for the ball everywhere, bro. Yeah, but nah, I think he's one of those. He's one of those mental illness type guys, bro. If his mental ain't right, he over with. But I agree with him on that. He and we did him a favor. He went to a team that's gonna compete. He's gonna be a starter over there. I do love the fact that we got a third rounder for him. I think that was value. I wouldn't think we would have gotten that for him. But
Same.
that right there was a little, a little like, damn, a third for Carlton Davis. I know his pace is one thing, but his stats, like, let's just be real. You've been playing with us for what,
6 years.
6 years, and you have a total of 9 interceptions, my guy.
Wow.
Bland was a undrafted player for the Cowboys, and he did your whole season in one season. And he's an undrafted guy. And what, 5 pick sixes? Yeah, bro.
Mm-hmm.
There was somebody in the chat trying to tell me he a top 10 corner.
No, he was paid. No, the Bucks were paying him like a top 10 corner. He was actually number 8, if I'm not mistaken, or number 9. But his
And
stats,
the crazy thing is like for years we had like short corners, and we were like, dude, why can't we draft any tall, lengthy corners that's fast? And we get two of them, and the catcher is they can't catch.
yeah. Well, the reason why is because he's drafting. They were drafting man corners. Well, if you're going to play zone, then you need to draft corners that are good in zone. Like, which is why this has also been an issue. You said these guys are great in man coverage, but when we look at the games or go to the games, we're watching our supposed number one corner playing off the receiver about damn near 15 yards. What
Every
are we
time.
doing?
And get beat.
2nd and 3, 10 years off the ball. I'm like,
Yeah,
what?
So I'm paying a guy top 10 money to basically play a prevent style defense or a scared
And
defense.
and then when the media asks you, why are you playing so much zone? Well, not everybody can play man.
Everybody
But
can't play man.
these are guys that you drafted, brought in. I didn't
Well,
understand that either.
well, I think that was a I don't want to tell on Devin White's statement. Because everybody else, I feel like, can play man. I don't think Dean. I've seen Dean get nose to nose with people. He's got burnt here and there, but he has good speed. And I've seen Carlton do it. He'll get burnt or he'll do his grabby thing. But there is one person on that team that cannot cover at all, and we know who it is. So I think it was other people around, but even then, it's still no excuse. You're paying these people to do their job, and they're halfway doing it. So
Can I ask you something? Since we're on defense, do you think? Because we already know Levante, he's gonna play. Do you
mhm.
think it'll be a battle between Servassier and KJ Britt to get that linebacker spot, or you think they're just gonna give it to KJ?
I believe it'll be a battle. They both, if I'm not mistaken, they both offer something different because Britt is more of a downhill player. So he's great on our run packages, but he can't cover that well. Savasier is the cover guy. He's the cover guy. He can snag the ball out the air and so forth. So I think they may actually share playing time. I don't know. We may have to do different packages with them because I in my opinion I think they're two different players. They do
They
two different two.
use
Yeah,
they
I
use
think that.
Levante and cover more than Britt.
But
Just like
Savasier can cover.
yeah, but I'm saying Britt was still on the field just for that fact alone. The same way they did Devin White to cover up
Oh
his
yeah,
flaw.
yeah,
The
yeah,
same way they did Devin White to cover up his flaw.
yeah.
So
But I think Britt could easily pretty much get the job because I mean he a downhill thumper, bro. So he can no, he can he was pretty impressive, man. Now, granted, you also got fresh legs too. So let's see how
Right.
it looks. It's the same thing. I know we kind of we hype up Yaya, but when that playing time got increased, that production did go down. That's why I'm not really okay with not having a clear cut edge guy right now. I'm not really happy with that. Um, because our defensive tackle, that's not his job. Granted, he can get to the quarterback. Cool. That's not his job. Where's our sack guy at? Where's our double digit sack guy? Guaranteed when
outside the
teams play us,
goal.
they circle him.
Right. And that's why I think our offense, I mean not our offense, our defense with the way it is right now. it's going to be an uphill battle. It's not going to be as solid, mainly because we already know, even if we stop the run and we're good at playing the run, we know teams are going to pass on us. So it's like, as Zion is number one, Dean going to be in and out. You got Brees Hall that we signed, but a lot of people say he gets smoked a lot. And you got your slot, but your main two guys are going to be Winfield and Whitehead and Levante.
I'm gonna just tell you like I told Sal. They don't get the draft right, go ahead. You can guarantee you can hand the division over to the Falcons this year.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
Falcons are in a good spot, bro.
Guaranteed. The they got what they're doing is they're desperate, and they are desperate because that contract lets me know with Kirk Cousins that they're desperate. But they also used up as much money as they could to get things over there. So as I look at the holes on my defense and I look at their offense, I'm like, this ain't
Can't
good.
cover Drake London, I already know.
You're not
You
covering
got
Drake
two
London.
good running backs.
You got Kyle Pitts over there. Then you brought Rondale Moore to play out the slot. Then you brought
What?
Darnell Mooney over there, and we ain't have
Yep.
yet to see the full potential of Bijan because he was sharing snaps. I don't think Raheem Morris is going to do that. He's going to unleash that boy. And then you have
Right.
Kirk Cousins who can definitely deliver the ball. Now, how he looks coming off of torn Achilles, don't know. But if I'm going to go off of what I've seen and what I've seen with him, he finna light you up, straight up. So looking at the holes on my defense and what we have to deal with, we're the team to beat. But right now, this ain't looking good.
hmm
You bought
I
the
think.
band back.
Do you think that the Panthers? Do you think the Panthers are a close second, or you think they still need a year or two?
No, the Panthers did. For me, I feel like they did a garage sale. I think they are understanding where they are at. Um, they let go who Brian Burns, one of their top corner, if I'm not mistaken, too, and something else. I'm
They let
not really.
defensive players go.
Yeah, they let, and that was what was the bread and butter for them when sneakily like top 10 last season, and Brian Burns is a big part of that. So I'm not really so much worried about them. We will be in a battle though, because unfortunately their head coach came from us, so he knows some things. Um, but I'm not really too much worried about them. I'm looking at a Jesse Bates led defense with a Kirk Cousin led offense with many weapons, and my
Right.
team not being able to get to the quarterback unless we are sending an all out blitz. I am down a starter on like Zion is great. He has the measurables, but he didn't just play elite like that. And I'm not knocking him because I love what I seen. I see the potential, but damn, bro, you still paying Dean that money. So I'm still right now. That's a question mark. My corner situation is a question mark. So, man, all you did was solidify safety.
Right, and let's not act like the Falcons haven't been hanging with us in games, and
Come
they
on,
did
man.
that. They did
That was
that with their, I forgot his name already.
Desmond Ritter.
Him, that guy,
So
and
Kirk
they almost
Cousins.
beat us.
Mm,
And they got two good running backs, Algier. Man,
mm-hmm. 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 And a coach that is ready to prove that he shouldn't have been fired anyway from us. So when he play us, it's definitely gonna be personal.
Oh yeah.
He might be holding the chip against on his shoulder with us because we didn't let him know as an organization that, oh yeah, you went 10-5, but we gonna blow this thing up and you're gonna be part of it. So kind of sent him on his way and made him start over from the ground up, and now he's got his chance again. So just so happened that guy just got a bunch of weapons and toys and a veteran quarterback that ain't scared to throw it on his team. Yeah, he's in our division. So, yeah, that's going to be real nice when we play them.
And the
Uh,
Falcons defense was top 10.
exactly.
yeah, yeah.
So they hungry. They are very hungry. And I watched the Bucks have good cap space, get two, like I told Sal, because he was like, we should have signed Russell Wilson. We would have had extra money. Yeah, but we also got team friendly contracts with Evans and Baker Mayfield, and we chose to do what? re-sign
Everybody else.
Gaines and Walford and Chase Edmonds, look Wolford. We did that. We didn't actually go and try to grab something off the free market that was a new face that showed the team and the fans, hey, we trying to get this thing again. No, you brought the
Well,
band back. You've been bringing the band back since 2020, my guy.
right. And I don't know if you guys heard about it, but about an hour ago, Mike just restructured his contract. So it created, I think it said 17 million in cap
Okay.
space.
That's just for the draft class, probably.
That's probably for draft class
Yeah.
because if I'm not mistaken, we kind of went over. If I'm not mistaken, with the Winfield. I thought, where is the Chris Godwin restructure? Have we done that one yet?
You on the
I
phone?
don't think so.
I doubt they're gonna restructure or touch him.
Wow.
Who did they just
Didn't they
restructure?
restructure him last year?
Who did they just restructure? Bucket with your girl?
Sorry?
What did you just say? Last hour?
Yeah, it was about an hour ago. I saw on Twitter
Yeah,
that
he
Mike
restructured.
restructured his contract.
Who?
Mike.
Mike
Mike
Evans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they converted a roster bonus of 21 million. They treating that like a signing bonus. So,
Damn, already?
Exactly.
What it was a week?
That's why that man did. That's why he deserves to retire, Buck, right there. Because I don't know another player that will willingly do that at all. So shout out to Mike. But you mean to
You know
tell
what's funny
me?
though? I don't mean to cut you off. You know what's funny though? Keenan Allen, when he came out with that tweet saying Mike and Cheetah ain't better than him, and then Mike, before Mike restructured his contract, he was like, "No, I'm not gonna take a discount from the Chargers when I just posted my best season." Mike done restructures how many times? Come
Mike
on, man.
Evans, man, Mike Evans. First of all, they're two different receivers.
Exactly.
Keenan Allen did play outside a little bit this last season, but boy, you are you Mike Evans. We thought little Mike Evans had little legs. Keenan Allen has little ankles and everything. Like the boy is Benjamin. The boy has got short syndrome from the kneecaps down. You don't play. You ain't played a full season yet. So he's great out that slot, but yeah, you're this. We know number 13, and it's on our squad. But nah, man,
That Chris Godwin contract, terrible.
man, bro.
Let me ask y'all this: do you think? Well, I mean, Xavier Howard is sitting out there. Would you look at him? But he's 30 though. Well, is that someone you would look at?
Here's the thing. I would take it because of I don't know. Here's the thing. Zion, he it's his spot, right? Like, what if that is like bad? Like, I ain't trying to put that in the air, but what if it's like, boy, no. And now we are trying to figure out what we're gonna do once the season starts. I wouldn't mind it. The only problem with him is, he can catch, but he gets burnt and he's injury. His injuries is
He like Dean, but older a little bit.
yeah. I think he's been in the league since 2015, maybe 2015.
He
I
like
think
30 or 31 at tops, but I mean,
yeah. So
present.
Still better than what we got.
it's better than what we. I mean, if that's the case, go get Gilmore. He's on the market.
He
Sign him
signed
from
Minnesota.
Oh Lord. So all right, well there that goes.
What happened?
Gilmore, I think he signed with Minnesota because that reunite him with so what name? The coordinator from the old
Flores.
Dolphins coach.
Oh, Mike Flores.
Yeah,
Brian Flores.
Yeah, Flores.
So yeah, Xavier Howard, like he said, that's a veteran presence that's going to pretty much know his duties and know what to do. I think you do that in the event that it goes, because right now, where is the depth? Where is the depth at corner? You have another corner that you're paying what 20 plus million to that he can't stay healthy. They said these boys, Dean and Davis, played a total of what 7 games together last season. Like finished, starting through. He had a 17-game season.
Well, that explains they had to get rid of one of them. It shows Carlton Davis. He got him. He can get them more. He got them a 3rd round pick. So I don't think Dean would have got him that.
Nah, I don't think so neither. But where's our depth? Who backs these guys up? Something the rookies we drafted last year before last, practice squad people bring over. Who backs these people? Who backs these guys up in the event of injury or just not performing? So you should have you should have got a corner. So if Xavier Howard is there, that may be the move they make. You need to do it. You signing all these old linemen that's like, more depth guys.
But the problem is with Xavier Howard, he's not looking at the Bucks.
Nah, I don't think so neither.
Keep 100 with you.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so neither. I think he would rather go to a team that's competing for something.
We're not a destination.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Yeah, probably like Detroit. They may pick him up with the Chiefs. You know, Eagles might got a little bread to go ahead and snag him. You know, so something like that. Or hell, maybe even Houston. People don't realize when the season started, Houston was sitting with like $62 million of over the cap, like money to play with.
We're no longer a free agent destination.
Nope. Washington may mess around again because that's who got the most cap and they signing garbage ass players.
No, it actually was the Commanders. That's what you just said.
Yeah, I said Washington got the most cap space, and look who they signing.
Yeah, it was $91 million when the free agency kicked off. $91 million.
Well,
Patriots is up there too.
Like you got to spend it. I mean,
yeah, that's why. And you sitting up there signing these players. I'm like, but you must be. I mean, they probably finna go through a purge or whatever. So like, yeah, we'll sign all these 1-year deals and guarantee all the money.
Mm-hmm. That's how I go.
Yeah.
New coach, new staff.
Yep. But I'm with Buckles though. As I'm sitting here looking for what if I'm looking because you build your team to beat your division, and then of course you scheme and schematically do what you need to do to play outside the division. If I'm looking at my division right now, and let's just say we get because see this is the thing about Derek Carr dirty behind. He's like a Carson Wentz to me. Like they are streaky, but when they catch flames, right? So let's just say this is the season now. He wants to show out with Chris Olave. He wants to show out and throw all over the place in X, Y, and Z. And then you got to deal with what you got to deal with the Falcons. I don't like my pass rush or my secondary issue right now. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
Who was that said? Would you be upset if the Bucks go all defense? Well, they don't have to go all defense, but probably out of the 6-7 picks, probably 4 need to be defense.
Yeah, we need defense. We need defense. Now that's it. We need defense, bro.
Yeah, get that.
That was Big Buck that said it.
What's that? Who that? Gorzlo, what's up, man?
Oh, what's up, bro?
I mean, Shaq Barrett and Carlton Davis, they were starters. Now that's holes.
That's what I'm saying. Chop there, take them.
Y'all like
he had a good combine anyway.
He's most likely to be there at 26 than on Jarrett Verse.
Y'all like Kool-Aid?
Extra sugar.
Huh?
Extra sugar.
Extra sugar. Oh, you talking about you a Florida boy, so I ain't talking to you. We drank City Punch.
Yep.
I just wanted to ask, I'm sorry. So with the addition of Liam Cohen, I didn't get to watch his press conference or whatever. Do we have an idea? Did he give us any ideas of what this offense is going to look like?
It's West Coast. It's motion. It's motion. 2 tight ends, screens. It's West Coast. He does come with a different run game. He's a zone running type of guy. They do a lot of zone runs and motions and whatnot, but it's West Coast.
You want to start Dallas type stuff.
If you want a better idea of Liam Coleman, go watch Kentucky.
Yeah.
I said he won't be that stubborn type deal that Canales had.
Like he's not a top team in the SEC. They normally do okay with the running game. He does do good with the running game. I'll give him that. But as far as the SEC goes, is he a powerhouse? No, but his scheme is going to be West Coast.
His version.
His version because he.
No, go ahead. I'm talking to somebody else.
I don't have any expectations for him at all going into the season.
Well. This is what I will say though. You've called plays, and I told Sal this. He did call plays, so I gotta hold him to a higher standard than I did with Dave Canales. Now I ain't saying we finna be no world beaters or anything close to that. So I ain't talking about no 12 wins. But you should know how to sequence plays, because there are games where I watched with Dave Canales where I felt like he didn't know how to sequence his plays right. You're not knowing how to not run, not when to throw. You were figuring it out on the
No,
fly.
you're right, because there would be times where like he's driving down the field and then he calls a wide receiver screen, then we go back like 2 yards.
Yeah, exactly. So for me, Liam Cohen, that you have experience, bro. I get it. You ain't been, calling plays in the NFL like that, but you have experience of knowing how the game should flow. So I'm holding him to that. What that equates
I
to,
don't know about that part right there. Experience, yeah, as OC, the title, but NFL OC, that's a whole different ballgame.
you are correct. I'm just saying the ability to go from a guy that at least has called some form of plays in a high level of football versus a guy that suggested never did nothing since high school.
But name me all the OCs in the NFL that's from college that are high level.
You say who?
Name me all the OCs, or what teams have OCs from college that are calling plays at a high level? We got time.
Todd Monken.
Yeah,
I was gonna go to Todd Monken, bro. He showed out, man. He did show out.
But was he
But
college? Was he NFL first or college first?
Yeah, well, you know what?
What's
You're
first?
right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. So
we can sit on this conversation for at least 30 minutes. This is what I'm saying. I can make the point easy.
the last guy was at the Panthers, and he went to a strip club and got fired immediately.
Long story short, there's not a lot of them. So
I do.
Well, Liam Cohen, teams weren't knocking down their doors to get him as the OC, because if that was the case, he wouldn't have got to the Bucs.
No.
True.
I do like his chances better his first year than Dave's chances last year.
Based on
That's
I don't know.
that's all I'm saying. I feel if we took a guy that had no type of experience and at least won 9 games, I got to give this guy that at least has called some, college games and has, a successful season or two. I got to give him some type of leeway. That's all I'm getting at. What that equates to, I can't be held to nothing. Are we finna be stomping down the league? No, sir, not at all. I feel a little bit better with what I'm saying is this. Let me put it like this. I think the offense will look better under him. Let me put it that way.
I would hope that he learned a little something or could take away something from McVay when he was with the Rams.
Yeah, so let me just say that. The offense should look better with a guy that at least has experience and knows what he's doing, and he's not answering questions like, oh, this is all new, and we're still figuring it out, and we're learning each other, and I'm still figuring out, oh, you can't do this at this time.
Yeah, that was like every press conference with Canales.
I don't want to hear that at the press conference, bro. Like that's just not a good look, man. I get it, but that's not a good look. You're not the first guy to be green and get a job.
I'm just trying to figure out when the Bucs signed Liam Cohen to the OC job. What number was he before they got to him? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because guys were coming off, getting signed as OCs left and right, and I'm like, where did this guy come from?
Yeah.
I mean, was he the 5th pick, 6th pick, 7th pick, 8th pick?
He might have been number 8, but this is what Kentucky fans this is what Kentucky fans did say, because I did my research on him when we nobody was looking at Liam Cohen, so I no one. Just like Dave Canales. But they did say he could not, they were not going to publicly speak on him interviewing or doing anything because it would mess up the portal for Kentucky, which is also why fans are mad with him at Kentucky also, because he got students to commit and he's not there. So I will say that he's right now
at Kentucky as OC. Interesting. He did two tenures at Kentucky. I don't know, man. I don't have any expectations for that guy.
The first season with Will Levis, that Will Levis season with what's that receiver from the Giants, the tall dude. It was okay. It was okay.
I keep my expectations super low for Liam Cohen.
Was he
I'm
there
not. I
in
don't have high.
2021?
He was there when Will Levis was there in the tall tight end the Giants drafted last year.
I'll take what he can give as far as like it's like the Canal situation, as you build. I'm not finna go into the season beating my chest and giving him this praise. I'm not
Oh
giving
Yeah.
yeah,
him
No, I
no.
get you, but I
I'm
It's
don't.
none of that.
He
anything.
he
I'm not
can't.
giving him anything. I'm not giving him nothing until I
What?
see it.
No, I get
All
you, but he can't be worse than Canales. In my opinion, he can't be worse.
He's at a 0 right now for me. 0.
I
well,
expect
no,
that
I mean,
offensive struggle though.
all I'm saying is a guy that at least has had that playbook, and at a high collegiate level. I'm sorry. I'm saying I should expect this offense should look better. That's all I'm saying.
Game 8,
What that?
week 9 or 10, and I'll give you what I think, but
Oh
I'm
yeah, no worries.
0.
Yeah, I feel you.
0.
Yeah,
0.
I wouldn't have no issue with that. I'm just saying, you took a guy with no experience. He called plays. I don't even know if that was at high school. I think it was something else, Pee
He
Wee.
did at high school.
Okay, yeah. Well, he was like, yeah, we got to call plays, and that was really fun. And like, bro, this is
And it's
20
funny.
years
This
later.
all sounds like the 2023 Bucks all over again.
It's gonna look like it too, especially in the beginning.
Yeah,
It looks
yeah,
like the same. This is my point. I said the overall point with the post free agency talk. After all these moves been made by teams that are on our same tier or teams that are better, what did the Bucks do to get better? It goes.
yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Oh, we
That
got a
right
new
there.
OC. We got a new OC. Oh, you talking about the guy that had to go to Cosby and OC?
Well, at least they got rid of the cancer in the locker room.
Oh,
So
And we see him this upcoming season.
yeah.
it just goes back to the post. Like after all the smoke has cleared, the fires have been put out, and dust has settled. Some teams in free agency that are better than us or in the same level has gotten better.
Yeah, no
And this is
disagreement
gonna be
there.
a
Nope,
tough.
nobody should do. And
I mean,
some of these
the
teams,
Ravens, the who was the
Kansas City.
Kansas City, like they're better than us, and they're making moves outside of
San Francisco.
they're not sticking with keep sticking with the same. No, they say we're gonna delete this guy, we're gonna bring this guy in. They're doing it, and they're better than us. They don't have to do it.
Yeah. And my issue is this: when I look at the money, you had Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones, and I get it with Rashad White. I get it. Played a little better than expected, right? I get it. But you mean to tell me at the end of the day, bro, you that loyal where you said, well, I don't care, I drafted him, that's my guy. And you got some guys that's proven to be them dudes, and they signing for 7-9. Derrick Henry signed for what? What are you
These teams
doing,
are
bro?
better than us, and they're making moves. They're better than us, and they're making moves. They're constantly adjusting the roster. What are we doing?
I think the biggest thing is with this Bucks, like the Bucks front office and like the Bucks culture, that is also a gift and a curse, is the loyalty. It's too.
Yeah.
Once again,
Think about it like this. When we got Tom said, I can win with this roster, but it wasn't enough. We have a roster. We went to the playoffs, but it's still not enough. Not if we're trying to get over that hump.
You know what?
The Bucks front office should not be that naive to sit there and look at the team and say, "Oh, we'll bring everybody back." You know what I'm saying?
That's what they're doing.
You can't be that arrogant to think that this team is going to be better. You cannot.
Bucking with your girl just actually hit it on the head though. If Jason Light is sitting there and he is the greatest quarterback, if you want to argue that, that's fine. But he is the greatest quarterback of all time saying, I can win with that team. And you're looking like, oh, I drafted that. At the end of you think you're doing something right. And then you have a couple of foot soldiers that will continue to put this narrative out and people roll with it. I go down all the comment sections of anything Buck related. And Jason, like, you'll think that boy is Santa, like you'll think this boy is people's daddy right now.
Well, if that's the case, then what's the explanation of 17-17 last two seasons? What's the explanation?
And that screams average.
But that right there will turn me into what Bucking with your girl said. You're not a real Buck fan. That's how that goes.
And I think
They
the
don't.
worst.
They
Oh, go ahead.
no. That's it.
I think the worst part is too, especially like with Jason, this like from is they don't want to go after the proven people or like the actual good people that are out there. They want to get that little diamond in the rough that they think it is, like the Bryce Hall. They
It's
want to get these people
it,
that aren't really that guy just because I feel like Jason wants that ego of, oh, I made this dude, I drafted him, I made, like, you know what I mean.
the
He
Bucks
don't want.
the Bucks front office can be, well, they are showing it in some cases, but look, they did a great job bringing the guys back. But you mean to tell me you are this naive when teams that are better than you making moves and you not?
Yeah.
And the reason why people say, well, the Bucks did make moves. I'm not talking about bringing the guys we saw play last year on the freaking team. I'm talking about getting better in key areas that you know you're not good in. Other teams are doing it.
Yeah, bro.
Other teams are making moves that are better than us. I'm gonna keep saying that. And we stuck.
You just got better with Hollywood Brown.
And then here's the problem with bringing back those players, right? Let's say you
It's
bring the
2021
band
all
back.
over again.
You
It's
bring the
running it back.
back. You brought the band back, right? Okay, this team is great. I want my guys back. Well, guess what, bro? You just lost like 3 of them guys that was on that team. So this ain't the same team no more. This is not the same team no more. Did you account for not having Shaq Barrett, Devin White, and Carlton Davis?
Well, you can
Hold
I'm
on.
okay with that a little bit though, because you really didn't notice that they were here, like Bucko.
I know, but you still brought back the band because you're looking at this team on tape. They were a part of it at the end of the day.
Gold. It's fool's gold. It's what did I say last year? I don't want the Bucks to be in a hamster wheel, and this is a hamster wheel. It's literally the definition of a hamster wheel in the NFL. In the NFL, you are stuck in a bubble that you think you're on fire, Talladega Nights, that you're not.
Oh, and Nick Leverett and Hainsley. Yeah, this ain't the same team, bro. You weren't supposed to brought everybody back. You were supposed to realize, okay, it's time to.
You gotta make adjustments. You have to make adjustments every year. If you need to make an adjustment, you make it. This is what keeps the top level organizations at the top. Look at the records for the last 10 years. Prior to Tom Brady getting here, you know the record for Bucks, 34-62.
And no one was talking about Jason Light before that.
I'm just saying.
No.
I mean, so my point is with this post free agency, when you just sit back and grab your cup of coffee or some tea or some water, whatever you like to drink, and you take a piece of paper and you sit on the front porch at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning, and you just take a deep breath and be like, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happened. What did the Bucks do? You just take a breath and stand back and look. Okay, we signed a lot of guys back, and then
we signed 9 and 7 back. That's what we signed back.
But here's the crazy part about it, right? That's fine if Dave Canales was still here. You got a new OC, so that means a new system. So everyone has to relearn anyway. So why not just bring the new faces in that's got to relearn whatever this guy is going to implement into the offense anyway? We're not going. It's not like I could see why the Lions brought back everyone, of course, and their OC, and he didn't even want to go. But I'm saying because you could see why a guy would say no. This thing is special. It looks special, so you can look at that and say that thing will be dangerous in year 2. Moving like that, this didn't have the makings of that this year. We didn't see a peaking like we did with Tom Brady, where it's like, oh, we finna be dumping points on people's head. You can't do nothing with us. There was one part of 2021, where we're all having conversations saying, if you can't score 30, you're not beating us.
Yep, I had the conversation.
Point blank, period. Point blank. That was beautiful. If you can't score, we're looking at teams we got to play. If you can't drop 30, you can't beat us, bro. And if you do, guess what? We're probably going to drop 40 then.
Exactly.
To this year, 17 to 21 points.
Rarely will everyone over 20. Rarely.
And literally spells with this team set up. That literally spells between 7 and 10, 9 and 8.
I'm with you this time with the defense. I'm normally not with you a little bit. I give them a little cushion, but with the defense having the holes they got, I ain't gonna lie. The corner, The middle linebacker. I'm of course I love
Yeah,
Levante,
because
but
like all these OCs are gonna like come in. They're gonna be like, "Dang, I got Dean on one side and Zion on the other. Easy, easy."
And Dean gonna lead the game, so you gonna have Brees Hall, whatever his name is, come in and play.
Easy,
listen,
like that. They're looking at that
Dude,
like I don't even have to throw to the safeties.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That what's his name, Latatouille or whatever. I've already told Sal. I do know I said take Penix, but if he's also there, like if he happens to fall, I know he got the little injury on him. You need to bring him in, bro. You need to bring him in. Like I got to see something that is forceful and demands attention on my defense right now because we don't have it.
What I want on that D line is a Jeffrey Simmons type player. I want one of those guys on the D line. And there's no knock on Vito, and there's no knock on Clancy, and Yaya got a little tough, little he got it in him. But I want a Jeffrey freaking Simmons, a Christian Wilkins on that D line. They can put his hand in the dirt at the 5 tech or rush at the 0 tech or the 1 tech or the whatever. He can get to the quarterback at 305, 310 pounds. Jeffrey Simmons. That's the one that type player on the D line. 6'4", 6'3", 310 pounds, maybe 315. Can get you 9, 10, 11, 12 sacks from the inside. We don't have that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We in trouble, bro, on the D line. I'm cool. Like I told them, I said they got an A from the fans because they brought back fan favorites. But the league is looking like, bro, that's easy money.
And then we're gonna get in the conferences of Todd Bowles every week saying we can't get there before. We have to blitz.
Well, we had a great practice.
And it's gonna be like you didn't do anything about it.
Well, we had a great practice. We had a great practice leading up to the game. We had a great practice.
Yeah, we got to have good practice. But that's what's going to happen. They're going to act. What's going to happen is they're going to go back and ask about off season. Did you think maybe bringing back the guys at the end of the day? Like, I heard someone. I want to say it was what's the other big talk guy from Tampa? I can't think of his name. He does a lot of the talk radio. His co-host said, "Well, let's just be honest though. This is a 9-8 team he brought back. Thank you. Like we have to put. I want them to. I want someone to say that too, Jason. Like and just see how he responds, because I want to see if you're going to sit here and say, well, we really could have won more games, And there's this narrative that they're starting that, hey, we were within a touchdown of the Detroit game, bro. Stop that. Hey man, the Bucks media is doing that, and I'm like, whoa, bro, did you see that game and think we was close? That's one of those ones where it kind of looked like the Terrence Crawford Earl Spence fight. It could have went down the first round if any of y'all watched that fight. It could have been done the first. It could have been.
And let's be honest, the Lions let up.
Bro, they let up. Look, man, they could have did it to us in the first. They could have smoked our boots before the half. Let's cut it out, man.
I want a Dexter Lawrence type guy on that D line.
Yeah, Will Anderson, TJ Watt. I want a high motor. I want that.
I'm going to keep harping on this D line. I'm so sick of this for the last several years. I am so sick of it, man. I am so sick of this D line.
And we had to rely on free agency because we can't rely on them drafting a guy well.
Like I said,
all the last D line except for Kalijah has been misses.
Like I said,
hey guys, what's going on?
Yaya and Kancey is good, but let's just be Yaya is not. Like he didn't show enough that lets us know he's the guy this season.
Hey, so from what I've been hearing, it sounds like y'all aren't really satisfied with what's going on so far.
Nah,
what's going on?
No, you seen the Falcons? Have you seen the Falcons?
Okay.
You happy because you get to buy Mike Evans jersey still?
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, you can't say nothing bad right now about Jason Light for the simple fact he brought back Mike to my eyes. But hey, that's just besides the point. But I'm gonna say this, man. I've been waiting to talk to y'all. I'll say this. I will give the grade right now a B-. And the reason why I say B- is as we're sitting up here right now feeling a type of way. I'll say this. We would probably feel a lot worse if some of these moves that did happen didn't happen. So, for example, bringing back Mike obviously was a big thing. Bringing back Levante was probably one of my favorite things about this whole thing. But I'll have to say with Jason Light, I give him credit for getting Baker back.
You didn't like Chase Edmonds? You didn't like the Chase Edmonds?
No, I don't like the Chase Edmonds move, but I'll say this. Getting Baker back at what? Being ranked 16th highest paid quarterback in the league?
18th.
18th? I'll take that. Obviously, he addressed 2 spots in the trenches. I think he signed 2 offensive linemen. So I'll take that because, look, previously we were giving him flack for not addressing the trenches. Now here's where things get tricky. We know his draft record. So right now, with the way the cap's set up and us trying to clear a little space to get more free agents, I'm more so worried about this draft if he's going to tank it or if he's going to hit well.
But he's a top 5 GM. You shouldn't be worried.
Look, he's a top 5 GM when it comes to getting free agents. But when it comes to drafting, we all know his record in here. We all been beating this over the head.
So okay, if you're gonna use that, let's use simple math.
Whoa! What type of agents? You said getting free agents?
Who the fuck that is?
No, I'm gonna be honest. Well, I'm gonna be honest. Well,
I mean, keeping our guys is considered, free agents too, I guess, right?
I'm gonna say I'll say this. He's top 5. I'll say this. He could be damn near top 3 at figuring out how to keep his players on his team. Right. I don't see it. I'll give him that. But free agent signing, we ain't done nothing. That was Brady coming and people saying, I'm at the end of my career. I get to play with Brady. We're gonna kick back and forth.
Hey, but does Brady come here? But Brady don't come here. Brady don't come here if he's not here. Let's be real. Brady don't come here if he's not here.
We were Brady's last resort.
Who the only team going after Brady?
There were reports that there were other teams that were going to go after Brady. But let's be real.
But Brady couldn't go there though.
But Light and Tom had a connection from New England.
Us and the Chargers.
That's a slippery slope. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That one there, you kind of on your own with that one.
They did have a connection in New England, right? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Everybody that worked with the Patriots in 2000 get credit for saying they attribute.
I'm gonna tell you why that's not true. Because he really came here to get closer to Miami.
Where's he at right now? Where's he at right now?
Exactly. And that blew up because all the stuff came out with Miami. We all know what was going to happen. We heard he was going to buy the team. Exactly. He lived there. He was getting his house built in Miami. So everything they did and said must have been true. We were the pit stop in between him owning that team.
Well, there's smoke, there's fire there, because all of a sudden when his time was up with the Bucks, next stop was Miami. Well, damn. What has anybody seen Tom in Tampa lately? Oh.
Yeah, I can't. And then here's another thing, and I know why you're saying that too. Again, the narrative came from the Bucks because I watch them. When Buccos ain't on, I'm going through everybody's stuff, seeing what people got to say. If it's too stupid, I don't care. But I know where you're getting that top 5 free agent, that Shaq Barrett crap. How did that contract work out? Gave us 19 and a half sacks and played us like a fool after that, bro.
Okay, question.
19 sacks went to 12, then to 10, then to like 3.
Did we not win the Super Bowl based off adding free agents with him as the GM? Yes or no?
No, we added free agents.
We
won a.
Tom was the GM. Tom was the GM.
If you want to see this, now I'm going to talk to you like I don't root for the Bucks. If I'm going to be honest, right? What happened was we were the most healthiest team in a COVID year. Everyone followed Brady. Our defense caught gold, and that's that. It had nothing to do with people saying, Jason Light, you call him? I want to come play for you, bro. Had nothing to do with that. Tom Brady was showing DMs where hey, bro, come to Florida. He's doing that.
Because Gronk ain't coming. AB ain't coming.
Yeah,
Leonard Fournette probably is not coming.
So what about after Tom Brady? He's still the GM, right? We still made the playoffs last year, right?
Yeah, but what free agents did we sign last year? What big free agents did we sign? What could Jason Light, Todd Bowles bring here on their own?
Man, I'm gonna be real with you. Besides Tom and them coming, like y'all said, when's the last time we really has ever signed a real big free agent? What?
JPP was the last big free agent we signed.
The last big free agent was Simeon Rice, bro. That's how far you got to go back.
And that's what I'm saying. So, like, at some point, bro, like, we got to get this man
Wait, hold on. The only free
that's
agent,
why.
wait. The only free agent I give credit to Jason that like kind of like kept the consistency and better than Barrett in my opinion was JPP. That was the last free agent.
You traded for him though.
I saw, huh?
But you traded for JPP.
Oh, never mind. I thought he was a free agent signing. I know you traded for him.
And Light did that too.
Round in 2018.
Listen, I get the draft and his failures. Like we Mopar, you and Sal have been beating that drum for years. I get it. But I just think right now, bro, like if we look at last year how we made the playoffs in one division, now granted the division was down anyway, and it wasn't that big of a deal, but we made it. Mm-hmm. We typically, as Bucks fans, we watch the offseason come and then things just don't happen, and then we go back to the bottom of the barrel.
Okay,
this man's been pretty active. He's been pretty active enough to where we still can retain some stuff and still be competitive.
Byron, I have a question.
You cool with being competitive, not contenders. Oh, okay, cool.
Byron, I have a question for you.
You got to be competitive to be a contender, so we got to win the division first.
Byron, I got a question for you. Right now, before the draft, with everyone we sign, do you think our record will be the same next year, or do you think it'll be higher?
With what we have now going into before the draft or
yes, after? Before the draft. Before the draft right now. What do you think our record would be right now with this team?
I think it would probably be the same.
Okay.
Competitive.
Okay. Cool. So with that, hold on. Let me ask my.
But do you think by any of the moves that the other free agents have made within our division, you think they surpass us?
That's what I'm finna ask you right now.
I don't think Atlanta. I still don't think Atlanta's better. I still don't think New Orleans better, and I still don't think.
Wait, time out.
I want to ask my question.
I don't think they're better teams than us. No, I don't.
I gotta ask my question. Hold on.
Time out. So wait a minute. So let me make sure I heard this correctly. So Byron, you said New Orleans is not better than the Bucks, and Atlanta didn't get better.
Okay. No, I said Atlanta got better, but I don't think they're better than us. No.
Right. So we were 9-8, right?
Right.
And the Saints were 9-8, correct?
Yep, correct.
And the Falcons were 7-10, correct?
Correct.
So if the Falcons got better, that 7-10 turns into what?
It could match our record, if not be a game. I don't believe in a 36-year-old quarterback coming off an Achilles injury. I don't.
How much better did they get? You saying
by a game or two, if that.
So they're 9-8. Let's give them 9-8. So they're 9-8, and the Saints pretty much and the Bucks are pretty much mirror. So we're looking at the same exact scenario almost again this year, down to the wire. Who gets the last game of the season? Who goes into the playoffs? That ain't saying much.
No, the division's whack as a whole. Yeah, no doubt.
So but the Falcons beat us with Ritter, though.
So that's what I'm going to ask you. So let's just be real. With the additions that they've made, and just think about how competitive there was a game, I believe it was in Tampa. They tried to give it to us, and we couldn't win it. The game where Winfield Peanut punched the ball off. Yeah, punched the ball out at the goal. Like, they tried to give that game to us, bro. So let me ask you this. What do you think those games look like with Kirk Cousins now? Because this ain't Desmond. This is not Desmond.
But here's the thing, though. You're talking as if like Kirk Cousins is Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes. Kirk Cousins is 74 and 78 and 1-4 in the playoffs. We actually have the better quarterback in the division. If you want
I don't believe that. No, I don't believe that.
That's why I disagree.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins is better than Baker.
He's 74 and 78 and 1-4 in the playoffs. Baker Mayfield has more playoff wins than Kirk Cousins does. Please tell me how Kirk Cousins is better.
Whoa. I'm going to be honest with you, bro. He's younger than him.
He's coming off an Achilles injury? Are you kidding me?
I get that. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. But Kirk Cousins, granted, they did overpay for him. We ain't going to argue the contract is whack. Could have did something different. I'm not gonna lie. The contract is over. It's ugly, right?
His agent.
Oh yeah. His agent is fired. But let's be honest. Before that Achilles injury, you still think Baker is better than Kirk Cousins?
Again, I don't see that much of a difference between the two of them. The dude is 74 and 78 and 1-4 in the playoffs.
Man,
Again,
that man.
if this dude was what other quarterback I can think of? Russell Wilson. If he was Russell Wilson, then yeah, I get where you're going, but Kirk Cousins ain't done nothing really to make you feel like he should be feared like y'all talking like that.
The only thing he hasn't done is maybe play for a chip to get the type of money he's got.
But we got a quarterback that's won more playoff games. So how are you going to sit here and feel like Kirk Cousins is that much better?
That's not a QB stat though.
Yeah, but I feel like that doesn't tell the whole story. I just don't feel like that tells the whole story. I feel like the 2 playoff wins and all of that, even ours, like look at someone has to win our division. Kirk Cousins is not playing in division like that, never has until this year. Nah, bro. Kirk Cousins is better than Baker Mayfield. Yeah, there's not been one part. There's not been one part of their careers that has even looked close. Not at all. Not at all. Baker Mayfield just threw for 4,000 yards in a 17-game season. It was barely that. He barely was able to get his TD to INT ratio down. That is not the same quarterback in Kirk Cousins. We can't do this. They don't make the same throws. Kirk Cousins can make way better throws, way better accurate.
Can he though? Can he?
Did Justin Jefferson not have 1,800 yards as a rookie? Who threw that ball down there?
Now is that more so attested to the Jet getting open? Because we all look at Justin Jefferson, top 3 wide receiver in the league. I'm
gonna give him his credit for breaking the DBs down, but that ball is coming downfield by who?
But again, so when you look at the way Baker's hit Mike continuously all year with the deep ball, so like you don't think that's the same at all in any way, shape, or form?
I've seen Baker miss Mike way more than I've ever seen Kirk miss his Mike. Yeah,
I don't think we lead the league in like explosive plays like they have.
And not to mention, like you're playing off what ifs. Like who is it? Is it Justin Jefferson or is it? But you gotta remember, like what was it with this? Baker didn't do anything in the playoff game to like go crazy. Did you see the Eagles defenders?
I tell you what.
What do you mean? So is it the guy throwing the ball, or is it the dude missing the tackles? What is it?
I'm gonna give you this right now. I was giving the edge to Baker, right, on this one particular topic, but the pictures I seen with Kirk Cousins and his sons, I might slide it over to Kirk Cousins. I would say he got him beat in Moxie. I'm gonna say that he got him beat in Moxie. But the pictures with the Atlanta Falcon chains, I might get a Moxie title to Kirk Cousins. That might be about it. I've never seen this boy get batted down balls like Baker Mayfield.
My question once again, and I'll keep bringing this up until we get tired of talking about it. So we are in the Hamsterville territory again for the 3rd straight year. The team did not look great signing everybody that we already know what they are. Great. The Bucs did not get better. That's the point. The teams that are better than the Bucs made attempts to get better by doing things with the roster. The Bucs didn't.
Yeah, and that makes it scary because if this is what we got in free agency, we know Jason Licht's draft record is worse than his free agency.
I literally called this out before free agency started. I literally called this exact scenario that's actually real life playing out in front of everybody. The Bucs are going to sign everybody back, most of them, right? Which they did. And they're going to get scrapped free agents. And what's happening?
Yep, getting scraps. Bryce Hall is going to be the best free agent.
Exactly what happened. And it's happening. Reality. See, I love reality. See, reality show you the truth, not the feelings and the optimism and the what ifs. The reality shows you exactly what it is. You can put all kind of stuff on it, but it's going to always come down to when you look at it, it's exactly what it is. 1 + 1 is 2. The Bucs didn't do anything outside of that.
The frustrating part though with that though is we actually had a little money to play with. Like when you say, "Hey, if we didn't sign Mike Evans," guess what that does? That opens up the market now that we need another number 1 receiver. But knowing Jason Licht and Ty Bowles, they would probably sit there and say to the whole world, "Chris Godwin's our guy. He's great. He's the number 1."
Which we know that,
and we know as Bucs fans, we love him. But we know that dude is not the number. He's not a number one. He serves his purpose for what he does with Mike Evans on the field. So
that's where that loyalty thing I was talking about comes in. It's a gift and a curse.
At this point now, the Bucs, I believe, are one or two teams, one or two, maybe three. I don't know. I haven't looked at all the breakdowns, contracts. But for sure, the Bucs are one of the teams in the NFL that's paying two receivers $20 or more million.
What about quarterbacks
too? And that does not equate to explosive plays and a lot of points.
And I think cornerbacks too. We were probably paying two of the most, if I'm not mistaken, in corners.
That's a lot of money in the receiving room, and you are barely scoring over 20 points a game. Some ain't adding up with that.
Yeah.
I'm just giving y'all the truth. If you don't believe me, go look at the numbers. Just saying. But anyway, so what's next for the Bucs? We kind of talked about that as well during this conversation, which is a good conversation. And it's good to see everybody in this locker room talking about it. There's a lot of question marks still need to be answered, and as far as what the Bucs status right now, I don't see it being a big jump. If anything, I think it's just drawing a straight line across a piece of paper. You know what I'm saying? Because we already know what Baker Mayfield is. We know Mike Evans. We know Jordan Whitehead. You know what I'm saying? We know the guys that he re-signed. We know Winfield is top 2, top 3 safety. We already know these guys. We watched them play last year. We watched Jordan Whitehead play with the Bucs for a few years, and we watched this team for the last couple of years. We have team, and after free agency, the phase 1, it's pretty much the same. It's the same average team that's going to probably score between 19 to 21 points a game. And I say, if only way you're going to see a significant difference as far as the team, how it looks, there needs to be a significant change, whether it's a couple of rookies coming in playing at a high level like Tristan Wirfs and Winfield Jr., or there's going to have to be a free agent or two that comes in and kind of makes a huge difference. And phase 1 is already over, so we're not going to get no free agent that's going to come in and make a huge difference, one or two of those guys. So now what's next for the Bucs is this draft. There needs to be and it's got to be something close to this. It's got to be 2 guys out of this draft class that's got to be starters. Got to be for the Bucs to be significantly different or a different looking team. There needs to be 2 guys that can make a high impact, like Tristan Wirfs and Winfield Jr. Now, if we get a draft class and a couple guys is okay, that's not enough. That's not a +1 or not +2, because that could be a +0 or -1 or -2. You get what I'm saying? So then what's next for the Bucs is they have a significant change has to be made, or a significant difference, a significant player or 2 that needs to come in this draft class. Because if that doesn't happen, you are literally playing the same game.
Yep.
The first 4 picks have to hit your first, your second, and your 2/3.
Yep.
I'm just being honest with you guys. I mean, look, I get it, the optimism and the happy. Oh, I'm happy everybody back, but the reality of the situation is, as a fan, you want this team to be mentioned at the top, right?
Here's the problem. Let's say you do.
What you said?
He muted himself on accident.
Oh,
I think So, like I said, I'll wait till we come back in. But like I said, a significant change has to be it has to come from somewhere. But where is it going to come from?
No, I get you, Bucko, because it's like you said, we brought back the players that made us 9-8 to begin with.
That's great. That's
8-9. Yeah,
that's cool. I'm happy. But where is the significant jump?
You need that big name. You need that, like you said, Justin Simmons.
How do you go from 9 wins to 11? How?
Ooh.
How do you go from 9 wins?
He's gonna have to hit in this draft. Simple.
Yeah, you got to hit on the first 4 picks. You got to. The pressure is on. I mean, he just has to.
Because if you have another 8-9 or 9-8 season, then
look, we are in the hamster wheel right now with this team. Whether you want to admit it or not, we are in a hamster wheel. 17-17 literally tells you it tells you right in your face. If you don't want to believe it, that's on you. But 17-17, 2 seasons in a row, it literally tells you where the Bucs are in a hamster wheel.
Hey, and don't forget, Jason's kind of already did this before. Remember, we had 2 5-11 seasons a couple years back in a row.
My earphone had cut out. What I was saying was, even if we do enough to beat like the division again, right? Do you not see some of these teams and how they constructed the Chiefs, the Ravens now with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, the Lions? You got teams at the end of the day, even if we can beat our division, we're not doing nothing with those teams. I don't care about what appears to be a touchdown or two.
See, that's just fool's gold. Like that's just giving some hope that you can feel good about something. And in reality, you lost the game. You lost.
Even the freaking Eagles, man, back reloaded. Lost a lot of people, but back reloaded again.
That GM is better than Jason Light.
Even Green Bay has some good free agent pickups.
Man, even the Giants. Hey, man, we don't have a good quarterback, but we'll get the defense looking good. They got a nice little D-line going right now.
That's what kind of
and funny enough, all them teams y'all mentioned, we played this year.
Oh, my gosh. Well, there you go.
All the teams y'all just named, we played this year.
Yeah, even like I said, even Green Bay has made some splash free agent signings with Josh Jacobs and them.
You imagine?
So I have a question then. So what was your guys' expectations going into free agency?
The expectations was understanding that you have a small window, right? And you still do got some Super Bowl caliber players on this team, right? And that you were supposed to try to bring in new faces. Like there are things that what we're saying is there appears to be things that are just not working. I get it with the Carlton Davis and the Devin White, but let's just be real. There's other things, sir, that's really not working.
Like you finally got out of the Tom Brady contract.
Yeah, like you got out of that. You paid your bills to re-sign the same players because you don't want to bring in new faces.
So then who shouldn't have got re-signed is the question then.
So wait. My expectations was for the Bucs to get better.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's the same thing I'm saying. It's not about who shouldn't have got re-signed.
It's about the players. Just get better. The Bucs got holes that still need to be answered after free agency. The same holes that was going into free agency is the same holes they got after it.
Like it's not about continuity anymore. If you look across the league, you can tell teams now are going with that all in. That stuff we started, the whole league is doing it now, and you can clearly see the teams that's like, if they're good, we're getting them.
Yeah, especially with the offense, you don't need the continuity because you got new OC.
Come on, man.
Because you got your core. You have a core, right? You have your core, and you build it around your core, right? And you keep plugging and playing until it fits. That's how it works. That's
like Dominican Sue was a third string on the Eagles. You know what I'm saying? Like last season or season before, a third string. How deep they are, just grabbing stuff.
You have to make adjustments to stay abreast of what everybody else is doing. You can't sit in the same spot thinking that you're going to go faster. It don't work like that.
The bad thing about the Bucs over the last years is their inability to adapt.
Yeah, so we're not disagreeing with signing the players.
No, we're
but
not.
we all share different sentiment with clearly the Falcons. They were happy they're done with the Matt Ryan contracts and all of this and that. They got a new head coach. So they clearly look like they're going all in. That's just what it looked like to me. All the stuff on offense, to me, because they know they got a good defense already, it looked to me on offense like they're going all in. Every toy you can think of, that dude got something electric to throw it to. Straight up and down. I'm just going to be honest with you, bro.
And you know go on.
I'm just saying. And if I'm going to be honest, that receiving core is better than ours.
Yeah, and I get you. Not to mention, too, over the last year, one of their players that have been good, Kyle Pitts, hasn't really been used that well.
How many draft picks we have in the first 5 rounds?
We got 4.
We got 4 out of the top 100.
Yeah. So you have to hit all 4 of those.
He's got to hit. He's got to hit.
4 starters at minimum. If not all 4 starters, if not all 4 of them are starters, 2 of them need to be high-end starters, and the other 2 need to be biting at the chunk to be started.
Yeah, literally, where it looked to the point where we like, hey, we need him to play more. Straight up, he got it. And they noticed it and go ahead and
you know the holes, right? You know the holes, right, Byron? You know the holes.
No doubt.
That's my point. You know the holes, and they still got the question mark at the holes after free agency. That's why I scratch my head at. I'm not mad at. I'm not upset. I'm happy that they signed it, but I'm scratching my head. Still got questions to interior line.
Well, I'm just kind of looking at it from the standpoint of like we're also kind of still, even though we're out of the Brady contract, like we still got to pay attention to the other contracts with Winfield and with Wirfs coming up, and it's like
but all I heard from Bucks fans was we got a lot of money. Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
I don't know where.
oh.
I don't
Yeah,
know where.
I mean,
dog.
they had a lot of money, but they took that money and said we're gonna spend it on
What
our
did I
own.
tell y'all about the scenario? It's literally playing out.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
I'm telling you, man.
Listen, man, the hard part about this for me is like I got a couple of homies too that feel like, yo, we shouldn't even paid Mike and brought Mike back. And I'm just kind of like, yo, but it's like I understand, but at the same time, like, look, man, like we had to do something because I felt like if we didn't sign Mike Baker, like that right there, that was gonna cause problems. We had to keep that together.
But you know what? I almost feel like I want Jason Light to be in a situation like that, where it now forces him to have to go do his homework.
Yeah, no doubt. Like
it's becoming easy. And here's the biggest thing. While but what Buckos is saying, and this is pretty much like really what it is. All the teams got better, right? That did free agency, a lot of them. Now we'll find out later if they overpaid.
I wouldn't say got better, but they look what they're doing to it.
They attempted to, but here's the one thing that I guarantee you is different from us and them. We re-signed all our players, but probably have the most holes now out of like all the teams in the league. How does that work?
Two different ends of the spectrum, right? One end of the spectrum before free agent started. And you saw this the sentiment amongst the Bucks fan base. Oh, we got a bunch of money. Oh, we good to go. This and that. And I'm sitting there like, you think? Okay. Shaq Barrett contract, this and that, dead money with that, dead money with Carlton Davis, da. And after all the smoke cleared, the Bucks had to restructure Mike Evans' contract, like Bucket, what your girl said about 30 minutes ago, to free up some money.
Right.
Well, wait. So where's the Bucks fans that were screaming about all this money? Salary cap went up. And where's those fans at?
And we're still paying. I think we're still 17 million. I think
17 million in cap space by restructuring.
All you're doing is taking the money and you the money that you're going to give Mike Evans and saying, hey,
y'all said we 17 under or over?
17. Well, they created 17 million in cap space with his restructure.
We don't need that much for the so maybe it's gonna be some free agents, but they crumbs because I know that ain't all for the draft.
He said they crumbs.
That money, and people look at restructures as like, oh, he's taking a pay. No, it's never a pay cut. They're just taking the money and making it a roster bonus or signing bonus.
Just moving the cap hit around. That's all that is.
All they doing is pushing the guaranteed money out.
The cap will be higher next year.
Yep, they pushing the guaranteed money out.
That's all.
Supposed to got 20 this year. You're gonna get 15. We're gonna push 5 out.
It's just like the Chris Godwin contract, right? If you look at his contract, right, his cap hit is $27 million. 27.
Wait, 27 million.
Yeah, that's why I asked when you didn't hear me, but I asked, did we restructure that?
No, we didn't.
That's crazy.
But you had 45. Even if what did it go up to almost 50 when they announced the cap number? Before Baker and Mike, you had almost close to 50 million.
Yeah.
But that's why I said. Yeah, but that's why I said you took the money and just spent it on your own.
Yeah, we're still paying Gage and Jensen, aren't we? Too?
And you're gonna have to pay Carlton Davis,
Shaq Barrett.
So all this money that everybody's beating their chest about, I'm just sitting back like, oh,
we're paying 3 people right now that aren't even playing.
Oh, so all the money gone now, huh? We got to restructure Mike Evans to free up $17 million. And where that money gonna go? Draft class and some scraps. Because we ain't getting a big name for agent. That's over with. And more part Buck voice. It's over with.
Yeah, there's no free agent out there that like you're like, dang, I want him.
So now what you gonna do? So all this money that we're supposed to have, if that's the case, we could have got a guard or two, or there was a couple guards sitting out there that we probably could have got, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Oh, there was a center, Mitch Morris. Maybe we could have got him. Oh, well, there's a couple pass rush that. Where's the money? Where's the money?
And then you saw
Bucko, we like in house. Remember? That's what the coaching staff said. We like our guys in house.
But did you see that contract Hunter signed for in Houston? It was just a 2-year deal.
Could have got a Jonathan Gennard.
What did Tryon Smith sign for? I'm sure he didn't get the $20 million that he was supposed to get from Dallas.
I want to know where the money at.
We're looking at
between
it.
three people that aren't even on the team or are playing.
Chase Edmonds,
It's in Miami.
John Woodford, Greg Gaines, $9 million to Whitehead. You know,
I think we gave what, 23 mil to Levante?
No, that's a 2-year. That's a 1 year up to $10 million. So he might be getting about 6 or 7.
Incentive based.
Same thing with Whitehead. His is a hit. Now Whitehead's is his was $9 million. 2 years.
I thought you had 2 years. Yeah, he got 2 years.
It's escalators and incentives.
But you got team friendly deals like Bucko. Like when we first seen the Baker Mayfield, 100 million, 50 guarantee you, right? And then you did the Evans. We looking at it like, okay, cool. You got extra money, boy. You got team friendly deals to re-sign the whole team back.
And you had the franchise tag Winfield Jr. So that's
17.4
now honestly, that's what they should be working on. They actually can cut him a deal long term and work on give him his signing bonus.
Please understand this when it comes to franchise tag. Whatever that cost is, it is a cap.
It come out. That's $17 million. They should work on a deal now and pay him something like 4 or 5 or whatever they're gonna do, and they need to do his deal because that $17 million is part of that cap hit.
Chris Godwin is a $27 million cap hit. Where is the money?
That's the problem. Chris Godwin should not be sitting here.
Chris Godwin should not be making that money. Period. He should. Like
he's on his last year. I mean, look at the money you got in the receiver room. Him and Mike. Minus Russell Gage now, but look at your top 2 players. Look at that cap hit.
So if that's the case, if we got $48 million in receiving money going to the receivers, 2 receivers, shouldn't that be like 25 points a game?
and it was like what Mopar's saying too. Then we have 20 million between CB1 and CB2.
Yep.
I'm just asking questions here.
We got a new OC now, so let's see what happens with this new OC. We got a new one.
Where is the money?
Oh, that money ain't around.
That money ain't around. It's in Detroit and Miami.
That money ain't around, dog. That money ain't here.
So we ain't got no money.
We ain't got nada, man. It's just
I thought we had a ton of money.
I still feel like with this current roster, we still can compete to win our division and go to the playoffs.
Some people don't do math well. Some people.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I agree with you because I'm a diehard Bucks fan. But if my brain, the way it works, and being the football junkie I am, that Atlanta Falcons,
I can see the Falcons winning. No problem.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not looking. I don't see a defense that we have right now that's like competing to shut that down.
Me personally, we're at least splitting. They're getting a game on us. At least.
Yeah.
So we split with them last year. So I mean, it pretty much would probably be the same again. I mean, what I did not like last year, I did not like that loss in Tampa to New Orleans. I did not.
That was ugly. That was ugly.
Bring that on.
That was so bad.
That was ugly.
Yeah, bro. I don't like the way we could have won the division, and they came in with this newfound belief, and they were on and they killed us with a tight end the whole game. We couldn't stop a tight end. But you could say you didn't like that one, Buccos. But for me, I'm sorry. Letting a rookie quarterback drive down the field in 1 minute, 80 yards, and CJ Stroud, I don't care if he's him. Damn, bro.
The division loss hurts more. The division loss hurts more. We don't like the Saints, right? We get that part. We don't like the Saints. So to lose to the New Orleans Saints in Tampa, I did not like that.
Yeah. And in the fashion we did.
It was a must-win game for both teams at the time, obviously, right? It was so the pressure was high. And then what separated that game between those two teams was they had a padded practice, and Todd Bowles did not save no padded practice for that week. Knowing that, thinking that it was never going to happen, it was not going to be a big. Dennis Haller had a padded practice that week, and it showed that game they out physical the Bucks all game long.
Yep, and Dennis Allen said it in the locker room with the victory speech. That's why you MF practicing pads.
That made me look at Todd Bowles in another angle. It did, because in a situation like that, when your team is fighting for a playoff position, I know we got to the playoffs. I get that part. We won the division. I get that. But in that situation, that made me look at him in a different angle. You know that it stakes is at a high. The stakes is at all-time high. In that moment, in that game, it's a division game. You cannot put up a performance like that and lead your team as a head coach in a situation like that and look.
Hold on, and then you look real boo-boo against the Carolina right after that.
9-0.
Man, bro, I don't care if that team had a top 5 or top 8. They telling us our defense is top 5. Boy, you are the Panthers. Nobody in the league is looking at your stats defensively. We couldn't score on y'all. Come on, bro.
Think about this. You remember that touchdown they called back, or what was that play? They called back.
Oh, yeah.
That could have turned the whole game.
Hey, man, y'all got to realize something. Dave Canales sabotaged this, bro.
Well,
that's what that was. He sabotaged us, bro. He knew he was out, bro.
So and then see when you see the thing of some of us, when we tally these things up, these moments, these highs and lows and mids, right? When we tally all these things up and we look at the offseason and we look at free agency phase number 1, and we're like, okay, so we know what the Bucs need as fans, right? We know what they need. I'm sure they know what they need, whatever. And to come out of this phase, like, we still need that. We still need this. We still need that. Like, one of those could have got filled up. One area of
we could have got someone.
I mean, come on, man. Like, one, you couldn't get a interior O lineman, like a top 5, guard in free agency that's available. Like, there's a guards got paid.
Hey, but we got a record-setting kicker though, man. Y'all got to show the kicker some more.
We couldn't get a pass rusher.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Danielle Hunter sitting there, bro. Like, this is my thing. When we lost Shaq Barrett, I'm like, okay, we're gonna grab something. We're gonna grab something.
That's my point. Did you see what he signed with Houston for? It was just a 2-year deal,
bro. That's what I'm saying. Here's what I think. I'm gonna be real. It's the same thing that's coming out with reports. Derrick Henry said the same thing about Dallas. He wanted to play for them. They never even called. I don't even think we're looking at players. I don't think Jason Light and them are even looking on the market.
And that's the issue with Jason Light. He does not care about these other players.
You know what's so interesting too is, think about this. If we just get a guard in free agency, that one of those, guards that signed, Jonah Jackson, whatever, or we get one of the pass rushers, that eliminates, like, not saying it eliminates, but it kind of changes how you look at the draft. Because think about this. If we would have got a guard like a Jonah Jackson, or I forgot the other 2 or 3 of them, Robert Hunter, whatever, we'd have been like, well, that's a starter. So, okay, we can adjust the outlook of the draft. Like, so we said the trenches first 2 rounds. Now it goes from, instead of trenches first 2 rounds, we got a guard for 3 years, 2-3 years. So now we can go, D-line first round, and second round can be a line. You know what I'm saying? It can change the trajectory of the team, another impact player. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I look at things different.
And I'm gonna like be my chest. Like I told, like literally, Jason Light does not like already made players. He likes to make players. This is why every time he goes on an interview with someone every off season, the interviewer is always like, I love how you always like draft from these like small schools. Like, see that's what he wants to make. He wants to make players. He doesn't want made players already. Tom Brady was an outlier because it's Tom Brady.
Does at the position we're at in our draft spot, we're 26th, I think it is.
Yeah.
Do you think at that spot we can fill a hole at that spot?
Top Robinson.
You got to.
They have to.
They have to. They think we have to.
And the problem is like, you have premium positions to fill, and that's the issue. You need a center. We didn't
talk about that. You got to address the interior O line.
Yeah, you need a center and a guard. Well, I ain't gonna say the guard is premium, but you definitely need a center. And you don't have an edge. You don't have any edge rush. You don't have a true sack artist.
Let me say this in all caps as I say this. There are glaring needs. All caps. Exclamation point. Exclamation point.
I don't know if you know this, but we lost Robert Hainsley and Nick Leverett, right?
No,
and Aaron Finney. You lost Aaron Finney too.
Oh, and Stinny. I'm sorry, Stinny. What was it? Stinny and Leverett. Stinny and
Yeah,
Leverett.
Leverett went to New England. I don't know where Stinney went, and I don't know where
He went to the Giants.
So you lost 3 O linemen in free agency, and you couldn't you only got like one to replace them.
Yeah.
I'm literally gonna punch the screen. April 26th, something like that. I'm going to literally punch the screen. When the Bucks at 26 with the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Bucks.
So that's where the frustration.
Blockbuster State University. If I hear University of Mall Junior College, if I hear Target A&M, I am going to punch the screen.
If I don't hear SEC or freaking,
if I hear Montgomery Ward State University, I'm telling you, I don't hear.
We will all be at one Buck place.
Yeah, no. So you coming in on it ain't even frustration. It's just pointing out the fact, like, hey, bro, we did resign players, but in the midst of doing that, and you letting all these good players go other places, you managed to create more holes. Like, people lost players in free agency, but they refilled those positions in free agency.
I don't want to hear New Hampshire State, A&M.
No small school. I don't want another interview in the offseason and be like, you just drafted these 4 guys from like these schools that no one ever knew. Like, I didn't even know the school was over here.
The Bucks pick out of the University of Washington, defensive lineman Braylon Trice. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, bro. Like, look at all these teams. Like, Green Bay lost Aaron Jones, replace him with Josh Jacobs. Eagles lose Swift, replace him with Saquon Barkley. You lose Derrick Henry, replace him with old boy from Dallas. Like, these people all lost stuff, but put them right back in the offseason, in the free agency. We signed our own and lost more players at key positions. That's the problem. And you don't get that many draft picks. And not only that, we're talking about Jason Light with the draft pick.
We have 4.
Maybe my fandom's just too in it, bro. But I just feel like
Like,
at least one of those guys deserved every dime, and that was Mike, in my opinion.
We do. We're fine with that, but it looks a lot different when in the midst of signing, you're losing players. And you losing players in positions that we need.
I don't want to hear a guard from Montana State University. I don't want to hear that.
You're not rocking with a left tackle or nothing like that from Florida Pacific.
I don't want to, man. That's what I'm telling you. I'm gonna be live.
Man, you better get ready. You already know who's finna. You know who's dropping. You better prepare for this.
Y'all crazy.
Like, why? What is so hard about SEC? Like, what's so hard about that?
We replaced overlook the #1 ranked guard. That's an All-American 3 years in a row and not drafted, but he want to go get Cody Miles.
Yeah, like I ain't like, bro. Like, where's Cody Miles come from?
North Dakota.
Where did Alex Kappa come from?
I don't know.
But this is the problem. He hit on those once here's the problem. He's drafting players and then find out, oh, they're not good at this position, they're good here.
No, he has an ego problem. He think because he hit on Marpet, he can constantly do that every year. That's the thing. Every year we see a 2nd or 3rd round pick from an unknown school we've never heard of. And he's like, what the hell?
Literally, no scouts went to that school except for his. His scouts were the only scouts at that school.
You know what's so crazy? Sometimes the smartest guy in the room can be the dumbest.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, we talking about this the same guy that got Ali Marpet and then traded back into the 2nd round the next year to draft the most accurate kicker in college football and cut him a year later.
Yep. Well, that's because the kicker wasn't accurate.
They made him. I didn't never read the story. They made him change his whole kicking style, so he was doomed from the start.
Like, I can't. Why do we have to have the GM that thinks the SEC is just like not it?
I mean, bro, the GM before him that thought he was.
No. See, the problem is, he thinks Washington University of Washington.
Yeah, it's Washington. And it's Penn State for him. Washington is his go-to. We got 3 players on this team in Washington right now. 3.
I'm telling y'all.
You do know that.
With the 26th pick, it's going to be Braylon Trice.
Man,
who's that?
Who?
I don't even know who that is.
No, I'm telling you, it's a University of Washington pass rusher.
Who is that?
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
Jason Light.
He about to
Yeah,
draft a
Jason Light.
receiver. Watch.
there is.
Jason Light
There
has.
also is. And we
Wait, hold on.
had a formal meeting with him. There is one on there.
You know what's funny? Jason Light has Bucko looking at these different schools for tape when he doesn't need to. Like, literally, Bucko has to look at tape for these unknown schools just because he knows that Jason Light's going to pick one of them.
So I was watching. So when I was watching the Senior Bowl, right? I didn't get a chance to watch it like all the way through, so I had to go back and watch some of the one-on-ones and some of the highlights of some of the games, whatever, and then do a little more research on these players. We're gonna talk about those guys. Watch those small school guys. I'm gonna bring a few of them up.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Hey, Bucko, just watch your laptop, dog, or like whatever you stream on.
I don't know why y'all surprised. That's that man's track record, bro. It's coming.
It's not that we're surprised. It's that like he doesn't know that doesn't work.
But he has a newfound love for Washington all of something though. All of a sudden, this Washington craze is crazy with him.
Hey, but I can't say this. You know, a couple of the Washington cats kind of worked out.
But I will say this though. If he was to draft anybody from Washington this year, it's two players.
Penix is one of them.
Penix is one of them, and Jalen McMillan, the third round, second pick.
How do y'all feel about Penix?
We want him, bro.
If he's there at 26, what would you do, Byron?
Nope. Trenches. This draft is strictly trenches. Simple.
So I'm gonna just be honest with you. You saying no, but have you seen the draft class?
I just gave Baker Mayfield a 3-year deal, bro.
You gave him a 2-year.
Well, I'll ride with it, and I'm drafting trenches.
You gave him a 1 year. But have you seen the quarterbacks that's coming out for next season?
I don't know.
Oh my God!
Hey,
Shador Sanders.
Yeah, but what about the rest of them? Yeah. And you think the Bucs will be in positions to get it? When do you think the Bucs will be in a position to actually draft their quarterback? That's the problem.
Hey, how many linemen y'all just said just got left or just left?
3.
Trenches.
Don't lie though.
That's all to say. Trenches.
Hey, hold on, real quick. How much did Russ sign with the Steelers?
1.2, but that's because he's getting 39. That's because he's getting 39.
No, that's what I'm saying. I low key would have took Russ to let Baker walk.
That's what me and Sal was talking about.
He wasn't on his radar.
I don't see how though, because here's what I think. That took all the negotiation from Baker Mayfield when Russ hit the market.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Russ ain't gonna last more than 6-7 games before Justin Fields get in there.
I don't disagree.
Thank you.
I don't disagree either, but I'm thinking this year. I'm not even gonna lie. I hope I'm wrong, but I think Baker gonna regress.
Yeah, I
think that's the reason why they only gave him 1 year and they can get out the next year.
Here's the thing about that statement, though, right? And you're not too far off because you gotta think about this. Now we can't predict the future, but we do have pointers to kind of give you an idea of what could happen. So up until this point, think about this: 7 years, right? If I'm not mistaken, 7. Mm-hmm. So his last season, this past season, that was his best year, right? So if you look at everything from that point on back into his rookie season, you can kind of see where his ceiling at, right? Give you an idea. Last season is kind of his ceiling. That's kind of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad, is it?
No, I'm not even. I never said it was bad.
It's average. That's why he's the 18th highest paid quarterback.
That's his ceiling. Because think about it. See, when people they'll look at a number and they'll put out like that's what it is. So when you look at quarterbacks in particular, it's the tape, the numbers, the decision making, blah blah blah, and then that's how people come up with. He has a low ceiling. He has a high ceiling. So with Baker Mayfield, he's never been a highly productive quarterback. 7 years. Never been a highly productive quarterback. All caps. So if you expected him to be this supremely highly productive 45, 4,600, 4,700 yards, 30 something, no. Get out of your head.
This is what I'm kind of basing off of too. What was the next season when Baker went to the playoffs with the Browns?
2020.
But yeah, what did he do that year after that?
He regressed. 18 and 20, he played 2 decent years. In the next year, he regressed. I mean, it's a fact.
That's what I think. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen again.
Even if he don't regress, and so you got to think about it. So this is why you.
But has he had a lot of stability though?
If you're going to use that, now I understand where you're going with that. So now, if you're going to use that part, now at what point are you going to stop using that? Because if you're going to use that, right, then we got to use it for the younger guys like Justin Fields and Kenny Pickett's, and then the guys that are older that bounced around, had multiple coaches and multiple OC. See what I'm saying? See, that's a rabbit hole that you really kind of want to be careful with. Well, he had no stability. Well, what if he has stability? This quarterback right here. What about if that quarterback has stability? See what I'm saying? So you can't pick and choose. Well, why he ain't got stability? He never has stability. Was a lot of quarterbacks didn't have stability.
Even Jameis didn't have stability.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to be careful with that. You got to be careful.
Here's the thing. Even if you gave him stability, right? When you watch him play, his mechanics as the quarterbacks across the league, it's not it, bro. It's serviceable. It's that Taylor Heineke, that Sam Howell, Carson. It's that.
No, Baker falls under that Ryan Fitzpatrick, Gardner Minshew bubble.
Bro.
They'll give you like a couple games, but more so than not, it's not really.
That is a perfect description of Baker Mayfield in his playing style.
Yeah, I just got to be honest with you. Like, they'll have some games where you'll be like, damn. But then you'll have some games where that damn is different. Like, here's what I'm saying. Like, he's one of those quarterbacks where when it goes bad fast. And we all know that look he gets when he starts to throw pick after pick. We thought we was about to creep into that because there was a game where he threw two of them. And I'm like, oh, man.
And Byron.
Here we go, bro.
And Byron, that's why that contract's the way it is, so they can get out of it this year.
Like, you can't be foolish.
Baker is
he's just not consistent enough.
Baker, that's the thing. He's never shown consistency, right? So Baker is a low ceiling, high floor quarterback. That makes sense?
I'm not asking for Baker to be Tom or to be Aaron Rodgers.
That's what I'm saying. Like, his ceiling is low, but his floor is high.
But I definitely feel like if you can build the defense up properly and get some pieces figured out, I feel like he's serviceable.
But they're not. But the front office is just showing us that they can do that, though. That's the problem.
You mentioned stability, right? We already saw Baker with that in 2020 when he had a top 5 O-line, top 5 running game. That's stability, right? Did he go to the playoffs?
Yeah, Chubb, he had O-line, and he didn't have any like bad receivers like
that was stability, right? That's a top 5 O-line. They have 4 guys on that O-line in the top 10 of their position. They had Chubb and Hunt. Are you serious? That's stability right there.
Let me ask you this: if we gave Baker, do you think Baker would perform like Jared Goff if he had that same team?
Yeah. But Goff got a low ceiling too.
Okay.
High floor, low ceiling.
Okay.
Yeah, Goff ain't the reason why the Lions.
No, I'm just saying how he performed. I'm just saying how he performed.
I get you.
Sean McVay moves off of Jared Goff if he was high level.
I mean, I just feel like he could always be worse. We did have Jameis Winston for so many years.
Would Sean McVay move would he would have moved off to Jared Goff if he thought if he was really good? He would have.
Oh yeah, no, he would have kept him.
But my point is, he moved off of him and got a higher ceiling quarterback.
Basically,
got a Super Bowl.
Basically,
that's how it works.
The difference between a system quarterback and a quarterback that can literally just go get it.
That's the difference. You see, the thing about it is, sometimes and quarterbacks that are highly volatile, like highly productive, they're highly productive, like Patrick Mahomes, right? Somebody did a video and they pointed out, I think he had like 57 of something drop interceptions in the last 2 years, like drop interceptions, like number 1 in the NFL with drop interceptions.
I just don't think it makes sense to take Penix at that pick when
Byron, I get you. All I was saying was just like there's nothing that shows Baker if history shows should either stay the same or regress. No, last year. There's nothing that's going to tell me he's going to play even better than he did last year.
Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask everybody this question. What would you rather have if you was the GM owner? What what would you rather have as far as quarterback? Would you rather have a highly productive, highly volatile quarterback, or a quarterback with a low ceiling that you're going to spin the wheels with?
No, I want that I want that guy that can make plays with his legs and arms. The modern quarterback.
So that means you would take Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, Brent
Favre.
Yes. Right. Yes. So you wouldn't mess around with the Kirk Cousins and Derek Carrs and stuff. You wouldn't mess around with guys like that, would you?
No, because here's the problem. Let's say I get a quarterback like those first few names you just said, right? Those guys can damn near turn basic receivers into good receivers. They can go win me games. 9 times out of 10, they're not losing me a game, and that's the problem. Baker Mayfield, I can't go out and go win me a game. The team will, but he damn sure can lose me a game. So that's really what it boils down to. He can lose more games than he can win them, bro.
And they don't get fidgety either.
And you can't argue with that. You can't argue with that.
You can look at it like, okay, in the end, when we played the Lions, who had the ball last?
Mm-hmm. And what did he say? I was trying to make a throw. Bro, you threw the fucking ball into the middle of the field.
You threw it right to him.
Like, come on, bro.
You threw it right to him.
So that's why Buckles always say, what would you rather have, an elite team or an elite quarterback? The way I've been looking at it lately, look like you need an elite quarterback. He can make everything else elite around him.
But it's
He's
only
a star to show it.
That can do that.
I know. But if you can't have that,
the days of having like a average to below average quarterback, but having a good team like win the Super, those days are kind of over now. That time is like they come and gone.
As long as Patrick Mahomes around and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow around,
they have a chance.
You better have one of those guys who can match up with him. If you don't got that guy, you're spinning the wheels.
Yeah, because you ain't lying, because I feel like them guys be thinking about how they did these guys in college, and they see blood in their eyes. I ain't lying. That's why Joe Burrow don't play. Like, even if you sit here, Joe Burrow, you do know that Mahomes has lost 3 times to Burrow, but who got the most rings? Like, these guys is not playing, man.
And they are not. They're in the AFC, all of them.
And you're not gonna have those seasons anymore, like winning with a Trent Dilfer as your quarterback, winning with a Brad Johnson as your quarterback. I mean, look, even I did get Drew Brees was that dude, but he regressed so much that it didn't matter anymore.
I mean, but he was crazy.
You'll get average quarterbacks. You'll get average quarterbacks at best get to the playoffs. We're going to see this year in and year out. We saw it this past season. You'll get a couple of those guys that they'll get to the playoffs with a 9-8, 10-7. They'll get there. But that's it.
Yep. Yeah, they're not elite enough to get you to the Super Bowl. They're elite enough to get you in the conversation.
Let's be real. The Lions and the 49ers, they're great organizations, got hellified teams. There's an it factor that those quarterbacks don't have that don't get them over the hump. Just going to be honest.
Brock Purdy was the last pick for a reason.
Yeah, like they don't have that it factor.
That's going to be the Alex Smith situation with Kyle Shanahan. Watch. It's the same. I'm sorry, Jimmy Garoppolo. It's the Jimmy Garoppolo situation all over again.
Yep. Then you resign Sam Darnold. Like, there's a reason the team is going. The team is going to a modern quarterback. The days of dual threats is here. You need it. Bottom line, that is how you extend your play. If I can't do it with the arm, I'm gonna do it with the legs.
Because those D linemen and stuff are getting athletic now, more athletic every single.
Come on, bro. Do you not see them linemen? What they were running? Come on, these dudes damn near 300 pounds running mid-4.
Y'all talking like these type of quarterbacks are just out there everywhere. They're not.
No, they're not.
But you have an opportunity if one falls, such as the name is Penix at number 26.
But here's the thing about it, Brian. If we don't know the board. Like, they're probably putting their board together or whatever the case may be. But I'm saying, if you were the GM and you made a board out of your top 100 players and you got your team, that got your minions, you got all your scouts in there and everything, y'all all watching the draft. You're sitting there at 26. And your draft board got Penix at 18. And you pick at 26. And you see the draft board coming out. Everybody at draft, you take the name off the board. Okay, he's drafted. And Penix's name still sitting there at 18. Everybody getting picked. Pick 25 come. Penix still on the board. Penix still ain't get picked. No team traded up to 25. Pick 26. You on the clock. 15 minutes or 10 minutes. And Penix is number 18 on your draft board. All the players up until 20 has been picked.
And we already know he's more talented than Baker.
Hey, Bucko, here's my question to you. Is there a higher rated lineman still available on my board before Penix?
No, look what I just said. If that's your highest rated
player. Yeah, this is what he's saying, taking the highest player at that pick. That is where Jason Light has messed up.
But right now, but right now, is it about the highest rated player or our needs right now?
Yeah, that is not. Is that not a need?
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you a scenario. Look, it's just a scenario. If he's the 18th best player on your board, and you're picking 26, and you pick 26, and he's there on the board, and you picking 26, what do? Do you trade back and let a team get Penix?
I mean, he's going to draft a Washington player anyway. It might as well be Penix.
Hey, Penix, your family. You're staying in Tampa.
I'm not finished, Byron. What would you do? Would you stay at 26 and pick Penix because he was the 18th best player on your board, or do you trade back and let a team jump into 26 and take Penix, or do you take Penix? It's 3 scenarios. Pick one.
I honestly, because of the simple fact, knowing the contract that we gave Baker, where he's here for another year, maybe 2, and we got so many other different needs, I'm trading back. I'm trading out.
Okay, cool.
I'm taking the picks and I'm filling the holes. We got too many holes in the trenches.
He forgot to tell you, this is the last year of Kyle Trask's contract, and Wolford was only signed for a 1-year deal. So who do you have on the quarterback next offseason?
See, that's the thing. I don't know who the free agent quarterbacks are next year either. So
we're going to spend the cycle again with used up old quarterbacks again.
No, you still have a young quarterback that you have on the roster for the next 2 years.
Kyle Trask? No. This is his final year.
Again,
in real life.
What I'm saying is if I step back and I don't take Penix and I take the picks and I fill it and address the needs and the holes, right? Which are the trenches, obviously.
Right.
The next free agent cycle, whatever quarterback's out there, you try to go for them, or maybe possibly there is a quarterback that emerges in the draft. Who knows? But we also have the insurance policy to some degree to know that I have a quarterback now who is young and on my roster for the next 2 years.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. So, okay. So, Stroud, Burrow, Mahomes, Jackson, and who was the number 5? Who was the other one? Josh Allen. Were those all 5 of those quarterbacks? What do they have in common?
Oh, you could throw Herbert in there, Justin Herbert.
No.
You want to put him in there?
So those quarterbacks I just named, what do they have in common? I'll give you 5 more seconds.
Go ahead.
They were all drafted by the team. So you need to draft, like, that's the point. It's getting a free agent quarterback. It's kind of hard to get that and get a high level guy like Matthew Stafford, right? It's kind of that don't just happen.
And those guys that you just mentioned are always going to get an extension with their team unless they want out.
Right.
And if it does happen, you get a tampering charge because you probably were talking to him before.
The Matthew Stafford situation was rare. That was rare. That don't happen a lot with organizations. They're not going to let their elite quarterback go. Those guys are drafted and they're groomed in the organization. So my point is, at some point in one of these years, the Bucs need to draft one.
We let a goat go years ago.
And Penix is already an upgrade over Baker, and we all know that. And if he's there's no
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, and this is the group conversation. Franchises draft a franchise quarterback. Now, if you want to keep playing the free agent game, that's cool. That's cute. But at the end of the day, if you look at those quarterbacks that I just named, and this is all facts, they were all drafted by the organization, and it's looking bright. I'm just saying, food for thought. So if you don't draft a quarterback this year, okay, at some point, do you draft one in the first round?
Yeah, if you want to wait for that Tom Brady outlier, that Matthew Stafford outlier, you got to at least play 5 years.
That's rare.
Yeah.
There's another denominator. There's another denominator you left out too. With they were all drafted. Since they were all drafted, they're all locked up in contracts where they know that guy is there. They're not playing this game with let's see who's on the free market when that rolls around. These guys are there. Think Burrow got a 10-year contract or something. We know Mahomes do.
Those front offices are never worrying about another quarterback.
Worrying. So guess what happens? Continuity remains the same. We know what
I'll say this though. Last time we drafted a franchise quarterback, it didn't work out. Went and got a free agent quarterback, won a Super Bowl. Then went and got another free agent quarterback, went to a playoff game.
You gotta add context.
Tom Brady, though.
We had an outlier situation with Brady.
Actually, I've caught some Bucs fans do this. I've seen some Bucs fans do that same talking point. They make it seem like, okay, Winston didn't work out going to Brady. Brady, man, like, come on, man, you're not getting cookies for that.
Josh Freeman didn't work out either, right?
No, but you didn't mention him though. you didn't bring it up.
But that's another one though. That's all I'm saying.
Like, you don't get kudos points for saying we went to Brady. That's not
to mention though, if Brady didn't work out, they were gonna go back to Winston.
So it's like, wait a minute, we went to Winston to like Brady's upgrade. He would have been an upgrade for a lot of teams. It's not like, oh, we went from Winston to Tom Brady. That's not a knock on Winston. That's Tom Brady. That's Tom freaking Brady.
Trill G boy, you correct. You do have to correct. You do gotta protect those dudes. He's saying he's with Byron because you got to protect them. So he's saying he's with the trenches. I don't disagree with that. But at the same time, they know what they're protecting. This Baker situation, this is not our franchise guy. This is a bridge quarterback that we're trying to treat like our franchise. He's a bridge quarterback, bro.
You're saying he's not our franchise. You're saying he's not our franchise guy, but yet I'm gonna paint it to you like this. And listen, I know I come off like I'm a big Baker fan, but listen, Baker is what he is. He's our quarterback, so I got to support him. But I'll say this: he's still super young in age. He just came off his best season of his career. He hasn't had much stability since 2020, which was 4 seasons ago before bouncing around. Let's just see what the dude can do and build around the trenches and build around and kind of get some stuff around him.
But if he's the franchise guy, why would they not offer him go ahead.
Name me a franchise quarterback that's bounced around. Don't worry.
I mean, not many. If one, you might be right.
Don't worry. Man. I'll wait. Don't worry. I'll wait if you can find one.
Byron, here's the problem. His contract screams to the Buc organization just in case this is a bridge quarterback.
No, that contract says he's not a franchise because why is it only 1 year basically?
All the coaches that he bounced around with, if they saw it, they would accept them.
So because they did that
for a reason.
Because they did that. It does scream like they looked at 6 quarterbacks on the record, 6 of them. So I'm gonna put that out there. 6 of them. That was formal meetings. They sat down with 6 of them. So his contract does have a lot of room to get out of it.
Contract. It's a Geno Smith type contract.
Literally. Yeah, man.
That's what I'm saying. You can get out of it after 1 year. That don't scream franchise to me.
And don't be surprised Seattle draft a quarterback.
Yeah, like here's the thing. They're looking at it like if it works again, 9-10 wins, 1 win, cool. We understand. That's what it is. Another year, that's what it is. More than likely, we're gonna extend to try to eat up the dead cap or whatever the case may be, but they'll go ahead and get the next guy ready to go.
That's all. The next year contract is $10 million guaranteed, not 30.
That's just 20 guaranteed over the next.
Okay, I have a question. Let's say we trade out, right? Build the trenches, get the line built, right? Let's say he wins 2 more games, wins 11 games this year. And then how do you feel about him? Do you keep him? And his stats are either the same or they get a little better. Then what?
He got the contract. He already got his contract. So you just wait till that contract.
Yeah, you wait. But here's the problem. You also understand at the end of the day that you're gonna have to address it later on. So you're gonna re-sign Kyle Trask and Wolford again,
and you got to sign Tristan Wirfs and Winfield Jr. too.
Yep. And figure out what you're gonna do again with Levante David.
And when you have Penix there for 4 years on a rookie deal.
Yep. Let's say we strike gold, draft Penix, it looks, let's just say at the end of the day, God forbid this happens, Baker gets hurt. We see early on, oh, this dude the truth. We got this man on a rookie deal for the next 5 years if we wanted to.
Is there not like another quarterback that we could get in the third or something that's decent?
It's a lot of good quarterbacks. Like this group of quarterbacks, you can get one up until the third round, literally.
What's his name? What's that McMillan dude? That Jason? What's his name? The McMillan dude or whatever? Yeah, but them dudes there are not. It's deep. You can get a quarterback just to get one, but it won't be one of those guys.
Where would Bo Nix fall? And I'm not even a big Bo Nix fan, but where would Bo Nix fall?
Bo Nix might be gone within the first round potentially.
I would say it like this. It would not, and I wouldn't even, I wouldn't even like bat an eye because I would understand because I've seen this before, right? And this has been happening. So you have a guy in place with a contract, and this is a telltale story. This is a good story, a good little, I guess you could say, a reference for teams. You got a guy that you had a winning season. I'm gonna see if I'm not even going to mention the quarterback or the team. Let me see if anybody can guess this. You got a guy in place already. You've been going to the playoffs with. You still draft the quarterback in the first round. What team is that?
Green Bay.
49ers.
No. I'm gonna finish. So you still draft that You still draft a quarterback in the first round when nobody expected. Because it's like, well, why would you draft a quarterback in the first round and you just came off a playoff win with this quarterback? And this is a top level coach.
It's either Seattle or it's 49ers.
No. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Thank you. Somebody got it in the chat room. So that's a telltale sign. That's a telltale story for a lot of teams.
You talking about with Alex Smith and then yeah.
Just because you have a guy in place.
Yep.
That does not mean if there's a guy, because obviously Andy Reid, and we know for this not even an argument that Andy Reid and Todd Bowles actually coached under Andy Reid, by the way. Anyway, so Andy Reid is leaps and bounds better than Todd Bowles. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right.
With that being said, if he laid the blueprint out for teams, and I don't even know why teams don't do this. Just because you got a quarterback that's pretty decent, he's okay. But if you got a guy with a more talented and higher upside, you take him and then the longer he sits, it's better.
Yep.
Matter of fact, Green Bay kind of went with the same thing.
Yeah, Green Bay, Jordan Love, and Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, hell, the best thing I could think of was the probably the worst of them all. Seattle giving their quarterback the bag and getting whooped out by Russell Wilson that same offseason. They said, nope, we're going with him.
Matt Flynn. I remember that.
Gave him the bag and got beat out.
Matt Flynn had a 4-game stretch. He had a 4-game stretch that he had the world, and he got paid off in the offseason. And he got beat out by a third-round pick. So with that being said, my point I'm saying, with the Bucs situation, yeah, Baker Bros and, whatever. They got his contract. Congratulations. But that still should not rule out. Not saying that the Bucs would do it, but it still should not rule out if Penix is there at 26. Now, granted, y'all know I'm about the trenches. I've been beating that drum. So don't get it twisted. But I'm just saying, I would not be like, what the, you know what I'm saying?
You can't be mad that they do it.
For that position, I would not be like, oh, what the.
And I gotta think about it too. Like, it don't matter like too much, but like Penix has been on record saying he would like to play for Tampa too.
And we can have that possibly the same scenario. Not saying, well, with Alex Smith and Baker Mayfield, kind of low ceiling, high floor type quarterbacks. Then you got a guy that got a bigger arm, bigger, taller, stronger. You know what I'm saying? More. I'm just saying.
Ira, here's the thing. I feel like every time I say this dude's name, I think about that damn movie Byron. But anyway. Here's the thing. I got a jab. But no, here's the thing. Getting Penix let us know as fans, you setting up for the future.
KC did.
You automatically know what time it is.
Green Bay did.
You're setting yourself up for the future. We're fine with Baker. But then what happens after Baker? See, here's the problem. This whole BA slogan, and I'm sick of hearing it. Door number 2, hey, bro, it ain't that many doors in the world like that. It don't work like that. That's like y'all think it's an unlimited door maker around here. This ain't the
No,
Matrix.
Carter, you know what I think it is for me? I think what it is for me is this draft is so pivotal in the trenches that I don't feel like not one single pick should be wasted to go anywhere else.
But I don't think that is wasting it, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. As fans, you taking Penix is admitting to me without saying it publicly, hey man, I screwed up with the Kyle Trask thing. We thought we had something, we didn't. We've been lying to y'all the whole time.
Matter of fact, we can take that same scenario. Matter of fact, when the Chiefs drafted Patrick Mahomes in the first round, go back and look at some of the Chiefs fans, what they were saying.
Oh yeah, garbage. They didn't like it.
Talk to them right now. Talk to them same fans in 2017. Yep. Talk to them right now.
They didn't believe in him.
Wow. No, because
quarterback in the first round. What the hell? Blah, 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 blah. The next season, when they walked away when they told Alex Smith goodbye in the first full season with Patrick Mahomes. What the? Oh my Lord.
Well, you got to remember what you got to remember. He's down here in Texas. Was at Texas Tech. So people ain't paying attention to him. He's not doing nothing. But Tyreek Hill told y'all, man, we got somebody in camp doing some stupid stuff with the ball. Nobody's paying that no attention. Alex Smith is balling out, bro. Alex Smith was not garbage at all.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Like he was that dude.
Consistent. No turnovers. Don't turn the ball over.
Yeah, and we'll run that thing and take a hit. He had a gruesome injury on the field, which took, but
took him out.
You wouldn't have thought they needed they didn't need one. But seeing what Mahomes did,
and then, crazy. Here's a nugget for you guys. The last two quarterbacks that thrown for that many yards in 2 seasons was Penix and Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I thought I'd throw that in there. By the way, if you go all the way back to 2017, 2 seasons, back-to-back seasons, you put the numbers up. Mahomes and Penix are the only 2 quarterbacks to do what they did together. Both quarterbacks highly productive. Can throw the ball 2 years in a row. It wasn't no 1-year wonder. 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And think about it. Penix had a
quarterback in this draft.
In 2017,
he ain't buying it at all, bro.
We take a quarterback in this draft would be hot, bro. Do you not understand? We've been beating the French drum.
In 2017, there were concerns about Mahomes' mechanics and his inability and all that. Penix don't even have the same. It's not even getting the same critique like Patrick Mahomes.
Nope.
Like Penix throws the ball coming out of college. Penix throws the ball better than Mahomes.
Oh, here's another fun fact that you probably don't even know. The boy ambidextrous. He could do everything with the right hand and the left. Go look at his tape. He could throw the same way with both hands.
I'm not trying to sound like a salesman.
I'm just saying. But see, we biased because he's from Tampa too, though.
I'm not trying to be a salesman for Penix. I'm just giving you the larger picture, because you might not like it, but you gotta understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, I'm also big on guys too that actually want to come and play for you. Like, I know he's from here, obviously, but he literally went on record and would say he would like to play for Tampa.
Because you got to think about the risk to reward, right? So if you draft Penix and after a year or two you move on from Baker, and Penix with a year or two to sit, and you don't have to pay a ton of money and all that, and he turns out, which will be beneficial, that he sits a year or two, if that's a scenario, right? I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but if he was to sit a year or two, and then when he plays his 3rd year, you literally got him his 3rd year, 4th year, and his 5th year on a rookie deal.
Yep.
And then he turns out to be high level, more productive. You won't even think about.
He's your Burrow. He's your Mahomes.
You won't even care that the Bucs drafted him at 26. You'll have his jersey on. I bet you money.
Yeah, you'll have his jersey. And here's another thing.
And you'll be right back in the locker room talking about Isaiah. I remember we had the conversation. You know what I'm saying, man? I know I was kind of like trenches and everything. And man, Penix, man, he really liked that. I told you.
Yeah, because and then not only that, I think it may kind of put us probably in the driver's seat to run the division too, because you got Carolina got to see what they got with Bryce Young, and we know that ain't it.
He's better than Bryce Young. He's way better than him.
And we know Derek Carr ain't it. And we already know what we get with Kirk Cousins.
But they got to pay them. They got to live out them contracts. That's
they got to live out the Kirk Cousins and the Derek Carr.
So in other words, we have a chance to run the division because I don't believe in Bryce Young and Derek Carr. He is what he is, and Kirk Cousins is out going on the way out the door. So we have a chance. If this is a scenario, if we get Penix, let him sit. We got a gym sitting there. While these other 3 teams in the division, Bryce Young question marks. Derek Carr, he is who he is. Lemon. Kirk Cousins, mediocre quarterback. You know, he's 35, 36 years old. He ain't got many years left. But yeah, we got this guy here at 24, 25.
Yep.
Sitting here chilling.
Ready to go.
Hey, y'all need to quit talking about this because y'all about to speak this into fruition. I'm gonna have.
I hope it happens.
Y'all need to chill, man.
Because I promise you, if we draft him, don't even worry. The first live after the draft, I'm gonna have a pink. He is one. After the draft,
but here's
I'm gonna have a jersey immediately.
Here's a nugget for the Baker Bros, right? And I hope they listening and watching whatever, and they watching this video. Hopefully, they can make it to this part. In training camp, now Penix is about 6'3". Baker's like 6 foot. Penix got a 10 and 7/8.
You can already see over the line.
And so his arm, his wingspan is 81 inches. Now let me put this in effect for boxing fans. Deontay Wilder wingspan is 84 inches, and Deontay Wilder is 6'7". Penix is about 6'3" with an 81-inch wingspan with over hands. So in training camp, you see Penix throw the ball versus Baker Mayfield. Do not be surprised people start turning their eyeballs like, whoa.
Now we're going to have a quarterback competition or an issue in the locker room.
It's not.
Come on, man.
But it's really not a competition because he's going to beat him. It's business, and he's going to beat him out in every metric. Every metric.
And the receivers are going to sit down and be like, dang, we got a dog.
But we have Todd Bowles, and you'll get your wish, Byron. We're going to start Baker Mayfield. Buckos is going to have
man. My wish is really, listen, you know what my wish is more than anything in this world right now is to have some straight up dogs on the trenches just mauling, bro. Because the way Rachaad White can just get busy with the holes that these dudes can open up, it can get bro, I really feel like if Baker had the right protection, I feel like he'd be.
But that's any quarterback, though.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. Like, can we get some stability here, bro?
But imagine how much of a dog he can be with an athletic, freakish quarterback like Penix. We ain't doing no damn option routes with no RPOs with Baker Mayfield, dude.
Well, Mike Evans did say he ain't playing on the rookie quarterback. Mike Evans did say that.
Damn. I just really want this draft to be done right.
Byron, listen, wait.
He'll play with a Tampa on though. He'll play with that one. They'll work him on that one, Bucko.
Yeah, but Byron, you know, Byron, you know that Jason is going to draft from Washington anyway. You might as well get the best player.
Yeah, he's going to probably take Penix. They love him, bro. They love him, and he's homegrown talent. He's homegrown
talent. Dude, that's Jason Licht's bread and butter. You know, if Jason Licht has an ego, this is the chance to make his ego high.
And guess what? Carlton Davis blessed us with the ability to be able to take him there because we got an extra pick now in the third. You still can address the tension, bro.
Feed Jason Light's ego so hard if it works out. There's no way he doesn't take him if he's there.
Yeah, it's gonna feed his ego, and he'll win over the fan base dramatically. Trust me.
So they had a formal interview with him too, right?
I told you, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. He was like third on the list.
Yeah, you knew he was gonna get interviewed because he's from Washington and he's Tampa girl. Like you knew.
That's everything Jason Licht loves. His favorite college, and he's from the city.
Man, if we could just get some dogs on these trenches.
Next pick will be a dog.
You ain't been hearing this Great Dane we've been talking about?
Man.
I wouldn't even think about drafting a quarterback in the first.
No, because most likely Penix ain't gonna be there, but if he is,
yeah. I feel like Chicago would take him.
Chicago Bears? No, they taking
Caleb. No, they taking Caleb. They taking Caleb. They're taking Caleb. Yeah, they're taking Caleb.
Yeah, they're taking Caleb.
You know, so crazy.
They're taking Caleb.
Let me speak on that. I want to speak on this Caleb Williams situation. I ain't even gonna hold y'all.
He don't want to play.
Rodgers all over again.
Yeah, he don't want to.
I think on a low key, this I might be one of the few or a small percentage of NFL fans, because you know I'm an NFL fan or NFL guy first before the Bucks.
You don't think he's good?
Jalen Daniels is gonna have a better career.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I am one of the people I've told a lot of people this, and they look at me like, you need to just stop watching football. For some odd reason, I think that O-line of his is the star of the show, and I think for him, he focuses too much on highlights. I actually think Drake may have a better arm than him. That's just me.
I think Drake May one of the top tier ones out of all of them, to be honest.
But Jalen Daniels,
I think Jalen Daniels is the number one guy.
Yeah, he's going. Well, he's probably going to go to Washington because they just got rid of Sam Howell, so he'll probably be going to Washington. He's bumped because I think Drake May was supposed to go there, but I think he's bumped him up. But
I don't know if it's just me, but I think Caleb got kind of like that diva-ish vibe to him too.
He does. Did you not see what he did at? Did you not see what he did at the combine? Did you not see what he did at the combine? He did no throws. And he did none of the medicals. He said we're going to a private facility.
I could also see that from his perspective. If he knows he's going to Chicago and getting drafted, he doesn't need to do that.
Yeah, but you're doing no throws. Like, you know, people here to see you, bro. Like, cut it out.
I get you. I can't say. I think there's other reasons I see him as a diva, but I can see that. Like, if you know you're going to the team first overall, and I'm sure Chicago.
Okay, so if he falls because he's a diva, would you draft him?
Crying out the damn game with his mama for attention.
If he falls in the draft, would you take him?
He would never fall to our position.
He's not fall. Yeah, he wouldn't fall. He wouldn't fall to us. It's impossible.
Washington.
I don't like how he.
Unless he does some crazy crime off field issues, he's not falling to us.
Or medical issue.
Yeah, he does weird things. Like he does weird things like paint his fingernails and then get blew out.
Bucket, what you was trying to say?
I guess it was his dad or somebody that came out talking about they want, a percentage of ownership. He don't want to go to a losing team, blah, blah. So with all that, I just think he would be a little bit more trouble than his worth as far as running his mouth too much. And
he don't want to play for them. Well, the real problem is that he really doesn't want to play because at first he said he wasn't even going to come out this year. He was going to do the Lamar Jackson thing and stay another year. He did not want to come out because he did not want to play for them. But you don't get to make the decisions, and I'm sick of these. I don't know what this deal is with these college players staying in the league. Like, bro, you're getting older. Get out of the league. Go play with the professionals and cut it out. But it is what it is, man. Yeah, it is what it is.
Not if I'm getting $2 million, getting an NIL. I
don't think Drake may go in number 2.
No, they said Jalen Daniels is going over him. It should be Caleb, Jalen Daniels,
Drake May.
Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison going to New England.
Marvin Harrison, yeah.
Harrison. Then you'll probably have Drake May, unless the rumors. I ain't gonna say rumors. Unless the narrative is true, you have something dirty like JJ McCarthy sneak up there, since they're just like really raving for this guy that just hands the ball off.
So you see Knicks getting drafted before Penix?
You know who?
Because they're
JJ McCarthy remind me of the Kristen Ponder, Mitchell Trubisky. Who else got drafted? That got Zach Wilson. They got the media out of nowhere takes a quarterback and just pushes him all the way up to the top 10. And JJ McCarthy fits everything.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a good question. This is a good question in the group. The Reprezi, however you say his name, or her, I think it's him. My bad, bro. If Penix doesn't fall, what do you feel about the Joe Milton, the dude from Tennessee?
Second round or third, beyond.
You like
I think
Milton,
he would be there in the
Buccos?
second round.
Milton?
Mm-hmm. He got accuracy issues though.
Hey, is that a quarterback?
Yes.
Then no.
Who's the quarterback for the Patriots then?
I think they're gonna try to build
it's either a talk. Yeah, who just went up there? They just signed
Jacoby Brissett. I just told you.
Jacoby Brissett. Yep.
He's the bridge guy.
I can't believe he's still in the league. I thought he retired.
You think? I think Knicks would go to the Patriots. I think they're good. I think the Patriots.
No, they got Bo Nix going to potentially to Denver. That's Sean Payton's DNA. Bo Nix is his DNA.
You still ain't watch film on Bo Nix. You got to go all the way back to the beginning. Don't fuck these last 2 years in Oregon. Look at his first 3 years at Auburn.
Don't be surprised the Giants drafted quarterback.
Yeah.
I know the Giants.
They may take Penix.
From what I've been reading,
that's who might take Penix.
I don't think the Giants.
Man, here you go.
I've been reading. Like I said, I've been keeping up with everybody, like all the teams. I don't think the Giants want Daniel Jones to start again.
You shouldn't have paid him.
Yeah, why'd you pay him?
They don't know what they go.
You paid him over Barkley, but yet you sit up there and regretting that now. Like who made the call on that?
You know what's funny to me though? I know Byron praying that Penix gets taken before we did it.
But you know what? The Giants, in all fairness, we saying that they'll take a quarterback, but the way they've spent money on this defense and this free agency, I think they're rolling with let's just try to get him in better positions. They got a nasty D line right now. I ain't gonna lie. They got that. How you say his name? And then the dude from Miami. They got a deep.
The Giants situation screams draft a quarterback.
It does. Yeah. It does. But they might could see one more time what it looks like with a stout defense.
No. You don't need to see it one more time.
You ain't got no offensive line or no weapons.
Buckos, can I ask you something?
And y'all want to draft a quarterback?
Yes, ma'am.
Since Chicago has 2 first-round picks, do you think that 9th spot where they pick, if they pick a quarterback with
they're going O-line?
O-line?
Mm-hmm. Last year, Chicago drafted to answer or to address what what you said. So think about what Chicago's doing, right? So Chicago got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, right? And they got Khalil Herbert, and what's the other running back they got?
Montgomery, right?
No, Deontay Foreman.
Some Johnson. And then they drafted Darnell Wright, who I wanted the Bucs to draft last year.
Yes.
Tackle.
From Tennessee.
And they got Braxton Jones, the left tackle. And I think they got a decent center.
Yeah, they got their tackles ready.
So I believe at 9 they'll probably draft. So the reports were the Bears is going to draft Romeo Dozier. Right? They're looking at the receiver. But they traded for Keenan Allen. So I don't know if they'll go receiver there. They might go Jared Verse because the Chicago Bears pass rush. Even though they got Montez Sweat, they probably might draft Jared Verse. You know what I'm saying?
Or how old's Keenan Allen though?
Like 30.
33.
Yeah,
right?
but y'all are forgetting they still got DJ Moore. That right there is a done deal.
What I'm saying, I'm just giving Bucket what you got an idea of what the Bears could do at 9. I would not be surprised at 9 they trade back because the Keenan Allen situation kind of makes you wonder sometimes. Like, well, if you're going to draft a receiver, why go trade for Keenan Allen? Why give up a pick for Keenan Allen? You know what I'm saying? So they could trade back or draft a D lineman because they do need another pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I thought they might draft another tackle because Braxton Jones at left tackle, he's okay, but one of those guys, did you see the Senior Bowl? It's about probably 3 or 4 left tackles in this draft that won't make it past 12. You know what I'm saying? And Chicago at 9 in the perfect scenario to go get one of those tackles, or they can move Darnell Wright to left tackle and draft one of those guys, Penn State, Oregon State, one of those guys and put him at right tackle. So the Bears are in a great position for whatever rookie quarterback they draft, which is probably Caleb Williams, but the Bears are in a really good situation.
Yeah.
Really good.
I ain't gonna lie. Caleb gonna need a line. You see, if you watch college, you see what happens when he ain't got the protection he need.
My only thing about quarterbacks that don't perform well in big time games, I have question marks, and I've seen this with Zach Wilson. Look good against inferior competition, but the minute you put him against competition, he don't play well.
Yeah.
When I seen Zach Wilson play against Coastal Carolina, remember when Coastal Carolina was ranked? And they would have Grayson McCall, and they were balling on ESPN. BYU versus Coastal Carolina. I saw Zach Wilson play like crap. At that moment, I said he ain't gonna be good. in the NFL. And what did the media do? They pushed him on up into the top 5.
I just realized something. I ain't seen nobody. I don't know if he's been signed yet. Do the Bucks make a push, man, to go get the 24-year-old Chase Young? I know he met with the Saints. He didn't get a deal with the Carolina Panthers. He's only 24 years old, and he's still on the market, and he didn't get signed. I think he met with the Saints, and I don't think he signed yet.
But whatever he's looking for, the problem is that he ain't going to get it because of his history of injuries.
But would you roll the dice with someone like Chase Young on our defense?
Now, the Bucks can sign him, but I don't know if he would like to come to Tampa unless they give him a bat.
No, I'm just saying, what would be your opinion of, like, if you woke up and we sign him? Is that a plus, an A+ in your book, signing Chase Young?
I would give it an A+. No.
Okay.
I might give it a B because I saw Chase Young at Washington. His rookie season, he was okay, and then he got hurt, and after that, like it was like then he went to San Francisco, got traded, and he looked, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like he might have a small ceiling, a low ceiling.
But from a Shaq Barrett standpoint, I believe that would be a much bigger improvement.
Yeah, it would. But we're talking about a 24-year-old versus a 32, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not gonna jump.
But I know he's still on the market. I do know that he's still on the market. I ain't seen no news yet.
I think I don't know how they're gonna do it, but like let's just say like if Penix isn't there, I'm hoping they take Chop Robinson first. If Chop Robinson is there. Because I think Chop Robinson is a dog, like what Byron wants.
I like this draft. I like this draft class. I like this draft class. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Like I got a chance to watch the Senior Bowl and the Combine. I like this draft. Like it's been a couple years since I've seen a draft class like this.
Basically, what Bucko's saying is Jason Light has to actually try hard to screw this up.
Yeah, you can't mess this up, bro.
You can't mess this up unless you're trying.
So yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to say the least.
Oh, I can't wait. And y'all gonna see the live reaction, of course. It'll be my 7th year doing this live reaction for draft, I think. So you'll see every moment, obviously, in the first round. You know what I'm saying? My reaction to every pick. Because I'm telling you, when the first team 1 o'clock, I'm gonna be like, okay, get it over with, Chicago. Stop waiting.
I know they're gonna wait till like 10 seconds left to
what you receiving, what you like receiving calls and you're entertaining calls. Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why teams do that. You got on the board. What you waiting?
Yeah, the first night is so long. Even though most of these teams know
the draft up. I hope Magic Johnson messes the draft up. Get it in basketball.
I think a couple of you guys, and girl, I think somebody said it. I forgot who it was, but I think this draft is going to be more chaotic than y'all think it's going to be.
I'm with King Cook.
Can you see a team, Bucko, that really like changes like everything, like taking someone that changes like the whole draft?
I'm telling y'all, it's gonna be one. It's gonna be a fun draft. It's going to be a fun draft. It's gonna be a chaotic draft.
Do you think one of the QBs taken where they shouldn't have been, or do you think someone?
It's gonna be like 4 of them going to top 10. I'm gonna be like, wow.
Last year, if we're being honest, the Falcons messed up the draft with taking Bijan where they took him. No one expected that. That threw everything off. No one expected that. Boy, you got Tyler Algier. What was that for?
I see. Yeah, this draft's going to be, but it's just good because this draft class is really deep in positions that we need.
Minnesota traded for another first round pick. So they got 2 now. They got 2 first round picks. So you know what they're trying to do. They signed Sam Darnold to a 1-year, $10 million total contract. But Sam Darnold, he is who he is. It's a 1-year deal. So with Minnesota having 2 first round picks, what does that scream?
They're going to get quarterback.
They're going to trade up.
They might get Penix.
Minnesota already showed their hand. Because you're not going to roll with a full year Sam Darnold.
Justin Jefferson ain't going to want that either.
Hell no. So that tells me right there. They got a late like 23rd or something like that.
It wouldn't be Penix. It'll probably be something like Jalen.
You don't think it's gonna be Penix? I can see Penix
going to Vikings.
Minnesota gonna probably give up a package like both of their first round picks, their current pick, and then that pick they just got, and they're going to give up probably a second this year, and like maybe a first next year, and a third to go up in the top, to go into the top 10 or top 5. Watch, I'm telling you, New England, watch. Watch, I'm telling y'all, man. Minnesota got 2 first-round picks.
So you don't see the Bucks trading up at all with that third one.
I'm with Byron on this. I'm with Byron on this. We trying to see Penix here. That's what Byron want. That's what I want.
That's what I want too. Yeah, we want Penix here.
If the Bucks had 2 first-round picks, I would consider it.
You would consider moving them?
Yo, what happened to him? I just saw in the chat. Lightning Film said, y'all remember when the Raiders took Cleveland Farrell top 4?
He went to the 49ers. He went to the 49ers. He was on the 49ers. I'm sorry. He was on the 49ers. I don't know who he had now.
Wow.
The telltale sign of do your evaluation. I think Trill G-Boy 2 talked about it. A talent evaluation. You can't mess it up. You can't mess it up. Top 4.
Hey, but you can never get it as wrong as Nathan Peterman, where even the fans start you a GoFundMe to get out the league.
Nathan Peterman is the backup quarterback for the Saints. They went from Jameis Winston to Nathan Peterson.
Bro, how does he still have a job in the NFL, man?
He's terrible. We got more interceptions than touchdowns.
The boy got like a 4-1. Man, he's horrible. They started him a GoFundMe to get out of the league and actually got money in it.
And they were so hell-bent on getting that Winston. Y'all got worse. Y'all got worse than that quarterback.
Hey, look at what the Broncos drafted through those first years after Peyton Manning.
I'm gonna tell you how bad that signing was, Buckos. I just found out that Nathan Peterman was signed when you said that to the Saints. No one posted that.
Nobody.
Jesus Christ.
You hide that from me. I saw it.
I'm finna mess with all my Saints fans at work, man. Come Monday. Y'all got Nathan Peterman?
I told y'all, I see everything. Even though I don't say nothing, I literally see everything.
They are praying Derek Carr does not go out.
I bet you now.
If Derek Carr gets injured, the Saints are screwed.
They're done. It's over.
They are screwed.
What do you think Jameis' angle is? Because when he went to Cleveland, a lot of Bucks media fans were like, if he believes he can still start, why does he keep going to teams that are invested in $100 million quarterback?
Well, here's the thing.
Deshaun ain't gonna play a full season.
Deshaun ain't gonna play a full.
He's not gonna play a full season.
That's his best way.
Let me see. So, Bucket, what you said? Why does he keep going to teams that got caught? So, when he left the Bucks, he went to the Saints, right?
Yeah, I said what's his angle though. So but I didn't know that about Deshaun, that he missed.
So if you do a little bit more research for these previous 2 seasons, last season and this season before, 2022 and 2023, each season he played 6 games. And in those games he played he didn't look good.
And I know he didn't pick the Vikings because the better team for the Super Bowl is the Browns with their defense.
You know, so crazy too. And this comes up in a lot of conversations too. Especially if you in the circles of like people that just talk football. That's the circles I be in, right? I don't be in biased circles. I be in circles that is like talk football. So that means we talk about a lot of teams, right? So that's why when I bring up other teams, I can talk a lot about these teams because I'm in those circles, right? I'm paying attention. We have great conversations, great, saying topics, right? So with the Winston situation, that's interesting because the Titans, the Giants, I think the Vikings, the Vikings was one of them too, and the Browns, I think there was one more team, were all interested in Winston. And I think the Vikings didn't want to pay Winston what he wanted or something like that. Guarantee money, I think it was. So he could have went to the Vikings, but I think it was the guarantee money, I think. And then he didn't want to go to the Titans or the Giants because the situations was terrible. And the Titans told him, this is rumors, per speculation, right, that he could compete for the job against Will Levis. And he was like, no, I'm good. And he chose the Browns because it was a better roster, a better team, better situation. And he wanted to be around Deshaun Watson. And he also plays chess, being that Deshaun Watson has not been playing all full season in 2 years. So it was a smart move by him because he saw it. He saw the situation. It was the best situation to play.
but the Browns roster was the best roster available.
Is PJ Walker still on that? Is still on their roster?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's basically he can like Deshaun Watson. Screw the healthiness because that I feel like he does that to get massages. Anyway, I feel like that's just what he does. But when he's on his play looks bad. Like he's behind. It looks bad.
I would say like this. I would give Deshaun Watson 8 games. If he does not look good, I guarantee I can put some money on it. They're gonna bench him.
Yeah, they're gonna bench him, and then they're gonna take a nasty dead cap hit and just say we can't do it. Like he looks that bad. No, it looks bad.
Bucket with your girl. He doesn't. The last 2 seasons, he don't look good.
Yeah, man. It looked like we gave him rust. We gave him rust the first year. Like, okay, you got a little rust on you, but you had a full off season training camp, and that dude, his decision making is and what's so crazy is they took the run game away. Like they wanted him to throw even more, and I'm like, he can't. It's not good.
If you look at Kevin Stefanski's offense, right? Who does it suit more better, Winston or Watson?
Winston.
It was gonna suit Winston.
Right. We just literally watched an older version of Winston, Joe Flacco. Go ham. Chuck the ball.
Ham. Did you not see the PJ Walker beat the 49ers?
Joe Flacco went on this chucking the ball, big play down the field, and Deshaun Watson's not like that.
Yeah. And that's what I mentioned too. It was like Bucko was saying, like out of all the options Winston had, that Browns roster is the most stacked.
As a matter of fact, he even said it in his post, by the way. He even said it. He said the Browns had a Super Bowl roster.
They do. Yeah, they had a Super Bowl defense, and they got everything he needs.
What, number 2 defense in the NFL, something like that?
With the potential of Chubb coming back, with some running backs that's shit.
And
they
Cooper
got running backs
even playing bad.
They got Cooper. They got Cooper and Judy, right?
Yeah, Cooper and Judy now.
Hold on, you forgetting the biggest weapon, David Njoku, then blossomed.
Oh yeah, he did. So even the O-line is pretty good.
Oh, my bad. And another one, Elijah Moore.
So the high insight bucket with your girl for Winston. I know a lot of Bucs fans will probably be like, some Bucs fans was like, I can cheer for him now because he don't play for Saints, right? So it was funny when I seen some Bucs fans talk about that. Oh, now he's cool now. When he played for the Saints, I hated his guts and this and that. Now I understand that. And now that he's in the AFC, a lot of Bucs fans came out and said, that's cool, you know what I'm saying? Wishing the best, blah, 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 and all that. So that situation is, if you a football fan, not a Buc fan or Brown, just a football fan in general, I would keep side-eyed in that situation. I would literally not like focus on the situation, but just from a football perspective, I would be peeking over there like, what's going on with Deshaun Watson?
Especially week 1, Deshaun Watson throws like 2 interceptions and loses. Oh yeah, you already know what's going to happen.
Basically, bucking with your girl. Find you somebody to bet with. You'll win it. That Winston will start.
It was so funny because this is how you know the Cleveland fan base, and I think the front office kind of feeling the heat too, right? After that big guarantee contract of $252 million, something like that, and 2 seasons of no ROI, return on investment. And injuries and 2 seasons, and then when he did play, he didn't look good. And then what made it even worse is when Joe Flacco
blew him out the water,
got off the couch. Well, not only that, the offense had an uptick with PJ Walker.
Yeah, because they were pushing the ball down the field.
Like I'm gonna be honest, nobody is looking at PJ Walker. We just knew that the 49ers was gonna smash this dude. And Deshaun Watson is in trouble. And that last so-called injury he had, well, here's another thing. There wasn't even an injury at first. Remember, he just wasn't ready to play.
Yeah, that's all it was. They gave it an injury, like they phrased it as an injury, but he just was not ready.
And you already know that Jameis is better than all 3 of those guys.
Yeah, so already. Winston will get his starting job. We'll see Winston actually be called a starter. And it won't be that.
What's the over-under on Deshaun Watson as far as what week you think?
I think week 9 he doesn't play anymore.
No, that's too far out.
You think that's too far?
Yeah, that's too far. I'm gonna give him about 5 or 6 games, because of what I saw.
No, I get you. I can just see the Browns ownership trying to push it a little bit more.
They won't. The Brown fans No, here's the thing. He already has like dirt on his name with that, right? So that
That's
in itself was already bad.
So half of the fan base don't even like that. And then when Joe Flacco did what he did, and then when they was like re-sign Joe Flacco, and then they signed Winston, then Flacco signed with the Colts. So now there's already kind of a split, like Big Buck said. I've been watching this too. There's already kind of a split. Like fans are like, man, Deshaun Watson, and look, Winston, because this is one thing about Winston. Winston is a true alpha dog. He is a true, like, if anybody been around alpha men, right? They don't, you know what I'm saying? They pretty much, they have the persona, they have the charisma, they have everything. And Winston is that type of dude. Like, just pay attention. You know what I'm saying?
You heard what he said. When you're around that water, you different.
And how old Winston? 27? How old Winston? 27?
So when you raise around that water, you different.
How old's Winston, Bucko? 27?
No, Deshaun Watson's 27. Winston's 30. And
Winston's 30? Oh, well, Winston honestly could have like another, like, what, 5 to 8 years?
Deshaun Watson. So think about it, as a man, when you have a position like, if you a CEO or quarterback, we'll just keep it football, quarterback, and you got a guy behind you.
Big Buck said, Deshaun said that he didn't want Flacco in the quarterback room no more.
But you know why? Because the fan base already sided with Flacco.
Oh, then he in trouble with Winston.
If you have problems with Flacco,
bro,
you're gonna have problems with Winston.
Yeah,
especially Camp. If Winston lighting up in Camp, it's over.
You're gonna have to catch the fade with Winston, bro. Like, you're gonna have to catch the fade with Winston. So he damn sure not gonna like Winston.
And the thing about when we say not like Winston, it's more about just his presence.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like personal. He's not gonna personally not, because a lot of guys like Winston, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the media, I get it, you know what I'm saying? But the actual guys in the locker room, so he's gonna get guys in the locker room to be like, oh man, Winston cool as hell, you know what I'm saying?
And Watson can't push him over either. Be like, nah, I'm like the guy. Nah,
right. So
can't do that with Winston.
Like Winston, he thought this out. He's and people like, yeah, he's goofy. We all know that he's goofy.
But he's smart. He's so smart.
But he's actually the guy could have went to Stanford. He had a full scholarship, academic scholarship to Stanford.
And the dude plays on people's. He plays the persona like
people don't get it.
He's in the internet all the time. Like, I watched his recent interview when he's talking about.
Yeah, you saw it, right?
Yeah, he loved Mike Evans, and he's like, Mike Evans from that walk. The way he stretches eyeballs and he's playing a game. He's not stupid.
And people look at it like he's goofy, he's dumb, but he's actually
nah.
You know what I'm saying?
Even the QB workouts, he knew what that was gonna do.
Yeah, he knew that. But yeah, that Buck with your girl in general, that situation right now is gonna be under the radar. But I could promise you this: it's going to heat up in training camp.
Look,
especially when the media gets all ooh.
Well, because the media is already like, so you have a lot of people that are now starting to be like, this is going to go down as one of the worst contracts in NFL history, bro.
There you go.
Russell
Wilson and Deshaun Watson.
Actually, I do want to see how this does play out, though, because the media doesn't like Watson or Winston.
Yeah, it's funny too, right? It's two quarterbacks that the media too much don't really care. The media makes fun of Winston, the goofy guy, like and
the bad questions that he got over here too, like the awful, he's back
on the mess list. But the mess he did against the Falcons.
So you gotta think about it, right? So one quarterback, the media laughs at, he does goofy stuff. He's like a goofy.
They don't take him serious, yeah.
Right. And then the other guy, they side-eye him because of the contract and in the situation that he came out of.
Yeah, off the field issues.
Off the field. And actually that was worse than Winston's situation.
Yeah,
way worse.
So he had 30 girls? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
So, and then after that situation, you turn around and get a $252 million all guaranteed?
And the fans hate you because of what you did.
Him going to Cleveland, half of the fan base is like, what the?
Yeah, man.
Like, why are you here?
Well, because what they were banking on was we're getting that Watson from Houston, but I don't know if that guy's been. I don't know if he was actually doing football while he was not playing, because he looks horrible.
Yeah, he looked like never think on the
I
football.
watched some of those throws, boy. Like I get it. Y'all say Baker Mayfield overthrew. We saw it, right? Because he's getting pressured. He's short. He's trying to make sure. Watson is like throwing balls past the field goal. Like I don't know what's going on, man.
He looks lost. Like
Amari Cooper was looking back like what? Like I watched many games where Amari Cooper's looking like, bro, you gonna tear my ACL.
You know, some crazy. Deshaun, we saw Deshaun Watson at his highest point, beast mode, right? We saw that. But this version of him, what is this? What is it?
Yeah, man.
What happened? Injuries? Is he focused on football? Does he really love football? Like what is 2 years in a row? 2 years, 6 games apiece.
He'll be. I'm gonna put money on it. He'll be cut. He'll be cut by next year. I don't think he.
Here's another nugget too about that situation. So, when we was talking, when in the group we was talking about the whole situation, and when that situation came up as a topic, and they put up the numbers. This was including the season that he threw 30 interceptions. The last 2 seasons that Watson played, those 6 games apiece, his QBRs were like, I think 49 and 42 or something like that.
Oh,
Winston in the 30 interception season, in other seasons, all over 50. Now think about that for a second. With 30 interceptions, your QBR is still better than Watson's?
Yeah.
What? Like, that's weird. Like, how is that possible?
Yeah, man. He'll start over
there. That season in 2021 when before he tore his ACL against us, he was popping off with the Saints.
When I saw it, like sometimes, like the numbers, the tape, and all that. But when I saw the overall quarterback numbers, like, and I'm looking at Deshaun Watson, I'm like, so 2022 and 2023, your QBR quarterback rating was worse than Winston's?
Wild. And he ain't right.
Hold on. Did you see the stat I text you with the first 4 seasons of Josh Allen and Winston?
Oh, that was Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert. Yep.
Crazy. Well, I'm not finna go into that situation because that's I know the underlying message behind that. Matter of fact, it was a similar situation what you brought up when you sent me. They did it to Baker Mayfield and Winston too. And I was like, whoa.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, that one ain't gonna work because that one there, you gotta add all Baker's interceptions.
I was like, wait a minute. So one of the stats showed this past season, Baker Mayfield QBR was 54.3, right? That's 28 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, right? Which is great for a great touchdown to interception ratio, right? And then they compared that to Winston's 30 interception season. Did you know Winston QBR was 56.3? Did you know he was tied with Tom Brady?
I was gonna say it had to have been somebody elite. Jesus.
So how you have a better QBR or the same? It's amazing how these numbers come out. 56.3 QBR. Baker this season was 54.3. So you mean to tell me Winston in a season that was rare, outlier, 30 interceptions, you still had a better QBR than Baker?
Yeah. I don't understand why they keep trying to
and with no O-line. Baker had
no
with no
game.
O-line or run game.
No run game.
Come on, bro. That's why I don't do the Jameis Winston.
And first year in that BA offense where turnovers are prone.
I literally scratched my head when I saw that. I was like, wait a minute, Baker, his career season still wasn't better than.
And Baker and Jameis have had the same career in terms of how many coaches they've had as they've been in the league.
I don't understand.
Well, it's eerie similar. It's eerie.
It is.
It's eerie. Now that you brought that up, Grizzlo, it's eerie similar because once they had multiple head coaches, multiple OCs, no stability,
just like Baker.
Oh wow, that is.
But the difference is Baker at least has had an O-line and a run game.
And Winston never had a Chubb or Hunt either.
Nope.
What top 5 O-line? Wow, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like literally, they both have no stability, and Winston been on top.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, and I don't understand why they keep trying to compare this year's Baker's year to Tom Brady's last year? Like,
Because he won one more game in the playoff. You know
wow.
that's going to be the narrative. You
I
know
even
that's the
see Bucks
narrative. You
fans
can't
compare.
even. Yeah,
They
you
even
can't
took.
even. Yeah.
They took Patrick Mahomes' worst year and tried to put Baker Mayfield's best year together.
Yeah. And
Oh,
that's
look at
and
Baker Mayfield. He had better stats than Patrick Mahomes.
yep.
Yeah, worst year.
Yep. And the sad part about exactly like you're telling on yourself when you do that, it's his worst year.
It is worst year. Like how you? What's the narrative here?
But we'll be
and he threw to no name receivers all
listen,
season.
we'll be able to see because we got Pat and we got Lamar. We got them all this season.
We got him on the schedule. Oh,
Yep.
I got to go to a couple of them games.
We played the Ravens at home. I think we played the Patriot. I mean, not
Oh, we're gonna get blown out. Oh no.
we got to play San Francisco at home.
We should have played them at home last year. I don't know why we didn't, but
You
yeah.
know why? You know why we got the schedule right? First place schedule.
No, I mean, like, because we went to Santa Clara twice in 2 years.
Yeah, we did. We did.
We should have played them at home last year.
We got a rough schedule.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about.
So that was they haven't came out with the actual obviously they have it, but just the team.
Yeah, but the away, if you look at the away, is rough.
Good Lord, now I will say this. Let me say this right now. I will be on the road this season. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Now last season I was like, but this season, I promise you, you can timestamp this on the day and everything. I will be at several games.
What if you punch your TV during the draft?
No, I'm going to be at several games. I'm telling you right now. I promise you. Now I'll tell y'all which games I'll be at when I'm there. That's how you know I'm at the game. I will tell you when I'm there.
I want to ask y'all something. Excluding the offense, like obviously we don't really see anything yet with the offense because it's new, whatever. If you're going to training camp, or even if you're not going to training camp and you're reading the reports, what are you looking for from the offense? Not the defense, the offense. What are you paying attention to?
Run game looking explosive.
I need to see Rachaad White do a little bit more.
Yeah, I need run game to be explosive.
I need the run blocking from the O-line to have some improvement.
I want to see how the media handles Liam Cohen versus how they handled David Canales.
True.
Oh Lord, David Canales was just crying last week at the podium with them. Like it's so real. I'm like, this dude here, man.
That's
Jesus
the media, because I remember the media did get on Canales sometimes last season.
He cried in one of his interviews last year when he was like,
he was
like,
booing.
my dogs gave me my first chance being OC. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's the same story he just did with the head coach. It's also real, and it just hit me. And it's like, damn, bro, like talk about how you gonna build this team up. These people, you did this already. You recycling tears, but
you already know he's gonna be.
I'm looking for, and it's a double-edged sword, but I do want to hear it. I want to hear about interceptions. Well, you said the offensive side. I want to hear about the run game. Offensively, we know Mike and Chris Godwin can catch. Oh, and I want to see, and there's another thing. I want to see some more fluidness out of our tight end. I want to see.
He's not that guy, and I know he's not that guy.
He's not when you're comparing him to the outliers, right? These tight ends that are freakish. But he is seeming to be, to me, like a Cameron Brate 1.0. Like he will catch the ball. He can make some tough catches, but he ain't fast. But he is seeming to be sure-handed. I do want to see. Payne Durham is way too big to not be effective.
Exactly.
Like way too big of a tight. Like that guy is a mismatch if that can come together. So you look like he's 7 foot tall on the field. Like there's no way that shouldn't be a mismatch. So, but more importantly, the run game. And I would also hope we draft a running back. I know we are linked, and we did a formal. I'm a fan of the Kentucky running back, and Liam Cohen's got him the Ray Davis. I like how he runs. I really do. He's got that twitchiness, power, go. But I just want to see something out of the run game. Something out of the.
Oh, go.
No, that was it. That was it.
I also want to see too how he play sequences with the stuff, because I guess you'll have to see more of that in the season against actual teams instead of just in training camp. But I want to see if he gets in his own way more or less than Dave Canales did.
Yeah,
I think that's a big thing to see, because you can't sequencing plays, because it's like you said, it's like what Dave was talking about last year, how stubborn he was going to be with the run, the screens, and all that stuff. Like, I want to see if you keep dinking and dunking the ball downfield and you're getting somewhere. If you throw in like a random play that just like doesn't make any sense, I just want to see if that's still going to be a case.
but that's what we were saying earlier. Buckos ain't ready to speak on that until we actually get to about week 9. But that's where I said the team should be better offensively, because there were some days where I think Dave Canales was going blank mid-game. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? You know, and who knows? Maybe Liam Cohen is a guy too. I don't know. Is he a sideline guy, or is he a box? Does he like to sit up in the box? Maybe he sits up in the box and see it, like Todd Monken did all last year. But more importantly, that run game. You have to have it. You have to have it.
Yeah, and that goes in tandem with the line blocking too. So it's just that those both have to improve for it to like be effective. So that's what you gotta really watch out for.
Essentially, bucking with your girl, what you just asked is we want to see and hear that Jason's draft picks are kicking ass in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
And draft the O lineman that can run block.
Right? I think because we talked about this last season, especially when we were on that losing streak. First thing I'm looking at is the leadership. I'm looking at Liam Cohen and how the guys receive what he's saying, whether it be positive or negative. I'm looking at the leaders on offense. I'm looking at Mike. I'm looking at Baker. I'm looking to see if they're communicating. I'm looking to see if, there's miscommunication. They come on the sideline, they're talking about it. I'm looking at the energy. Because especially with this new offense coming in, we know they're not gonna come out, put up 20, 30 points, whatever. Too many times last season we saw where they lacked energy. You don't really see the guys talking. They just look like they're out of it. So that's mainly what I'm looking for. That's mainly what I'm looking for.
Oh, and Cody Mark. Improvements with Cody Mark. Want to see him doing better, because that ain't looking good right now.
No. And I want to see if Gadecki takes another little jump.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at Robert Hainsey, like if they don't.
He's not here anymore, is he?
No, he's
still here. We lost Leverett and we lost Leverett and Stinney.
So we didn't lose 3 O-linemen then.
No. But if we don't drop the center, he's gonna be that guy. I'm looking at him too. I'm looking.
He's too undersized. We can't.
Yeah, there's no way they.
Yeah, that's a big part of that's a big part of why the run game is not good.
Because he's not big enough.
We can't do that again.
It's the same problem with Shaq Mason when we have Shaq Mason's too small.
Yeah, arms too little. Like we can't do that. I like him. He may work out somewhere else.
He's a backup.
Let him see. Let him and Luke. Let him and Cody Mark bang it out and see how that works. But
Gadecki undersized as well.
No, Gadecki's actually doing fairly. Gadecki just needs to continue. He just needs to. He put him in the right position. He just needs to continue to improve. He's
where he was supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't understand why we draft O linemen and don't put them where they were in college.
But that's what I said earlier. That's his thing. He likes to draft guys. Like, let's remember, Ryan Jensen wasn't drafted to be a center. It just did not work out with guard with him. So he found out he was good over there and did that. That's not what he was drafted to be. So it's just his thing is. I don't know what his thing is. He drafted a guy, put him in a different position. Just draft a guy that's right, man, and draft a guy that played against good competition. That's why the Saints have always been a problem because they love Ohio State.
Mm-hmm. Man, this is gonna be interesting. Do you guys think that this is a pivotal time for our whole division as a whole and where the teams are going?
Oh yeah.
Well, I see kind of because here's the thing, especially looking into the future. I don't think the Saints will ever be that team until they rip the Band-Aid off and do a rebuild because if they keep kicking the can down the road, they'll never be able to sign a big free agent. Like, regardless of what we think about Carr, he's not a big free agent.
Yeah.
Carr ain't that dude. So I think the Saints are gonna stay where they are because they're banking on the cap increasing every year, but they'll never rip the Band-Aid off to do a full rebuild. They do like a little tiny like reload, but they're not reloading for anything because they're not gonna make it to like where they are. So I'm not worried about them unless they finally like fix their cap situation because the way their cap is every year, they're never going to be able to sign big guys. And then the Falcons are the scariest team in the South right now, especially in the future because I think it's going to take a little bit for the Panthers to get where they need to be, especially if they're still looking at Bryce Young because Bryce Young could be really good, but he's not tall enough to be a quarterback, and it's just not going to work. He's too short.
And they got rid of key pieces. Two of their
they got rid of Brian Burns, which was their D line piece. Like that was their star player. So the Falcons for the next couple years are the team that's going to be the most worried about because the Saints are going to stay the same until they do something about it. And the Panthers got rid of too many people and they're going to need time throughout the draft to rebuild. So it's really just us and the Falcons, I think. And that's the team that we should be worried about. And I think the Falcons can really, if we don't do anything crazy this year, especially in the draft, then the Falcons are probably going to take the division this year.
Yeah, I mean they can damn near sweep us if we don't get the draft right. They could damn near sweep us. Like it would be embarrassing. They can, because I think they're looking at it like we're Super Bowl ready. We're a quarterback away. That's how they're going to look at it. We got the better offensive weapons than anyone in the division. Let's just be real. I mean, they're going to feel like that. They're going to Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan. You just brought over, what you brought over. So they're going to look. We got the better team, and we have the most money to spend. So they're, they know us. We're stubborn. We're going to re-sign our players. So guess what? They get to watch tape and see what they do last year.
Yeah, like not much is going to happen with our team until Mike and Levante actually retire.
Yeah.
Because we're just going to keep if they want to keep playing, we're just going to keep resigning them. They have to retire for us to like actually do something. It's like I said, you don't really have to worry about the Saints at all because they're always going to be in money hell where they can't sign big free agents. But they're always going to kick the can down the road and never rip the Band-Aid off, so they can't do that. So I don't think the Saints are going to be Super Bowl ready anytime soon. Just my personal opinion.
No, they won't.
They won't because of how their front office is doing it. They got to clean house if they want changes they want changes. It's really only the Falcons for these next like probably 3 years that we really have to worry about right now.
Mm-hmm. But it's so interesting when you talked about the Panthers. I mentioned earlier I was on the Panthers Uncensored podcast, and they asked me about how did we feel about Devin White, and I told them, I said, well, most fans they don't really care for him. His plays declined a couple over the years, but I wish him the best in Philly. And they were just like, yeah, the way you guys feel about Devin, that's the same exact way they felt about Brian Burns. So most of them are just like, Brian Burns. They're like, his play has declined, and
what?
Wherever he
I
go.
didn't see that on tape, but they know
No, I
more than
didn't
I
see that
do.
either on tape. But
I saw
yeah,
that dude. I
But
saw
that's
him
how they
break.
were
I
feeling.
saw
I was
him.
surprised.
I saw him.
wait,
He wreaks havoc.
Bucko, what do you think about that? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. I was just letting y'all rock.
Brian Burns
Uh,
takes plays off.
Yeah, do you think that?
You asking me or y'all just
Yeah,
talking?
Yeah,
I'm asking you what you think of them saying that.
Brian Burns. So my thoughts on that situation was I'm gonna use one word for that situation. Direction. And what I mean by that is he was not in what the Panthers want to do as far as moving forward, what direction they're trying to head in. And they're in a situation where they don't want to give out big contracts. They don't want to tie a big contract down to a player. They know he's good, right? But it did not make sense for the franchise at this point of where they stand at to give out $100 and something million or whatever, 30 million, almost 30 to a player that they was like, we need to get some picks out of him. And they did. They could have got a better deal a couple years ago, obviously, but they are in the process of accumulating picks. This is a 2 or 3 year rebuild because they got to scrub. So what Dave Canales is doing and Dan Morgan, they got to scrub the guys that's not going to be on the. They're not if they're not in the program. And Brian Burns is a player that he is a veteran guy. He's been with Matt Rule, Steve Wilkes, and he does not fit what the Panthers are trying to do. Yeah. It's not the fact that they don't like him. It's just the fact that it's like he's not a part of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with Bucko Girl is like we have 2 or 3 year window where we really only have to worry about the Falcons right now because the Saints can't do anything because they're always going to be in cap hell until they rip the Band-Aid off. And then the Panthers have to go through a rebuild right now, which is a 3 year window. So all we have to do is worry about the Falcons. But it's just crazy to me that those Panthers fans kind of compare the situation to Devin White.
No, because so here's the thing: when you have a player of Brian Burns' caliber, right, and if they would have resigned him, then it would have been a different conversation, obviously. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they did not resign him, they try to make it seem like he's the bad guy.
Yeah, they're coping. That's what you call coping.
When his plays declined, you didn't have anybody on the D line to play with him.
Yeah,
he was taking all double teams,
and he still was wreaking havoc.
Let me rephrase that. As a pass rusher, now Derek Brown is the beast. Let me make that clear. Derek Brown's a beast. So I'm talking about just a pass rushing partner. You didn't have anybody.
So they could double team Burns and be fine.
So it makes the narrative what they're trying to push that Brian Burns really didn't do much anyway. That's a lie. There's at least 15 teams that can use him right now. And I'm just being that's just being modest.
Hell, and we was one of them.
Yeah, we could use him.
We can use him. You know what I'm saying? So don't give me this, his play was not really that good. No, man.
That's crazy.
His pass rush win rate was really good.
Now, I was thinking about Devin White. That's not copium. It's just straight facts.
So to compare that situation, to Devin White, it's not even close.
Yeah, we're not going to compare him to a player that was literally blasted by the media for seeing walking and loafing on plays.
Right. Have you ever seen Brian Burns take plays off?
No, but that's why I was surprised they said that. I was like, really?
Right. Yeah. And look, and this is why I go back to that one word, direction. And I'm pretty sure a couple of you like, what? Direction. He didn't fit the direction. What the Panthers did not want to give out a big contract.
Because the draft picks that they're going to get, that's what the big contract.
So Al Bundy, another Super Bowl with Patricia Mahomes, whatever you want to call it. He's I guess he's a Panthers fan. Well, he just came in, so he didn't hear what I said before. So let me repeat this. The word I'm going to use with the Brian Burns situation was direction. They were not going to pay him a ton of money based on where they're at as a franchise. So what he's saying is Brian Burns is not worth $28.2 million a year. The Panthers know that. The Panthers know if the Panthers was like, in a different situation, they'd probably work something out. But where the Panthers are sitting at as an organization, it don't make sense for them to pay Brian Burns that much money because it's like, you're not even a good franchise. Why would you tie yourself down to that player with that contract?
Yeah, you're when you look at them, it's a question mark. Who are we? What are we? What do we do good? What do we don't? And we're gonna commit to a guy over $100 million plus contract,
right?
And we don't even know what we are good at. What if we're not, what if we don't do? What if we don't need this? What if we hit in the draft? What if we got so
now
that makes no sense.
Now think about this. Let's just say in the multiverse, they signed Brian Burns to that $28.2 million contract, whatever it is, and he plays, and the Panthers finish 4-13.
Yep,
that don't make any sense.
Yeah.
So now you got this big old cap hit for a top level player that you can't get rid of for 2 seasons. Cap hit gonna be 28, 29, $32 million each year, and you're not even good.
And you're trying to rebuild.
You
need to use that money for your future draft picks.
Exactly. So it's not about Brian Burns not being a good player. It just didn't. The direction of the franchise don't make sense for Brian Burns.
Yeah, those fans you're talking to, they are coping. They are lying. Like nobody is ever going to sit here and say he's taking plays off and he wasn't that good and he digressed. I didn't see that. Brian Burns wreaked havoc.
Right. So, bucket with your girl. I mean, anytime a player, especially like Brian Burns, this goes. This is not just him, but this can go toward a lot of players. Chris Jones, Jeffrey Simmons, one of my favorite pass rusher guys, by the way. And I want the Bucs to get one of those type of guys. But anyway, I regress on that. But Quentin Williams, multiple other players, that are high level players or high level talents. And if they don't perform to a certain degree, it's he's not good. Well, your franchise not good.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Your franchise not good. And
the Cowboys starting to say that about Michael Parsons. It is a lot of fans starting to feel like Michael Parsons. He a pass rusher that just they figured him out.
You can take that same situation and apply that Brian Burns situation to a lot of players making $25 million plus. Think about that for a second. It's not just a Brian Burns thing. It just happened to be a Carolina Panthers thing because look at the situation they're in. If they were in a win now situation or a winning situation, we have a different conversation about that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're terrible. So it makes no sense to give him that money.
Yeah.
And then whoever gives him that money, now I will say this, in his situation, he wants to get paid. These players want to get paid. Owners making millions of dollars off of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Right. So
he's producing. He deserves to get paid.
He wants to get paid, and NFL contracts are not fully guaranteed. Not all of them. Obviously, like 90, I would say 98, 99% of them.
Just ask the running backs.
Right. So for a player to get paid, and usually you get one big contract. Right. You usually get one big contract.
The one right after your rookie deal, right?
Right.
I ain't gonna lie, Al Bundy. You saying he's on the Giants on a losing team, but they sticking him with that. What's that dude name? Debo? What's that?
Kevin Thibodeau.
A Thibodeau. Him and a Thibodeau. Now that's a different matchup.
Right. So it's a better D line than what he had in Carolina.
And he's got a way better pass rush. He's got someone to compliment him.
And the Giants can come off that Dan Jones contract and still have a ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's in a better situation than he would have been with Panthers and the Giants.
Right. So
how did he find this channel anyway? Because I swear, any space I've ever seen this dude come in, he just always be on the opposite side.
He following you?
No, not me. Man, like anytime it could be on any channel. This dude will come in. And anything we agree on, he go the opposite way, bro.
Oh, so you've seen this guy before?
I've seen him before, bro.
But Bundy, like we just said, though, they can get out of that Daniel Jones contract.
I mean, look, these type of football fan, these guys are pretty interesting because they have a different perspective, right? They have an interesting perspective, and sometimes you don't have to always go with what everybody's saying. I mean, if you see him all the time, he's always going against the grain. Now, granted, if he's being ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the guy. I mean, you've seen him. You say every time he's in these chats, he's always going the opposite way. So he's the guy that's never going to go with Jones, or he's never going to go right. He's going to go left. He's not going to go straight all the time. He's going to go backwards. So I mean, these are it happens. Like these guys are actually pretty good to talk to. Those type of guys, because they give you a different perspective. You know, now I don't know if he's argumentative. Is he argumentative every time you see him? I mean, like
most of the time.
He said
I've never seen him in person.
He just felt like that Brian Burns is overpaid. I mean, I'm gonna say that I do agree. There's quite a few. Quite a few. That's like the contract that all the money that the Steelers got. Who was that? The Steelers signed the D-line dude from the Miami. That $85 million guaranteed.
Yeah. So
what is that?
It's not just like I said this before. It's not just a Brian Burns thing. I mean, there's a few contracts like what? Like really? He got that? You know what I'm saying? So it just happens to be. I don't know if he's a Carolina Panthers fan. I don't know if he's a Carolina Panthers fan, but it's a good conversation because he got paid according to what he was saying, $28.2 million.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money for a defensive lineman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much guaranteed. Now, I always look at this. When people say people like to go by the APY, I go by the guarantee money divided by 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at contracts. I don't look at the totality of the contract because they never see it.
Nope.
Yeah. Most guys don't never see that. When you see that initial contract, 4-year, $120 million, I don't look at the $120 million.
They giving him $87 million guaranteed.
$87 million. So
that's
pretty
overpaid,
sure,
bro.
So now think about that. Now divide that by 2. That's a lot of money.
That's
This is what hell nah.
That's why these running backs fight so hard to get their guaranteed because their careers will last the least in the NFL.
Now I want to know how much of that guaranteed in the first year.
Yeah, how much of that Al Bundy is in the first year?
Yeah, because I know it's 87.5.
Probably like 40 million, right? At least.
How much of he's getting it in the first year? Because that's gotta be some void years to that contract. Got to be. The spread there. Look at the cap hits. If you just divide that by 2, that's almost $44 million a year.
Jeez, yeah.
I guess if the Giants can do it, go ahead.
Somebody else got a Patrick Queen.
There we go. So he got $35 million at signing. But I want to know Al, what is he getting in the first year total? What's his total amount in the first year? What's his roster bonus? His signing bonus is $35 million. So
wow. Does that count towards the guarantee, or is that just signing?
They got to be giving him about 50. Based off this, it's got to be about 50.
That's crazy.
Because if he's getting $35 million at signing, that means signing the contract.
$50 million just to move to New York. You got $50 million just to move to New York.
Patrick Queen or that Queen from the dude from
Baltimore from Steelers.
He got a contract like that.
What?
It's a 5-year deal, $140 million, and 43.5 million.
It's a Devin White contract. I see.
What team he went to?
The Giants.
The Giants. Oh.
Wait, who? Wait, Bucket. Who are you talking about?
Brian Burns.
No,
I'm seeing who she's talking about.
Patrick Queen.
Oh, he went to the Steelers.
Yeah, went to the Steelers, and they gave him. He got another one of those $87 million guaranteed. That's that Chris Jones crap. Chris Jones, another one. Chris Jones got what? What is his 97?
Yeah.
What is his 90?
For a 30-year-old.
$97 million.
So he's getting 43 his first year. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, overpaid. And this is what
I can see y'all now. I can see it now.
This is. He's right. I ain't gonna lie. He's right. This is what Buckles was talking about 2 videos ago, or one about. Right now, people look like they won, but them contracts by mid-season and then by the end, people gonna be looking like this is bad.
Like I knew Brian Burns was good and deserved to get paid, but I don't know about all that.
See, I don't worry. See, this is the thing about it. Like, so he's getting $87 million guaranteed.
You're paying him like a TJ Watt.
And he's getting $43.5 million in his first year.
That's got to be the top 3 contract.
So this is why the cap hit low.
He's making more than Myles Garrett.
His cap hit is low because think about this. His cap hit is low this year because he's getting $35 million guaranteed. That means $8 million of that is against the cap.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Now imagine next year.
If you're getting 35 at signing, that means $8 million is going toward the cap. His next year cap hit is crazy.
Yeah, the Giants about
now the Giants, what they're gonna do is I can put some money on it. They're gonna restructure Brian Burns' contract next year, and they're gonna move off of Daniel Jones' contract, which is gonna free up a ton of money. Because remember, his contract don't kick in until next season.
Yeah.
This man is about to be on their payroll for basically 7 years.
They're gonna add some void years to Brian Burns' contract too to lighten the cap hits.
The man gonna be knocking. Yeah, that man finna be knocking mid-30s,
bro. These D tackles about to reset their market.
No, he'll be getting paid. He'll be getting paid pretty much not even in the league. He'll retire, won't play anymore, and they'll still owe him a little. They'll owe him a little bad.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Though, when we finally find our D tackle, that money those contracts are gonna be crazy.
Yeah, so remember how this works. People. This is why I never understood why people get so hyped about the salary cap increasing. If the cap increase, so does the player's contract demands. People don't understand how this works. This is business.
This is why the Saints are going to be screwed until they rip the Band-Aid off.
The man makes more than Myles Garrett, Josh Allen, T.J. Watt. Yeah, that's a bad contract, bro. That is bad. That is bad.
And the thing about it is, and I know the cap goes up. You know, it goes up again next year, but still, if the cap go up, so does the player demand.
The player's asking price goes up. Yeah.
So now we know why. Daniel Jones got the bad contract. They're bad with contracts. They don't know how to do it over there. That's bad.
Joe Schoen, or let's say, is it Brandon? I'm sorry, Brandon Bean. Brandon Bean is the GM. I think he is. Is it Joe Schoen?
I think it's Joe. I think it's Joe, right?
I think it's Joe Schoen. So that's the GM that came from. He worked under Brandon Bean, and now he's with the Giants with Brian Dable. Remember, Brian Dable was the Bills.
Oh yeah.
So Joe Schoen, what he's doing is the owner. They got to clear with the owner, but $35 million at signing. So it's Joe Schoen. So Joe Schoen came from Buffalo under Brandon Bean. So they set the contract up to lighten the cap hit up for 2024, and I'm pretty sure they're going to restructure that contract next year. I wouldn't be surprised Brian Burns only sees 3 years of that contract.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to see all 5 years. I don't think so.
No,
because look at the contract setup. It's $87.5 million guaranteed.
They're playing off of that Daniel Jones contract and getting out of it.
What he said was 5 years, 141 million.
Yeah, he's not going to see 141 million. No way.
Jesus Christ.
Now think about the other bit of that money. The rest of that money is most likely incentive based, escalators, yada yada yada. But the guarantee money is what matters.
They can get out of that. They can't get out of the guarantee money, but they can get out of all that stuff.
They're banking. My take is that I'm just taking a guess at this. They're going to come off that Daniel Jones contract because there's no way you're going to pay that much money for Brian Burns and $40-something million once that contract kicks in for Daniel Jones next year. You're not doing that.
They really shouldn't even be in that position to begin with, but here we are.
Remember, Daniel Jones signed that big contract when he was under his rookie contract, so it was an extension.
Yeah.
This is why the Giants have an out before it kicks in. See, that contract was set up, for like, okay, we see your projection, which was terrible. The contract kicks in.
It was that playoff season that fooled them.
Yes. So now the Giants, and they set it. Now Joe set this up pretty good. They was banking on, okay, well, we'll give you this contract now, but we're going to give ourselves an out before it actually starts to hit the cap, which was a smart move. Now this contract is crazy. That's not good.
This one makes it seem like you're in win now mode without Saquon Barkley, and you let him go to another team.
Why didn't they pay? I said this when they signed Daniel Jones. They should have never gave him that contract.
And you let him go to the division rival.
And everybody in the NFL, but the Giants knew Saquon Barkley made Daniel Jones look good.
Yep.
It's just like the Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill situation.
The only reason they didn't want to pay is because Saquon doesn't play a full season.
Man,
that's not how to be what it is.
So now look. So now they didn't. So now you didn't get nothing for Saquon. Nothing.
Nothing. And he went to a division foe.
They could have traded. Yeah, they could have traded. Someone would have.
He went to a better team with a better O-line and a better organization,
and a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
And Giants fans hate Saquon Barkley for that. Tiki Barber was yelling at, getting that Saquon talking about
Well, look at how Baltimore is treating Patrick Queen now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even Lamar tweeted him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about the money. They don't. Man, it's not about loyalty. It's about the money. This it shows you a lot of
That's
these
their
guys.
livelihood.
If you notice, a lot of these guys are going to the division rivals.
Yeah, that's a thing now. I see that.
You notice that now? A lot of guys are signing with a division rival.
But I can't blame them either because it's like that's where the money is. You got to support your fam. You got to do it. You got to do what you gotta do.
They have inside information.
True, and they got inside information.
Well, screw it. Let's sign. Let's sign Michael Thomas. 1 year prove it deal.
Look, Dallas, Michael Gallup, and Kyle, and the linebacker, Van Nosh.
Van Der Esch,
Leighton Van Der Esch, yep.
So Leighton Van Der Esch. So they got rid of both of them. They freed up a ton of money.
And they still ain't signed anyone.
I remember when Michael Gallup got that contract, and I said it then. I said he would never.
Yeah, that was bad. That was a bad contract.
He would never see that whole contract.
I don't know what they was banking on with him.
He was never a number one receiver.
Never.
No, never.
Never. See, they should have kept Amari Cooper.
But you know what that was? You know he's from here, right? He's from DeSoto, so that was a hometown. But that was bad. Jerry Jones got to stop that shit, bro.
Even the Calvin Ridley contract, he's 30 years
old. That Calvin Ridley contract right now is terrible.
They got a viral tweet saying that's way too much for him, and he responded to it.
He hasn't done anything significant to get that contract.
Yeah,
and he was a number two. He's always been a number two receiver.
And did you know him and Amari Cooper the same age?
I know.
Amari Cooper runs circles around him, bro.
Amari Cooper, it's not like he's been around forever, but you got to think about it. Calvin Ridley was old in college.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
He was old. He was old. Like remember now when Alabama had the year that really came out, Amari Cooper, I think, already had like a year or two in the league already.
Yeah.
He was younger. Calvin Ridley stayed, I think Calvin Ridley did 4 or 5, something like that.
It's like what Al Bundy said. He's an overpaid wide receiver too.
Well,
and credit to him, fooling everyone. Credit to his agent, whatever. Credit, hey.
Look, well, I'm not hating on it. I'm not hating on it.
No, I'm not hating on it either. He outplayed everyone.
That's a terrible contract. Terrible.
Yeah, bro. You
like who signed him? Tennessee.
Yeah, he's over there with D-Hop.
Tennessee, this franchise is so bad. It's so bad.
And they keep signing. It was D-Hop, Julio Jones.
Yeah, they don't know how to.
Oh, he got 4 years, $92 million. I'm like,
what?
What has he done to get that?
Has he even scored over 5 touchdowns in a season so far?
Here's the thing. He's a 1,000-yard receiver, but it's like more of a number 2,000 yards. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he got 1,000. He got 1,100 yards. Okay, cool. With 6 touchdowns.
Bro, he got outplayed by the tight end over there. That's all that matters.
He got outplayed by Christian Kirk, bro.
Yeah, I mean, but Christian Kirk was putting that work in before he got there.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? If Calvin Ridley in 4 years, $92 million, then Amar St. Brown is worth more than him.
Yep.
If Calvin Ridley get $92 million, Amar St. Brown should get 100.
He's making more than Mike, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Evans is worth more than Calvin Ridley.
Al said D-Hop is going to get more yards than Calvin Ridley.
Heck yeah.
Mike Evans could have demanded more than Calvin. See, that's why I'm happy about Mike too.
This is why we're telling y'all with the Chris Godwin contract. That's a terrible contract now.
Yeah, it's bad, bro. He don't need to be
$7 million for Chris Godwin. That's terrible.
Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie, Chris Godwin is about a $15-16 million receiver, bro.
Now he is.
But you remember, we thought he was about to overtake Mike Evans at one point and be our number one because he was playing like it.
Yeah.
But the injury kicked in and that's how I put him back in the slot.
That's a good statement, Molly. Why didn't Tennessee pay AJ Brown? Why didn't you just pay? You could have just paid AJ Brown.
I know, right, bro? That's
there had to be something behind the scenes because that's the only thing. It had to be.
AJ Brown wanted $25 million a year, and they gave Calvin Ridley. Oh my God!
And AJ Brown runs circles around Calvin Ridley.
Runs circles around him. So now you got AJ Brown. So now you got Calvin Ridley, D-Hop, and Burks. Burks.
Who hasn't worked out at all yet.
Will Levis is set up to fail. Honestly.
Traylon Burks stayed hurt. He stays hurt.
Yeah, bro. He's a
Tennessee is going to be bottom of the division this year.
Ton of upside. Ton of upside. That's just like that big tight end they got, that Uzman.
That's why Derrick Henry left. He knew nothing was going there.
That was more of it was just time for him to go.
Yeah, He's already ran. He ran what he could run, and I'm gonna be honest. The future is Tajay Spears over
there. Yeah, Tajay Spears is nice too. I saw him at Tulane. So and they got Tony Pollard too. But back to this Brian Burns situation. I'm happy for him. He got paid, but man, that's a bad contract.
Yeah, at least they have an out in 2 years.
Yeah, well, they got an out, but the cap hits though.
No, I get you. They banking on that Daniel Jones contract to get out.
It's an $8 million cap hit because they got 35 signing bonus, right? So he getting 43 his first year, but 35 is at signing, not at signing, and then the other $8 million is basically the cap hit.
He literally got paid $88 million just to move,
and then the next year the cap hit is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
I guess they see it as they only have 1 year. They only have 1 year with a bad cap hit with him, and then they can get out of it.
Right.
I'll get with y'all on the next one. It's late for me.
We've been on this thing. Well, this has been the first one in a long time, so I figured.
Y'all. I love it. It's down to 5 hours. But I'm gonna call it.
I know we haven't had a 5 hour in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had a conversation, man. It's been a while.
But I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna hit y'all up, bro.
I'll see you
later.
So, in closing, shout out to Al Bundy coming in with the dropping the knowledge, or whatever. You know, I get it, but I mean,
I was against you at first, but you opened my eyes, so
I get it. You know, because I mean, I don't see everything. You know what I'm saying? But it's good to see, some information that I didn't know about, because I wasn't really following the Tennessee situation. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't follow Tennessee like that because they're not on my radar at all. You know what I'm saying? But that's good to know about Brian Burns' contract. You know what I'm saying? And this goes to show you sometimes it's about the money. Now Brian Burns could have went to a better team. But it would have been a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I'm sure a Super Bowl contender would have taken them.
Right, but he went to the Giants to get the money. This is what I'm saying. It's about the money. So
and you can't blame him for it.
I ain't blaming him.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm saying you just can't.
No. I'm saying I wouldn't blame him either. I don't blame Brian Burns. I go get the money too.
Like if a team's offering you $88 million guaranteed,
right?
Like who are you? Like what's your priorities?
Right. So, you know, at the end of the day, the players got to get paid, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the product on the field. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is an overall good show, man. It's good. It's good to talk to everybody again. I know it's been a long time since we had a conversation. How long have it's been? About what? Almost a month and some change. We had a conversation like this.
I've been working so much. I haven't been able to catch the live like I used to.
Over a month. It's been over a month or two since we had a locker room conversation. This is why I let the locker room run tonight, because I was like, it's been a long time.
When's the draft? April 9th, right?
I think it's 26 or something like that, ain't it?
Oh, it's late. I always thought it was early April. Maybe it is late.
I always thought it was late April.
Oh, maybe I might be tripping.
Yeah, I've never seen it at early, like first, second.
Yeah, don't. I'm thinking of something else.
I've never seen it. I've never seen the draft in single digits.
I wish it was early April though. I can't wait.
Yeah, we got a long ball. We got plenty of videos. I got plenty of videos to drop, plenty of locker room conversations, and then all these conversations that we're going to have moving forward is going to be about the draft.
Yeah,
and we're going to go to each position, and sometimes I might do a position, like O-line. I might do a day for guards, a day for centers, a day for tackles. But I'm not going to drag it out. But those videos are not going to be 5 hours long. But I'm just saying to try to have multiple videos about multiple players.
Yeah.
Who was on your radar? And then obviously we're going to do a mock draft the day before. Matter of fact, I'm going to do a mock draft after free agency.
And
then I'm going to do a mock draft right before the draft. So I'm going to do 2 mock drafts. That's going to be pretty cool. So any closing thoughts, Grizzlo? You got?
Nah, just it's like I feel like we say it every year, but it's like it's never untrue. It's like you have to hit on these picks. But I guess this year especially it's different, even though we always say that. Mm-hmm. Because you sign everyone and you sign people in free agency, you sign them back, that puts you in a in that 9-7, 8-9 situation to begin with, right?
Right.
And looking back on it, we have seen a history of Jason having back-to-back bad seasons. I guess like average, so I guess it's not a bad season, but remember like the 5-11 seasons too.
Right.
And it's it if you're not gonna do anything in free agency, then your draft picks just have to hit. And you got an extra third round pick that you can either trade to give somewhere.
I love that. I love that part that the Bucks got 2 third rounds.
Bucks got 2 third round picks. So you picking in what'd you say? You pick 4 times in the top 100?
Yep, 4 times in the top 100.
And those are starter. That's starter numbers.
Yep, it's 2 of them got to be immediate starters, and the other 2 got to be starters eventually.
Yeah, like fighting like dogs. Like like in a couple of years, that guy's gonna get right.
Right. I would say another the 2 that don't start, they'll start next year.
We can't have a Tryon Shawinka and a Logan Hall.
We're still trying to figure it out. Or you draft a guy and you don't know what type of position he's going to play. Draft the positions you need.
Yeah, I don't want to draft a freaking DN and put him D tackle. Like, no, don't. We can't do that. But basically,
we'll have this conversation more about this draft is just as pivotal as last year's.
Yeah, and
we need a direction. We need a better direction.
Yeah, and we always have that problem where we draft guys that, aside from Wirfs and Whitfield, we have those guys that we have to wait on. Why? Why do we always have the people that we have to wait on?
You know what's crazy? Here's the beautiful part about this draft. This draft can be our Detroit Lions draft.
Yeah. Or Brian Branches, or
4 guys in the top 100. So literally, if you draw a board up with the top 100 players, and I'll get into this too in another video, you got to get 4 of those top 100. You got to get 4 of them.
Yeah.
You got to get 4 of the top 100.
You have to hit on these 4 because that extra third round pick that you got was for nothing. And it's like, why?
That was huge.
Huge.
That was huge. Thank you, Carlton.
And it's like, yeah, it's like what Mopar said. Who thought we were going to get a third round for Carlton?
That's crazy. And you know what's so crazy? Jamel Dean open for trade too.
Yeah, but they definitely were not getting a third.
They just chose the one that can give them more value.
Yeah, and that's fair. But that's what you have to do. They both can't play full season, so might as well take what you need.
Jamel Dean was not going to fetch them a third round pick, so
nah. At most, I think you get a 5th for Dean.
Yeah, Carlton Davis. The Lions really like him.
I would have thought a 4th, honestly.
I thought so too.
I would have thought a 4th. Hey, 3rd, I'll take it. It's early 3rd too, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. No. No. It's late 3rd. So it's like 90 seconds. So think about this for a second. Carlton Davis was a $20 million cap hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was due for a contract extension.
Yeah.
No.
Now it's the Lions' problem.
Yeah, it's a Lions' problem. And I don't think he's going to be, based on watching him play, I don't think he's going to be a high-level guy. He's never.
Nah, he's not going to get another big contract. There's no way. He's not.
He's not getting no $20 million contract.
No, it'll probably be like, what, 15?
You'll be lucky to get that.
You know, you think, no, you're right. He probably won't get this. Probably going to be $10 million at the very
crazy, and we've seen this before that Bucks players go somewhere else and all of a sudden, like, what the hell? Like, really?
Yeah, we're going to see Devin White get big time. Yeah, we know how it's going to go.
Went to the Eagles, man.
Hey, but he's been trying to. This is why everyone was like, why aren't you respecting Devin White? He's been trying to go to the Eagles for 2 years.
Didn't he say something about them before?
Yeah, he's been in their comments talking about run it up or something. Like he's been trying to go to another team while he's been on this team.
Man, look.
So that's why I got no respect because you've been trying to leave this whole time.
Yeah, he was never all in anyway.
That's what I'm saying. He's all about himself.
He'll be all right though. Wish him the best. You know what I'm saying?
He easily did another Super Bowl.
No, wish him no harm. Hopefully, he stays healthy and I would like to see him reach his potential, but I don't see it happening though. I mean,
nah, that's another miss. Dang, Josh Allen right there. Anyway,
I'm not even going to go there, man. Shout out to Chris. That's pretty. Yeah, basically, you just gotta hit on all these picks. You can't be no misses. If the only way you don't go trenches in the first round is if Penix is there. That's the only way. Even if you don't draft Penix, you gotta really take it down to 0 when it hits zero. You literally got to take it down to zero because you got to think about it. That's the most valuable piece on the team.
Yeah, quarterback. Like we've seen it. You can have no wide receivers, but if you have an elite quarterback, you can win a Super Bowl.
And the Bucs got to think. And I don't think they'll do it, but I'm just, you literally got to take a think about. You got to think about it. Like if we get Penix 2 years, then we can move on for Baker. We got Penix for 3 years on a rookie contract. We can build a roster up. You know what I'm saying? It just. I get it.
And if he's gonna draft from Washington anyway, might as well get the best player from Washington.
Right. And actually, one of those 3rd round picks, maybe a 5th round, but Jalen McMillan. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye.
Wait, what position is he again?
Receiver. He was one of he was the trio. He was a part of the trio with Duzier and Polk and McMillan.
Well, I mean, we need a 3rd anyway, so.
Yeah, so I know Trey Palmer, but we got to think about Mike Evans.
Mike Evans getting up there. He only got probably 3 years max left, I would say.
Well, I would say 2 years at a really good level. That's from 31 to 33.
Yeah.
And then
prime right now.
Then it's pretty much like, okay, we're not going to give you a ton of money, buddy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not. You can go ahead and close this out. That's all I gotta say. Like, just hit. You gotta hit on these 4 rounds, and we say it over and over again. But each year it gets progressively like you have to do it.
Right. Well, shout out to Grizzlo. Appreciate you coming in the locker room, man.
No problem.
Enjoyed your company.
Yes, sir. My birthday just passed. The 12th, 20 years old.
Oh, happy belated birthday, man.
Appreciate it.
Got a long life ahead of you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Be safe, man.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Okay. So, you wish? Are you there or you sleep? Thank y'all for joining BucosLocker. I enjoyed everybody's company. Thank you for taking the time out to watch this live stream. 5 hours. Missed you guys. It's good talking to you. I'll see y'all soon. Y'all have a safe rest of your weekend. BucosLocker signing out. And more power Bucks. Shout out to the $49 super chat. Go Bucks. Appreciate the locker room conversation. I appreciate you too, man. I'm out.